quickly increasing steam. Those concerns echo various local reports about growing threats and violence directed toward medical professionals. In Branson, Missouri, a medical center recently introduced panic buttons on employee badges because of the spike in assaults, violence, and threats against medical professionals have recently reported in Massachusetts, Texas, Georgia, and Idaho. So like I said, there's articles.
Okay, so hit me with a 1 if you liked it, a 2 if you didn't. I gotta know for sure, though.
More assaults of medical professionals.
You guys watch the show. You gotta tell me what you want.
Of course that's the thing. Because the other side is fucking crazy. Yes, of course that's the thing. They're assaulting medical professionals. Why wouldn't they? You know? They think they're poisoning us. Sorry, what do you, Mix of English says, I am retweeted a thread from Cheyenne, Sarah Bizda? I don't know how to pronounce that.
I got 2 1s.
It was so fucking sad. Had a video of this Italian guy pulling...
Oh, no worries. You know I'm always good with that, Mike. No one ever, you know, I know what you're doing.
Exactly what we're getting at.
Ain't no thing but a chicken wing on a string.
These people are fucking murderers. I can find the video if you want. It's safe to stream. Just that. Yeah. Still
just waiting for Prime to get finished up here, and then I'll probably jump in here.
Yeah.
Cool. No, it's been interesting. I'm
I'm
pro-vaccine now, based off of the fact that I've already got my 2 shots, but I don't feel like we should. I don't know. We're not lessening it in the right sense, essentially.
Hey man, everybody, let's get together. Let's get a bunch of fucking big jeeps and some tranquilizer guns and start shooting people with the vacuum, with the vaccine.
Yeah. Pop them with the mRNA.
Vaccine dart everybody. Did you guys see
that?
that
I mean, like, I don't know. I'm Canadian, so I'm coming from Canada as
Did you guys see that Project
but not
Veritas
like
video?
perfect. Obviously, I mean, we got Alberta, we got BC, we got Quebec, we got places that are going way too hardcore. So I don't know if we're good or bad here.
Michael620, thanks for following.
I'm Ontario, by the way, just for reference. That's why I'm saying everything other than Ontario is bad.
Did you guys see that Project Veritas video where they're trying to like say, "Oh yeah, the FDA wants to dart gun you into getting the vaccine and shit"?
Is that the nurse, the Ohio nurse that?
No, it
provided...
was this economist for. Oh no, it was economist for the CDC. I'm sorry. And Project Veritas was like talking to this guy undercover, you know, doing the thing, you know, and. The guy is like at one point, and he's joking. You can tell he's like joking about it. He's like, I just wish we could just like dart gun all these people with the vaccine, you know? And he like made it into this big thing, you know? You know how James O'Keefe does. He's horrible. He's a despicable human being, but yeah, totally reframed it. Destiny actually did a video on part 1 of it. And I think that was the one with the nurse that you're talking about. And he like,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the part 2 is the economist, the CDC economist, and he's obviously joking. He's like, that's sinister, you know. I'm like, get out of here, dude. You're a dork.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's the proof of fact that kills me, and I only saw part 1, obviously, so I'm not seeing the whole thing, so I'm obviously biased here. But it was just like she's indicating that this patient is a person that came in and had myocarditis, and then you look at the health chart and you're just like, okay, this kid's fat, he's basically he's overweight, he's had problems with asthma in the hospital, and then she just like point blankly states after that yeah, no, he's a healthy kid. I mean, if you're gonna just yeah, I mean that was point 1 or part 1 essentially, and I was just like, okay, I'm done at that point. Like, okay, I appreciate that you got an opinion, I appreciate your anecdotes, but you're not translating the facts properly.
Right.
But I mean, that's James O'Keefe in a nutshell, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I saw what he did with the Planned Parenthood and what he did with Acorn and what he did with the Sanders campaign. You know, he's a piece of shit, you know? I mean, that's not real journalist.
Exactly that.
Was he responding to me? Shit.
That's what's happening.
Oh no. Okay.
And these people are dying.
No, sorry, I just switched my output device.
The famous EU anti-vaxxer who has been abusing her PhD
You're good.
degree in immunology.
In case you were responding there, Jason.
I was, but I was muted anyways, so I totally forgot what I said too. No, I was just saying that James O'Keefe is a piece of shit.
Yeah, no, agreed.
From the Acorn thing to the Planned Parenthood to the Sanders campaign, I mean, the guy's got a, I mean, noticeably full of shit.
Yeah, the guy seems like he just wants to spread disinformation.
He's getting paid heavily by the Kochs and the Heritage Foundation and a lot of people to do that. Actually, he gets a lot of money from people like that.
I'm reading on this article.
Is he still dating the woman that he went to the Acorn stuff with, like the abortion one?
I have no idea. No idea.
Because I just, yeah, like
I don't understand how he could sustain a relationship for very long, being so incorrigible.
Yeah, fair. I mean, like just the so sorry, the premise essentially, just she's stating that she's 15 years old and she was pregnated. And then the police thing comes into effect, and then like triggering that emotion to say, okay, no, you know what, you're right. I will say that you're 16 just so that you can get an abortion. Like it seems like you're triggering on the wrong type of thing to prove your point. But I don't know if that was Acorn or not.
So they can self-medicate at home with ivermectin.
Yeah, Acorn was the one where they went in, it was like a political group, and they like created a video, I think it was like making them out to be like basically like urban terrorists or some shit. And it actually, because of it, which all they were was an organization that was trying to activate and get young people of color to vote, and people in the urban centers to vote.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got you. Okay.
And he like and they came out in the end, you know, basically that he had manipulated video to make it seem like they were like trying to be like terrorists or whatever. And it's like, no, that's not it at all. You know, like he totally heavily edits the videos. He puts them into the context he wants, and then he ships them out. Like he's a king of clip and ship. You know, I mean, he started that shit. That's his baby. You know. He just did it in real life.
Yeah, no, that's fair, and that's like just coming at it as like a pleb who's not joining, other than the fact that like I'm just interested in politics due to like Destiny streams. That is the alternate media that Destiny is fighting against, essentially. Just the idea that you can just clip and chip, and then you're still getting your million views and stuff. Like that seems disingenuous for sure.
Obviously, doesn't do it. So yeah. With COVID cases rising,
I think Destiny's too hard on socialists, but I do like that he owns the right quite a bit, and I will accept an allyship because of that. I'll take that part of the allyship, you know. But start coming for my Medicare for all, and we're gonna have words.
Who are reading groups created by other black people in echo chambers and silos that.
Oh shit, the range on that is crazy.
Yeah, well, we've seen people profit from that. There was this a front group who was like saying that ivermectin is like the treatment, right? Like you gotta get ivermectin.
Did you hear that gubernatorial candidate come out and talk about having his butthole like taped by his mom to check for pinworms? And how they would give them ivermectin if they got pinworms.
What they did was,
wow. I hope they got ivermectin. I mean, that's what it is. It's a parasitic, so.
That's what it's for. But like, it was just funny, like hearing him say this. He's like doing this big rally. He's like, it's like, but they're not taking it for that, you dumbass. They're taking it for COVID, which is the exact wrong reason, you know.
But let's just use these numbers for instance, like going to a telemedicine site costs. Like,
I feel like the argument there, like just with the ivermectin stuff, like I just feel like the people who are doing it for COVID are doing it for weight loss. The same thing. Like you got a worm, you got your 20 pounds off because the worm's eating all your food, and then you just do ivermectin after that. Like I just feel like those are the same types of people.
ivermectin. People were confused, like, well, I thought I was going to get ivermectin here. It's like, no, I'm an actual doctor. I'm not going to do that for you. So, you want this prescription? So, they were taking money right off the top. So, people have been finding ways to profit off of this, certainly. Okay. Facebook groups dedicated to reported miracle cures and at-home therapies like ivermectin have become de facto hubs of anti-vaccine content in the last month. As Facebook has cracked down on groups and content with explicit anti-vaccine names and messages.
Question for y'all, though.
Like
if ivermectin was to go through 6-month trials, probably you need longer, I think, for FDA. But basically, if ivermectin ended up being a proven, accepted solution to COVID, does that change opinions on it?
I'd eat my hat. I'd eat my hat.
Yeah.
I'd be like, yeah, I fucked up. If the science, but see, that's the thing. Somebody who follows the science and somebody who follows new information that's not static in their thinking will understand that, hey, dude, like, that's okay. We've learned something new, and why wouldn't we want to, take that on if it actually works? It would be stupid.
No. You know what you should say? This is what you should say. A broken clock is right twice a day, and these motherfuckers tried hydroxychloroquine. They tried all this other goddamn shit.
I'm not
and then they stumbled.
I'm not going to
They
demonize
stumbled
them
on
for being
ivermectin.
stupid. I'm not going to.
Yeah,
I'm not going to demonize
I understand
them
the
for being
science.
stupid.
I understand
but,
the science.
If the science plays out, then I'm going to say, okay, the science, it's played out, and that's great. Okay, that's what we should do then. But I follow the evidence, and when the evidence, and I'm much more of a skeptic than anything. So, like, if the evidence isn't there, then I ain't with it. So yeah, when it gets to that point, even with the shots, like, I waited for a hot second to get mine. I could have got mine a little bit sooner. I did delay for a minute. I didn't wait till FDA approval, but I wanted to pause for a second and see how other people reacted to it before I took it myself. I don't know.
I'm lazy.
It didn't take me that long. I waited like about a month after I was able to, and all I did was, like, I had a couple of friends that went out and got it right away because they were in the nursing community, and I was like, okay, cool. Like, let me see how they react to it. They'll tell me the truth, And they're like, just get it. Like, shut up.
They're like,
dude.
get the fucking vaccine.
Yeah. They're like, it's nothing. They're like, it's nothing. Even if you get the worst part of the, like, symptoms, it's like having a really bad hangover. I was like, okay, cool. I'm in.
It was a pretty terrible headache.
I got the bad hangover effect on the second shot. I got the Moderna.
I
The
got
second
J&J.
one kicked my ass, dude. That second one, I was like, fuck my life.
The J&J was like a one punch man. Just one shot. It was like felt like two.
So, legit question, and then this probably is only.
So all your other
me.
questions aren't legit? Okay. Taking notes here.
Cool. Yeah, exactly. The other questions are just like filler.
Dad joke.
This is something that, like, affects me, so this is my legit stuff. Essentially, I was a mutt. Essentially, with Canada, they just had a couple months where you get shot 1, and then shot 2 is whatever the filler is to any hospital, essentially. So I am 1 Pfizer, 1 Moderna. But I felt it was odd in the idea that the shot went into the muscle, like on my left arm or whatever, and then it just felt like a bubble. It didn't seem like it expected, because Moderna was the second one. But I don't know if that's unique to me and because of what I did, or if it was just based off of what the shots did. That's why I felt like it was a legit question, because it was a weird solution. I didn't, and then to the point
you
of.
guys did get the cross. You were able to do the cross, like, thing with the shots, huh?
Yeah.
The U.S.
Which is
like they
dumb.
didn't want you doing that. They were like trying to prevent that as much as possible.
Wait, you got like one shot and then a different shot?
Yeah, so like there was like Germany, Spain, Canada. We basically went at like I don't remember exactly when, but just like April-ish time frame in 2021, and they just sort of panicked and said we need to get everyone vaccinated, double shots regardless. And if you get mRNA, you're good to get either. So then people were just getting signed up because they just opened it up to 30 plus, I think was the number. So 30 plus in terms of age. And if you go in, you just get whatever they're offering. So I was unlucky. I had Pfizer #1, and then second shot I went to the closest thing to me, and I got Moderna #2. But it was based off of Canada recommending it, which obviously isn't America's FDA or anything on that side. But I have 2 shots in me now that are both mRNA, but I don't know A, effectiveness, and then B, it was a weird experience for the first month in that it felt like there was like a bubble where it didn't do the same expectation as you would with double Pfizer or double Moderna, essentially.
I'm here to serve you. I tell them it's always.
But again, this could just be my my idea of overthinking things too.
Have you started to feel any difference?
I'm not going to leave.
Yeah, my dick is larger. I don't know what happened there, but
I just got larger balls.
yeah, elephantitis. No, honestly, there hasn't been anything like to the point of like Jason and then Captain. I don't think there's been any noticeable symptoms. I didn't feel tired. I didn't feel like the body was fighting off any type of infection. I didn't get the same expectations that a lot of my friends had.
Yeah. Well, I know exactly why I got sick after my second one, because I didn't eat that morning. I didn't drink any water, and I'm in Arizona, and I stood out in the heat. And then I went and had them jab me. And then afterwards I was like, oh, I'm feeling great. You know, maybe we should take a road trip or, you know, go out of town for the weekend. And I went over to a spot to have lunch and had a couple drinks, and the alcohol and the dehydration on top of that shot was like, oh, you might as well have just kicked me straight in the nuts sideways, you know? Make sure you hit the sphincter of, or what's that middle part, the paunch. Make sure you hit the paunch too when you get the nuts, you know? So you just get like the whole thing. Yeah, the taint. Yeah, it was brutal. It was brutal, but that was my fault. Like, I think it wouldn't have been that bad. Because my nephews went and got it. My nephew was super reluctant. Like, he wasn't gonna get it, and my brother's like, listen, you have a little brother that's like 3, okay, and he can't be around you, right? Like, because I don't want him to die, you know. And so he's like, I'll pay you $100 to go get the vax. And he went and got the vax. That's what it took. He's like, I couldn't afford the time off work, and they weren't going to give it to me. He's like, that's why. And my brother's like, that's cool. Here's $100. Go get it. Done deal. So
it's almost like paying people to get vaccinated is the way to get more people vaccinated. Whoa.
Yeah, if they know they're not going to lose out on their paycheck, they'll go get vaccinated. I totally believe that. Like, no question.
For sure. I mean, fuck, I used to work restaurants, construction,
crystal clear.
Or especially like construction. You don't work, you don't get paid. Ain't no fucking sick days.
BRB.
Yeah, that's the reality of it. Like, you don't get paid sick days, you know.
Yeah, it's you get paid, and then there's days you don't get paid. The days you don't get paid is the days you're spending your money on beer. Goddamn right.
That's the only days that you shouldn't get paid, is when you just said take the day off to drink beer.
Yeah, for real.
I've had those days though. How do you like this angle? This is a different angle. You guys are actually seeing more of my room in this angle. I usually don't show off this much in my room. I like to be private. You guys get like my one little corner right there, and then my closet down in my bathroom. I don't give you this side. There's a lot more this way.
That's where all the fucking secrets are. That's where the skeletons are, boys. We just need to get him to like accidentally twist his camera, and we got him.
That's where the goat heads and pentagrams are.
That's not controversial anymore. Nobody gives a fuck.
I think honestly,
go post something on it. Go post something dark and spooky on Instagram or something.
the closet opens up and it's just like some lady's fucking panties or some stupid shit.
Yeah, he's not a medical person. He is writing disinformation and
It's a real doll made out of Legos.
Are you serious, Crystal?
Hello.
Hey, what's up? Hello.
So I'd like to introduce you guys to my other friend. So RV here is a friend of mine. My other friend is Teo. Teo, these people are all morons. Especially.
You guys mind if I smoke a cigarette?
I'm gonna smoke a joint.
Like, nah, you
don't blow the smoke at me. Fucking. That would be
Yeah,
weird.
man.
Oh my god, the second word.
Don't worry, bro. Here's the cool part. Well, yeah, but getting high with vape is different. But because people are very particular about cigarettes, I have central, so it's all good. It's filtered out. It's not going in your face.
So my question, right, is what are we talking about, and why? How can we change the subject, right?
Prime wants to talk about COVID shit. The panel hasn't started yet. I think he's gonna start in like 10 minutes or some shit. But COVID shit's really boring, and it's gonna be everybody jerking off about how awful COVID is and anti-vaxxers are bad. Yeah, it's boring as fuck. So
I might tackle it from the religious aspect again. That seemed to go well.
Guys, I'm so you know, like God, you guys came in too fast. Shit, I'm on stream. I'm streaming.
Okay. So you're on Twitch right
the
now.
stream can suck my dick, okay?
Okay.
Look.
But Doobie, they all love and hate you at the same time. They love to hate you.
Doobie's a base frog man, right? Everyone loves him.
He's got good opinions. He's got bad opinions, just like everyone.
You need a contrarian in the group, you know.
Do they know? Like, well, never mind.
I don't know if it's like that, but yeah.
Doobie go.
You're saying that.
Do they know what
I'm throwing the bait out there, right?
Yeah, never mind.
Is he not actually a frog?
You're not ready for it yet.
Well, no, they all really believe.
Yeah, I don't want to.
They all really believe that he really is a frog, and he's a fascist monarchic frog. That's what they believe.
Doobie looks like one of those dudes that hangs out in front of the Home Depot looking for a job, bro.
What the fuck?
Dude, let's do the AMA right now.
Shit, I
Actually, so Doobie, in a literal sense, I have a ton of time tonight. I thought I would have to work, but
First of all,
Yeah, well, we want to talk about lookism.
yeah.
Yeah, we want to talk about discrimination based on your.
Yeah, but you only have to drop one word to change that, right?
What word is that?
I'm not gonna drop it. That's up to
What do you
Doobie.
mean,
Doobie's
like, you mean, like,
I'm gonna
people
respect
that
that
like
this
to
is
get-
Doobie. I'm here as Doobie's guest. I'm just an assertive one.
So my issue with Lookism, right, is that I've actually done a lot of research into Lookism. I've read some literature, I've hung out in femcell servers, right? I've done a lot, right?
Wait, femcell server?
Right, like if we were to form a hierarchy right now, right? Like I'm at the top of it.
So you
So, Teo, how high is Demon Mama in your perspective?
I don't know what Lookism is.
Can somebody back up?
Lookism is what they call it when you're not attracted to ugly people and you don't want to put your dick in.
Right, like Doobie wants to fuck me, but he doesn't want to fuck Dan.
Basically, yeah.
damn.
Lookism, that's just your preference.
Dan, I
let's
love
be
you.
clear.
Listen. I didn't hold on.
Let's be
Stop.
clear,
I didn't say.
I would
Hold
fuck
on.
Dan, okay?
And I didn't say that I wouldn't fuck Dan. I was just giving an example.
here's my issue with the whole it's just a preference thing, right? Is that your preferences are not formed in a vacuum, right?
Mine are. I literally am in space right now. What are you talking about?
Live in society, okay?
We live in a society, yes.
What if your
Adjacent
preference is that
society.
actual vacuum?
That's right, adjacent society.
We can meme about it all we want, but like, there's a reason why a huge percentage of femcells also happen to be black, right? There's an intersection, right, between
Wait, what?
and racism. Yeah.
True.
This is deep shit, right?
I don't want to sound too contrary, but I really actually am super attracted to black women, like immensely.
I already know the type of person you are. You ever seen that meme with the white guy in the pool, like talking to the book? That's this nigga,
bro. Dude, I can't help what I like. You know, I like black and Latina women very much, very much.
So you're a racist.
No, I've dated white women and women, Asian women, and women of all descents. But yeah, everybody has a preference, you know.
So explain to me why you are a fetishist, right?
I'm not necessarily a fetishist. I just have a preference, you know. Like everybody's got a preference. You
I
have
don't.
a preference? You don't have a preference over the people.
Swear to God, I don't.
No, I don't. It's a blank slate for me, right?
It really is for me as well. Like,
Oh, this motherfucker, fucking spammed me out. I'm not spammed me out, but fucking zoned me out. Jesus.
that's what you get for playing Fortnite, yeah.
You shouldn't
Fortniter.
play games when you're, talking serious matters, man.
We're talking about which.
Go ahead and play games.
We're talking about black fem cells.
No, yeah, we're talking about like which.
But that does suck that if they're in that situation, that's a prominent situation. I didn't know that. Like, I really didn't. I had no idea.
Holy shit.
Doobie, right? Here's the thing, right? Like, I know for a fact Doobie has certain preferences, right?
I do.
And they are suspiciously aligned with white supremacists.
No, they're not.
Hey, that's if I may say so, that is no, I can't say that. That is not smart. That is dumb.
Blonde and blue eyes.
That is dumb.
Attractive, right?
That is dumb.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear something? Do you want to hear
White.
something? No, check this out. Check this out. Check this out. There's an argument for a lot of reasons people could be like attractive or prefer what like good looking, right? And there's even like statistical ones, like for all the nerds in the chat. Like there are, like I think it's 8% of the human population has this color eye. I think it's 2 or 3 that has green eyes. I don't know if anyone here has green eyes. Hard to tell on camera. Yeah, right. So you're in an even smaller percentage. And then it's like 80-something% of the world, 90% of the world, something like this, to make up the remainder that has brown eyes. So as you see throughout societies intercontinentally, just as an example, right? You could say it's lookism. I would just say that it's like exotic because people see that it's rare. Like it's not unlike, really quickly, it's not unlike when you see something notable that you don't see often and you're like, wow, I like that thing. And like, yeah, it's normal for people to prefer that thing. So like, for instance, a beautiful woman with a very nice ratio, her hip to stomach to shoulder ratio, and like her eye color and her hair color, and it's firing on all cylinders. It's normal to prefer that.
So can I ask a question?
Well, I mean,
It's not. In fact, I would go as far as to say it's. I would
I'm
go
sorry.
as far as to say it's natural to prefer that.
well, I don't know how that matters. Like, I have like the rarest eye color in the world, and it doesn't make me that special to me.
So I was actually going to bring something up, right? Why is it
Yes,
that
but
despite being 15% of the population, black people are seen as the ugliest people, right?
yeah, but no. That has. I can. If I may, I don't think African culture gets a lot of exposure outside of the U. Like when you look at Africa, right? Nairobi to Tanzania to all of these different places, they don't actually broadcast globally a strong culture, purchasing power. There's a lot of employment issues, all of this stuff, but they don't broadcast a strong. It's not that there aren't beautiful women. There are beautiful Nairobi women, for instance, as an example. There really are, but it doesn't get broadcast. Like their ability, even infrastructurally, and like they have just a little bit of investment from the Chinese, and that's in like public transport.
So right. That's essentially what I said though, but in saying that like our beauty standards are modeled after a white supremacist, like
yeah, but it's not white super. No, did you hear me? It's that. No, listen, Teo, hear me out, brother. I don't want to. What I just said is a refutation of that, right? What I'm saying is an underdeveloped nation with, like, let's say, not a globally hegemonic culture, which of course I don't believe in to be a hegemon in the near future, but let's say a globally recognizable and adhered to, like something like the UK or Canada, where everyone can recognize, like Sky News, that African presence isn't actually, just as an example, I'm not saying Africa's the only black nation. I understand that. I'm just saying, as an example, Africa doesn't broadcast a strong message this way. You basically have the Americanized version of sub-African culture here. And
I'm so glad I can turn down these dudes' hot mics.
So the beauty,
so
the beauty
fucking loud.
is not to like make it low IQ in here, but it's Cardi B and Nicki Minaj, and it's not like the beautiful women you will see on the streets of somewhere like Nairobi. And I understand this, like,
but that's
Africa's fault. That isn't global. That isn't white supremacy's fault.
But
If you talk, Tayo, if you talk to a day-to-day African, they would say their government doesn't do enough to make the global, actual day-to-day cultural reality of Africa broadcast enough.
Hold on, let's get somebody else in here.
To be fair, wait. To be fair, I don't think anybody would take Africa like seriously, even if they stepped on a fucking global stage.
They have. You're incorrect. No, you're incorrect.
Hold on. We got it. Hold on. And that's it.
Part of
Let's let other people in.
I do want to say something though. Like, it's crazy to me because I'm literally African, right? Like, I'm literally talking to a day-to-day African.
Awesome. Cool. What can I
Oh shit! Nice to meet you, my brother.
May I ask you, without like docs-worthy information, what part of Africa you're from?
I'm from Nigeria.
Okay. Nigeria actually isn't
from Nigeria.
Mr. Doctor.
Scary as shit. And by the way, there's a reason. In America, we're issued travel advisories that say we should not go there under any circumstance. You know that? You do know this, right?
No, not to Nigeria. No.
What's that got to do with the conversation?
Travel advisory level to Nigeria right now.
Wait, what is that?
I believe it's level 2, which means like kidnapping and crime, which doesn't tend to be the actual. I'm digressing here. It doesn't tend to be the actuality of the day-to-day of.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with?
What does that have to do with the conversation, though? You seem to be saying that to imply.
Hey, everybody.
Oh my God.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying. To back up.
Here comes the trouble.
I'm sorry.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey, all. Hey. Do you guys know what we're talking about?
Stop what you're saying about Prime.
COVID on the website.
True.
Arguably one of the worst topics.
Yeah, I don't know which one's better, honestly.
Background.
Can I just say one thing on the just to summarize? I think Africa knows at a domestic level they can do more to make their global cultural presence actually known instead of filtered through this sort of Western lens of like American.
Africa? What the fuck? Africa is consisted of like fucking how many countries?
Okay. All right.
It's not a
Guys,
okay. Cameras on. Cameras on. We need some cameras on. So if you're here, come on. Let's get some cameras on. Help with the channel. When you have your camera on, you're waiting on some more cameras to get on.
I got 2 cameras now, Prime, so I can have 1 camera and 2 cameras on. I'm all fancy and shit. Are you proud of me? Come on, just give me a high five.
I wear a COVID mask. Is that okay?
Yeah,
shit.
sure,
It's
whatever.
Pisco.
Whoa! I'm happy to see him.
Thank God.
What's up, Pisco?
What up?
My man.
I'm here for a little bit.
Come on, give me a high five.
Hey, buddy.
So the better topic that we're on, Brian, before you got in here, is Lookism.
I'm happy to see him.
Thank God.
And we were kind of going deep into what it is and why it is.
What is it?
Lookism. Lookism is what they call it when you don't want to have sex with ugly people.
No. Doobie's just fucking it up, right? It means, right? It's essentially discrimination, right, and biases like we attach to beautiful people and ugly people. Right?
I want to talk about post-birth abortion.
They call it when you don't want to have sex with
No. I mean, as an ugly person, this conversation is very dear to me. So I think we should continue on this.
Yeah, we did kind of touch on this the other night with Pretty Privilege. So
yeah, it's essentially an offshoot of like.
Sorry about that.
There is a form of lookism that men actually do experience all the time, and that's like heightism, right? Like,
I'm okay with that one.
I'm okay with that one. I'm a short person. I'm okay with that one.
No. These girls need to lower their standards for fighting and like lookism that okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you hear that, ladies? We can't all be 5'8".
Yeah, some people, we can't all be 6 feet, right? And just lower that a couple inches, and I'm good with that.
You know, I for one don't think women should have to lower their standards on height. You know, I think it's perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, you think we should just grow genetically and get
I
like
think women.
You know, I think if you're not at least 6'2", I think I think women's standards are too low. I mean, they treat everyone over 6 foot as equal, but like people who are 6'1" are like midgets. So like,
yeah, it's like 6'2" should be the standard.
Exactly, 6'3" should be the standard.
I want to see how long those frog legs are that I'm going to eat tonight.
No, setting 6'2" as a standard is actually racist, right? I just got to say that.
Why is it racist?
Because on average, black people are shorter and stockier.
I don't know if that's true.
I don't think that's true.
No, I'd like to see a source on that.
Whoa! I had a friend.
They used to say that about Asian people, but like specifically in China. But like Jesus, the basketball players now, like I think we all kind of evolve interracially and shit.
About the 1% of the 1% of people. Yeah, like if you're using basketball players to judge a whole entire population.
I know that's horrible. I'm sorry. That was horribly. I'm canceled. I'm fired. Forget that shit.
Cancel this man.
I'm shutting my stream down.
Have you guys ever noticed that 50% of people are shorter than average? Like that's crazy.
What?
Wait, so do you guys think there's a...
That's not how that works. That's actually not how that works.
I'll need to see the bell curve on that.
They weren't watching the...
We was talking about Lookism. How we get that? Wait, if we was talking about Lookism, how the hell we get to Africa?
Well, I think RV was presenting the idea that the reason that African Americans are considered the least attractive race in the United States is because they're Africa, like the continent, the nations of the continent, isn't projecting itself well enough on the world stage.
Right, and that was not, and to be clear, that was not in the context of saying like, oh, they're piss poor or anything. There just simply isn't funding. It was an economic discussion fundamentally, because I was actually the last thing I said fundamentally was they have a little bit of Chinese infrastructural investment. You can see there's new railways there that are Chinese investment. There are new shopping malls that are Chinese investment. But the issue is that like if you were to go to Nairobi and meet a rapper there, he has a YouTube, he has like 6,000 subs at best, and that's considered incredible. And so this is me speaking in plain language. And if these things were elevated more, you wouldn't have to rely on like Western filtration. Like, and I'm just saying this seriously as like just someone who believes nations should be proud. Nations should be proud. That if these things were broadcast more and there was more money available, you have to understand this teeters into purchasing power of people in Africa. It has to do with investment in Africa. It has to do with reluctance to invest in Africa. China is seen in Africa, you could say, working class day-to-day peoples as like that's where you're going to get the nicer end of investment right now. And I was just saying that, the actual culture, not Chicago. I'm not saying Chicago isn't representative of some form of relative African-American experience, but that's why true African culture. If you look at an artist,
what
the fuck are we talking about?
If you look at an artist like Kanon, if you look at an artist like Akon, stop.
What are you talking about?
Well, I don't.
One second.
Well, I think I've made my point pretty clear.
Okay. All right. I don't know what this is. So.
What is?
I don't.
I beg you. Can I say something in regards to that? And you can just go to COVID, right? Like we talk about boring shit, right?
Hold on, excuse me. What the fuck? Do you not want to be here? Because you can not be here. The fuck? Get the fuck out of here. Fuck. Anyway,
Damn.
Fuck off. Who the fuck is that guy? I have no idea who that guy is. Any which way, moving on. So, talking about COVID, talking about living with COVID and what that will look like in the future. Pisco, thank you for joining us. It's such a rare treat to have you, buddy.
I'm glad to have you here as well, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to be here. Limited time because I have to wake up tomorrow for work, but it's good to be back. I like this panel's a little bit of, believe it or not, new normalcy. If we're talking about COVID new normal, to be on the panel, even if it's just for a little bit, is normal for me now. So.
Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking cry. That was actually so cute. That was adorable.
I'm so proud of our buddy Pisco. Like his work is, he's doing the law firm thing. All right, I'm really proud of you, buddy. The dream is happening. We're just waiting on the results of that test, and be a full-blown lawyer soon enough.
Although apparently it's going to take like months to be admitted to the bar, and so I actually can't call myself an attorney until.
Yeah, but we can call you an attorney.
We could, exactly.
That's what counts. We can call you a legal professional. How about that?
Yeah,
professional. That is true.
When I speak of you, I say my lawyer friend. Okay, I don't use technicality.
Sorry to digress.
Public opinion.
Hunter S. Thompson had a lawyer.
I think we can just refer to you as Your Honor at this point.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, Judge,
I got Judge Peace Code.
Judge Pisco. Sorry to take away from that.
Hey, there's the frogs. I'm going to eat them frog legs and those wings tonight, baby. They're looking mighty scrumptious.
Oh my god, this delicious scrumptious look. I don't know. Those look not scrumptious at all, actually. Let me tell you that. Those are some fucking bones. Like, I don't even know.
Why are you guys...
So
are those like the edible...
off of airplanes? Just in terms of
if this were a workplace, that would be like a what we'd call a red light level sexual harassment.
I guess lucky for me, this isn't a workplace, right?
You live in a swamp. You're a frog. What are you talking about?
Okay. All right. Moving on. All right. So we're talking about COVID. We're talking about at some point, when do these restrictions end? And we were talking about groups who are encouraging people to leave ICUs. We're doing a wide range of things here. So let's break this down. One, what does the new normal look like? Like, do you think foresee masks to be part of the new normal, or social distancing to be part of the new normal? And when do you think, at least in the States, and maybe some other, if you're from somewhere else, talk about your country, right? When do you think we will reach some sort of equilibrium? Because at some point there are people who aren't. They're just not going to get vaccinated, and that's just there is going to be a stubborn few who aren't going to do that.
I think within 2 years.
If I may, I have a little bit of insight into this, but I don't have to go immediately. Nova, if you'd like to go first, please do.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to, and this is obviously based off of anecdotal evidence, so maybe I'm going off of it differently. In Canada, they're basically protesting hospitals, so they're blocking the ability to get to emergency rooms based off of the idea that if you are vaccinated, you're against the system. So I don't know if that adds or detracts from it, but definitely go on from there. It seems like if you're going to be that active as an anti-vaxxer, then you're doing harm.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I just wanted to expand a little bit and say that it seems right now that even in places like, for instance, I'm in what you'd say the Bay Area is, the tech-oriented Bay Area, very close to Palo Alto, Mountain View, right near the bridge. If you know what bridge I'm talking about, then you know where you pass through to go from Oakland back to Palo Alto. You know this area, etc. Right? I see Captain A. Jones understanding what I'm saying. Out here, it's largely rhetorical, and I don't know if he agrees, but in my area, which is, you could argue, middle upper class, I wouldn't say upper class, I wouldn't say that, I'd say middle upper class, considering the median income in the county. $4.50 a square foot type of thing. It's every business, like the cashiers at most businesses are not wearing masks. It's up to you if you want to wear the mask, despite it being posted, right? So despite it being posted, people are basically left up to their own devices. That isn't to say that, let's say, anecdotally, down the day-to-day, and I do interact day-to-day, I run a business, so, I'm in the community regularly. You'd say, like, maybe 2 out of 3 people are adhering to it, but the staff, it's a hit or miss, like 1 and 2, and it seems to be, hey, if you feel you need a mask, wear a mask. If you feel you don't, you don't. Could be that people are societally aware of, well, maybe you're immunized, and they're sort of taking the route of, well, if they're immunized, and, you know, there's a lot to be had there. But at least I can say,
Wearing a
very blue
condom.
area, being a Republican in a very blue area, I'm surprised to see there's a lot of basically social disobedience. They're just basically saying, well, you know, I'm not worried about it. And the people who are choosing to either wear the masks, gloves. You'll see some older ladies wearing the visors with the mask, with the disposable gloves. We're going above and beyond. It varies. So all I'm saying is I haven't seen police or anything like that come down on someone for entering a business without their mask. I don't wear a mask. When I go to a lot of the businesses to shop, the businesses, don't care. It is posted though, so that's maybe.
What's your point in all this?
Well,
what's the point? What's the thesis?
He said that he's always said with the new normal, right? So I think the new normal looks something like a lot of bureaucratic formality to say these are the rules, and then on the ground it's going to be a little different.
Yep. Could I offer a solution just off of my own idea with what happens with this? And then, sorry, I'm talking and no one's talking, so I'll just offer the solution. Essentially, I would love to see businesses state that they are either pro or anti-vaccine on their door. Like, basically, the thing is on the front door, you state your opinion on either pro or anti, and then you let capitalism.
Hold up. What do you mean your opinion? Do you mean like whether or not you recommend it? Like, what do you mean your opinion? Like, they can't.
Yeah, because like a business is just kind of like a bunch of people, you know.
A business stating, so let's just say like a restaurant for our example. On the restaurant themselves, like the front door, in terms of entering it, states that we have ID'd people because in Canada we're vaccinating and we're also indicating ID off of it, which is like a little too far. But if the business just states on the front door, we are IDing people based off of their vaccine, or we are not.
So in San Francisco, we're actually doing that.
We're doing that in New York City too.
Oh, nice. If you want, and it's super fucking easy and like not a big fucking deal.
Vaccine card ID.
Exactly, vaccine card ID, and you know what? It's their fucking business, and I feel fucking safer as a customer.
Can that be a COVID solution?
Can I ask why that's too far, though? Why do you think that's like too far to provide some sort of indication that you've been vaccinated on your ID?
There's an awesome alternative.
Well, I'm asking why that's too far, though, because there's a difference between awesome alternatives and being too far.
There's a viable alternative that's just as effective. So the reason is because of either invasiveness or personal freedom or personal choice.
What personal freedom or wait. Please. What personal choice or freedom?
The alternative. Don't talk about freedom and choice.
Oh
talk about the alternative. Talk about the alternative first. We don't care about what you have to say about freedom and autonomy.
So there's a rapid test available. If you work for a county, federal, or state government, as I do, doing Section 503, when I have to enter a certain type of work site, I have a choice, right? I can either produce proof that I have the vaccine card and my identification. I have to anyway, because you get a certain ID for certain, campuses, but or I can opt to take a rapid test, which is basically a nasal swab that they put in a vial. You sit there in the office for about 10 to 15 minutes. It gives a color response, and it tells you if you are infected or have been recently infected with corona. So
it's not a viable alternative to.
That's not going to work for like restaurants, right?
Just to be clear, right now, and actually I just did this the other night. I had to answer to an emergency at the Facebook campus. There was an emergency at like 2:30 a.m. and that's exactly what I had to do with the security, because there actually wasn't even an on-staff not nurses, they're below an RN that do it. The security guy had rapid tests, had to do one really quickly just because this is the bureaucracy at play, and this is the alternative. You can take a test and they can verify that you're not.
It's not a good alternative.
Number one, that's not a good alternative. That's like way more invasive than a business just saying, "Hey, we hold this specific stance." Your freedoms are not being like heard or restricted when a business exercises.
Well, don't let them talk. Let's not get there.
Number two. I was literally about to get to that.
Please go.
I was literally about to get to that. This is not a viable alternative to like what we were talking about here. You haven't demonstrated why that's a better alternative.
Don't get him talking on civil liberties yet. First, address it clinically. I mean, what is most effective?
I'm not going to let him get away with that either. If he's going to pull up some bullshit about his freedoms are being violated when that's not true.
All right, listen. If
Let him respond.
in a stream for you to behave like this, Avatar, it's disgusting.
Don't cry about it. What's wrong with you?
This is disgusting
This is what
behavior.
Okay, hold on, everybody.
Disgusting behavior.
Everyone shut up.
Let's let him answer one set of.
Let's do
It's got to
this
be one
shit.
set of questions at a time. One set of questions.
Okay, so why is it in your clinical opinion, sir? Why is it just as effective?
Clinical opinion.
Okay, about your regular opinion.
Then why are you going off and saying we have a viable alternative that's just as effective and it's the rapid test?
Well, wait.
Did you not say that?
Wait. Do you not trust these firms to employ people to come up with alternatives that?
Are you going to answer my question? Did you or did you not say that it was a viable, just as good alternative to use rapid testing?
No, what you're saying necessitates that Facebook would hire people that would bring about tests that wouldn't make the area safe.
The burden of proof is not on him to do anything. The burden of proof is on you to demonstrate that this is a viable alternative.
Can you answer the question? So, did you or did you not say that?
Did I or did I not say that it's a viable alternative? Isn't it an alternative?
Just as effective, you said. It's just as effective. Didn't you say it was just as effective?
Okay, it was just as effective.
Okay, I'm sorry. If you're holding me on a technical, on just as
on
effective,
a technical, well, the level of effectiveness is everything we're talking about, right?
However, excuse me.
You're excused.
However, there is a way to test people when they enter a premises that doesn't involve them producing a vaccine card. And it seems to be effective. Why I ask you why?
Is it as effective?
I ask you why. Okay, so let me ask you this: why would billion-dollar corporations that are concerned about coronavirus then use this test? Why?
I mean, it's a silly question to ask. It's a silly question to ask, but I'll answer it.
Kaiser Permanente employs this test for
it's a silly question to ask, but I'll answer it.
Hold it, bro. Last piece, Kaiser Permanente, the Kaiser Foundation, across all of its hospitals. This is also an alternative way of checking in as, say, a nurse or a doctor. You don't have to produce a vaccine card. You have to either produce a vaccine card or go for the rapid nasal swab. I don't think Kaiser would use this unless it was somewhat or pretty decently or comparably effective. They're medical professionals. Do you think they would? Do you think they use a very, very ineffective solution?
I mean, you must think I'm a moron because the obvious answer to this question is, of course, having testing is better than not testing. And that's what it's being compared to. And unfortunately, we have a set of morons in this who are actual legitimate morons who don't get the vaccination. And if you think
wait a minute, I'm not gonna let you get away with that.
Oh, no?
Okay,
please let him.
I'm not gonna let him get away. No, I'm not gonna let him get away with calling 55% of the black community morons. No, I'm not gonna let you get away with that. 55% of the black community, it's unvaccinated.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna let you get away with it.
If you don't get a signal harder.
I'm not gonna let you get away with it.
Why does it matter the race? Why does it matter the race if they're not getting vaccinated and they're killing people because they're doing so?
It's gotta be one at a time.
It is disgusting to me that
I've got a
you would.
question.
It's not disgusting. You're the one calling black people. You're the one.
One time. Pisco, continue what you're saying. You're saying
regardless of race, the opinion that the vaccine is dangerous. This is a race-neutral opinion. I mean, you telling me that there's a
you said that. You said that. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish.
I said people who don't take vaccines, insert here asterisk, unless there's a viable reason, such as you have you're immunocompromised or something like that. There are.
What I said. Why are you doing that?
I'm not at all re-summarizing what you said. I'm trying to.
You are.
Saying what he's saying in terms of who are idiots of the vaccine. Calm down, Nezzy.
We're not talking about your substantive opinion. I'm defending my position that a position against vaccines on the merits that they're unsafe is a moronic position. And at least in terms of viewing the vaccine in this way, you would be a moron in the context of the vaccine, regardless of race. So whatever you just try to do, Lucas, and say that I'm a racist,
I'm not calling you a racist. I'm not calling you a racist.
Disgusting.
I'm not calling you a racist. I haven't called you a racist.
Cover.
I didn't call you a racist. Don't put in words in my words.
It's ignorant to think that it's moronic to be distrustful of these vaccines.
to assume that minority.
Okay, so you're a skeptic of vaccine.
May I,
Yeah.
Lucas? No, stop.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, so he's anti-science. Okay.
Mr. Barr, it's okay. Listen to me very carefully. Has the government ever been deceptive through its?
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
This is baby's first conspiracy. Baby's first conspiracy. Welcome to online politics.
There's a lot of.
Has the government ever been deceptive?
I have a question.
Ever in the history of the world?
Wait, I have
I mean,
another
you
question.
can laugh about it, but it's true.
All right.
Hold on. No, hold on. That's not being said in this
Like,
point.
have conspiracy theorists ever fake people or said they're wrong before?
The government lies all the time, bro.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Kobe, and then we'll do Nova.
The idea that Reznevi, the idea that he can say, like, well, don't you trust the firms to test all their customers for 15 minutes?
I don't trust the firms either.
And now you're saying
corporations would lie to us, dude.
And now you're like bringing up the idea of like the government. Like, completely. The idea.
Ignore that. I don't trust the firms either. I don't trust the firms either. I don't trust the firms.
Can we do this a bit better?
So we trust no one.
I would love to do this better.
Anarchy, I guess.
Yeah, I'm an anarchist. I am an anarchist.
Okay.
There's a reason.
I got a better question.
Darwin was right about one thing.
One at a time. Nova, go ahead, and then Doobie, you got your hand up.
Can I go after?
Sure,
so
okay.
The better question right now is basically, are we accepting that a 15-minute test is suitable in business? If we accept that this test is going to be cheap and accessible to anyone. Like basically you go into a restaurant. But like, are we gonna accept that in a restaurant though? Like that, like basically, like someone who's going into a.
Why do you trust them? You're such a smart skeptic. You're such a smart skeptic. You're such an intellectual. Why do you trust the corporations at face value? If you're so skeptical, you're such an intellectual. I mean, but you're taking them at face value.
A medically sterile environment accepts it as a way to clear into their.
That's
facility.
weird, and I guess the CDC, which it has opinions on medicine, as well as the whole of our government structure, whether it's state governments or federal governments, are all recommending vaccines. You think that they have, but they have the incentive to lie, not.
Hold on.
Pisco, like private medical firms have never lied ever.
There's videos all over the place of this happening. There's videos all over this place of medical facilities letting nurses go for not getting vaccinated. They're all over the place. It's happening right now. And you know what? If you think Kaiser Permanente is going to continue doing that, that is such a flawed idea because every hospital is letting people go for that shit.
Sure, he's right. Sure. Like, I mean, it makes sense, right?
People are doing rapid testing upon entry to their.
It makes sense. Kaiser Permanente.
Oh, wait, do you think that they might be doing that maybe because there's a bunch of variants out there and they're trying to catch it early because it does take time?
No. Can't imagine that could be a reason, though.
For possible.
Preposterous, really.
For possible.
Excuse me, you're asking rhetorical questions and I have actual answers and it sucks. Now I have to explain. There's a lot of.
You haven't had any answers.
Bro, excuse me.
Well, let him talk. Let him talk.
So your chuckle and your proclamation that I haven't had answers, you think that's good enough?
Well, you've had answers. They're just like insanely
stupid.
Shitty answers.
You guys don't let people speak.
Wait.
There's like
piling on everyone.
Okay. 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 All right.
You do.
Look. We got. I think we have two people. Everyone.
The fact that testing exists is some great insight into the.
Calm down. Everyone, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up now. Thank you. Great. Everyone, home.
Prime is talking. Shut up.
Talking. Thank you. Great. So we got to do this one at a time. Like we got a lot of people. We're very passionate. Love to see it, right? But we have more people on one side than another. There's a clear imbalance. If people can't get a chance to talk, then this is not going to work. All right. So Ravezi, respond quickly, and then I want to go to Doobie and then Savitar. All right.
No.
And then Kobe.
I cede my time to Doobie to pick it up. I need to.
Okay. Doobie, Savitar, Kobe.
So I just want to point out how interesting it is that Pisco becomes a lawyer and immediately becomes a racist. Like that. This is what's wrong with the criminal justice system in this country. Secondly. I think it's what RV is asking is actually a really interesting question. So if we're talking about requiring vaccine cards to get into hospitals, for example, I think some hospitals are requiring this now for visitation. That's going to affect like over half the African American population in this country. They have a sick parent, sick loved one. They won't be able to get into the hospital.
Which is why the rapid testing is offered as
hot take. Get vaccinated.
Wait, stop. Okay, the fuck was that?
Chimping out.
Please, you gotta stop drinking on kids. On stream. It's really bad for your kids. Sorry, dude. Wait, really quickly. No, it's really quick.
I feel bad for you.
So I think that's what he's talking. That's what he's referring to, right? And I think that whether or not you think vaccines are stupid or they're necessary, I think they're necessary. It is something that we need to contend with as a nation, right?
No, it's a neutral law of general applicability. It makes total sense. These are rules. Listen, I was just fighting the contention that rapid testing is somehow an adequate replacement for vaccines in the main as a clinical matter. I'm glad that we've abandoned that sort of line of dialogue and we've moved past that, and we've all acknowledged that vaccines are absolutely more effective to stop the spread of this disease than testing by itself.
But can we accept 15 minutes though? Like, let's just say that in RV's example,
regardless if it's 15 minutes, if it's 1 minute, if it's 30 seconds, if it's instant.
It's a neoliberal in prose.
What do you mean it's neo? What about this is neoliberal?
Stop. I'm going to
explain how neoliberal it is.
Yes, I want to. Yes, I want him to explain
why.
Keep talking about neoliberalism, please.
Why is this neoliberal, RV?
No. I want you to finish.
Explain why is it neoliberal? You just said it was neoliberal.
I want you to
explain how it's neoliberal.
I will when you finish.
Do it right now. No, I finished my statement.
Finish your point.
I finished my statement. It's a neutral law of general applicability. Anybody.
Yeah, but it's going to go to the what?
What are you talking about? It's going to go to the
what?
What?
Am I talking about? You don't think it's going to
wait? But so wait, hold on. But
complete dodge.
Wait, but Pisco, those are that Pisco.
Why is this neoliberal? I'm not letting him dodge this. Why is my position neoliberal?
The neoliberal thing. Who cares?
No. I'm not.
He heard it on a podcast.
I want an answer from him.
Respond to Jimmy about something.
I want an answer from him. Why is it neoliberal?
Hey, my child is
Can we get an answer?
Your fucking rhetorical. It's my practical. And guess what? My child had COVID, motherfucker. So don't tell me shit, doobie. You want to come at me about my kid? Fuck you.
Okay. All right. I actually want to know why is this people throw around the word neoliberal all the time? I've done it myself. But like,
well, no, I want him to.
Yeah, I know. So why do you think that was a neoliberal statement?
I want to go next. Sorry.
I think that the interpretation of the underlying Supreme Court decisions that lead it to be practicalized that we can mandate vaccines or postulate that vaccines are a superior mechanism for society, the legal undergirdment is not going to apply ultimately, basically because of the nature of an endemic versus a pandemic disease. So the digression was that
what the fuck are you talking about?
You didn't answer.
Let him finish.
I'm sorry if you can't follow, bro.
That's the problem.
It's not surprising. Oh yeah, you're following clearly.
Pisco, let him dig his own grave.
No one's following, buddy.
Pisco, let him finish.
I'm pro RV in this particular thing.
Revezi,
the third time you've declared something without any undergirdment. You're a fucking idiot.
I mean, I agree with him. So
like the Supreme Court and the undergirding of the law and the.
Okay.
What is
neoliberal?
Pisco now is about to pass the bar, and now he's like being a dick to everyone. This is hilarious.
You guys are anti-vaxxers.
I'm not an anti-vaxxer.
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
I'm not an anti-vaxxer. You can call people.
Fuck you, dude.
Okay, we got it. All right. So, Cope, you have a direct question to him. Then I want to go to sabotage. We wouldn't be patient. And then problematic ban.
Anybody that knows me knows I know nothing about politics or political ideology, so I've never heard this word neoliberal until tonight. I'm Googling it, and it says neoliberal is a contemporarily used to refer to market-oriented reforms to social ills. Kind of like if we had I'm just hypothetical. Like, imagine there's like a...
Are you a destiny? Do you understand what destiny is?
No, stop. The government mandating a vaccine is not a market solution to a social problem. A market solution to a social problem, hypothetically, would be like if we said the firms should test people before they go into the business.
But that would be a liberal thing. That's not what real.
Now, hold on. Okay,
I'm not even saying that this position.
What is
wait? Let me just say something.
Hold on. So, okay,
he's going to try to distance himself from the neoliberal point because he knows.
I was going to say, Arvi, you totally, obviously, do not understand neoliberalism. You are literally advocating. Your argument is that Purdue. I'm going to, dude. Honestly, I'm a moderator here. I throw my dick around. I will fucking mute you. Do not interrupt me.
Okay, one at a time. Hold on. Let's everyone.
Exactly.
Everyone.
100%.
Holy shit! Shut the fuck up. I will throw my dick around. Okay, one at a time. And then you can respond, right? So Kobe finish, and then Rev. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what's your name.
I'll raise my hand too if you don't mind.
RV, okay,
Thank
RV.
you for the raid,
and then Lucas,
Hell
you guys are both on. I know, I'm guys.
I'm not an
responding to Kobe.
I'm not an
anti-Devin, thank you for the follow.
That's even
Did you
worse.
guys know
Okay,
I do dads for
shut
follows?
up.
I talk about politics.
And then RV,
I'm on panels and piss
I'm
people
pro
off.
RV too.
Shut up.
I fucking
For sure.
smoke weed.
I just gotta say, like,
and
if
I
you're
talk
listening to this
about
conversation
cannabis,
and you see a person saying that,
talk
well,
about wine,
Purdue Pharma, a
and
mega
if people
corporation,
drop
does something, it
recipes
must
in
be
my
good,
Discord,
and then he's throwing the word
my
neoliberal
ass
around
will
and
cook
can't even
those
describe it.
recipes
I can't even, like,
IRL
it's
on
an
stream.
inarticulate. I gotta say.
Shut.
You can't. I
Everybody
promise you, you
follow
can't,
no
dude. I know the
leftists.
reason you
That's a
literally,
false
you literally, you
characterization. You're
honestly gave like a, what's it called, like a Shaggy Dog story where you just talk about random shit to get people off the point. We're like, well, the underlining law of the Supreme Court, the political, absolute ridiculousness. I'm sorry. I would actually love so much, Lucas. What do you think?
True leftist.
There was an early 1900s decision that led to
That's
the
love right there, man. That's love from the left. I love the love from the left.
Well, I'm not a legal professional. You are. Thank you. But of what undergirds the predicate that he's basically been describing, which is that this is the solution. I think the new normal looks more like civil disobedience mixed with some people exercising.
Damn, I feel like I'm getting all the love. You guys
I haven't even
awesome.
advocated for a vaccine mandate here.
Hold on, really quickly. It wasn't just a bunch of people screaming at me because they think they know what I know. It's really weird.
What does Jacobson have to do with neoliberalism? What does Jacobson have to do with neoliberalism?
Well, I think that you're not understanding the types of entities
clearly I'm
that
not.
it's I don't think you're understanding the types of entities that it's benefiting to take up the predication that you are. I think
The
it's
predication?
I think it's.
What do you mean by the predication that I am?
I don't think this guy knows the
Okay.
words he's using.
Okay. All right.
You're not making any sense.
Lucas.
How dare you ask me clarifying questions?
Lucas, did you want to respond, and then we'll go to Savitar?
It's a hard knock.
Yeah, so I mean,
the literacy level here is unbelievable.
The literacy level? Look, we haven't even read a case. You want to lecture me about Jacobson and his connection to neoliberalism?
Lucas, did you have a response? Everyone, shut up. Lucas, did you have a response to Kobe? If not, then we're just going to go to Savitar.
No, yeah. So neoliberalism is It's generally it's a term that it's thrown around.
Oh my god.
Can I talk, please? God damn it. So neoliberalism is a term that is thrown around a lot. It generally refers to people that quote-unquote prefer free market economics, but in reality it's for people that tend to side with the corporations and tend to favor trickle-down economics and stuff like that.
Fucking dumbass.
Like for example, like basing your vaccine policy off of what Purdue Pharma does, right? Or sorry, what's it called?
Pfizer
Permanente.
death in the streets in one of the debates.
That's a weird version of neoliberalism.
This is how is that a weird definition of neoliberalism? That's what it is.
You think it only solely relies upon like the market and stuff like that? It doesn't have this concept of like fundamental human rights, like natural rights or anything like that?
I'm talking about the term when it's being thrown around in political discourse.
Politically, yeah, no, but
politically
speaking,
neoliberalism represents a lot of the American philosophy on both the left and the right. There is neoliberalism and neoconservatism. Neoconservatism is born of neoliberalism.
Stop. Jason, what do you think neoconservatism is? Explain that to me. What is that?
It's the social ideas of the liberal elite back in the fucking shit. I'm choking. Back in the beginning of our country, right? When we were trying to socially liberalize, right? Economically, we're conservative. That's not
it.
Can someone ask me?
That's what that was.
Definitions?
Who cares? Wait, who?
I kind of mean like this is kind of the point I'm trying to use.
I agree. Who cares? It's literally orange peel.
Shut up. It's born and bred of it. You know it and I know it
No.
too.
No. I'm going to actually.
They're born and bred of one another.
No.
They're one and the same.
I'll answer the question. Neocon is what liberals, leftists, and some types of moderate conservatives call people who are like your Bush era conservatives. Neoliberal is what anybody who supports the Democratic Party gets called by leftists and by people who are on the far. That's the actual. It is literally. It is. These terms, neoliberal, is the equivalent.
So Lucas, you would agree that my position is not quote unquote neoliberal.
No, neoliberals are neoconservatives are neoliberals. That's what my point was.
Okay, all right, sure. Let's go to Savitar and Doobie.
Okay, so that was just like a bunch of fucking nonsense gibberish. But anyway, moving back to the original topic of the conversation about whether or not the tests are a better alternative to vaccines, it seems to be the case that it's not. Now, RV left because he can't defend his position on Jacobson versus Massachusetts, since he clearly didn't understand or know that that shit has been upheld in 2020, if not 2021, if I'm remembering correctly. So it's not just a 1900-year-old or 100-year-old case with a new normal. That's just not true. Another talking point coming from anti-vaxxers. But we can move on to like a major point about whether or not this is like about the alternatives here. I don't think that like a 15-minute test where a given restaurant or a given private company swabs the inside of your nose, mouth, or whatever else, and then you have to wait 15 minutes for a test. I don't think every single company in the United States can be equipped with that kind of stuff.
And that's also why I didn't posit a position of vaccine mandates. I don't know it's the best solution. What we were talking about was the context of businesses choosing by themselves to mandate vaccines, which I hope that every free-minded libertarian on this panel would be in favor of the rights of private enterprise to decide for themselves what is the most effective and not effective.
If you reject the passport, like basically just stating that I am going to be a free business, I don't care if you are vaccinated or not. If there's a mandate to the 15-minute test, if we accept RV's premise that 15 minutes is the actual thing for getting tested, I don't see that as like a bad
Well, I don't accept
scenario.
the premise, and that's, I mean, yes, if I accepted the premise that it was just as effective and as a viable alternative, then I suppose I would have to accept that that would be a good solution to have. But I just don't accept the premise, and he hasn't shown any.
Well, it's also like what is the purpose of these mandates, and what is the purpose of the testing? It's to like reduce the spread of COVID.
And the vaccine's the best thing to do that anyway. And what's more, I think, hurtful about these arguments is that really they're taking up a lot of oxygen. And this should have been already like decided already. And we should all be promoting vaccine usage as the best. And this will be my last thing because I have to go after this. As the best strategy for reducing the spread of this disease. And we're still having these conversations about trying to do anything but put the vaccine in our bodies. And it's really depressing, frankly, for where we are as a country. And
you think a country that believes in the literal flood of Noah is going to accept basic science on vaccines, dude?
Okay.
On that note, thank you guys for the conversation. It tickled the itch I needed.
Why? Thanks, Pisco. Welcome to Canada.
On the racial thing.
Welcome to
Canada. The racial thing?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to because I think that's a really interesting point. So you said that this is a generally applicable law.
Policy or rule or law. Yeah. It doesn't have to be a law. I said law because that's the legal term.
Yeah,
but
I understand.
These things are race neutral and they're not race targeting.
Yes.
Wait, are you really bringing the colorblind argument?
No, please. No, argument. You would need to.
Let me. Doobie.
So the reason that's interesting to me, and actually I agree with you, Pisco, but the reason it's interesting to me is that in a lot of typically
I can square it.
And in leftist space, right, disparate impact is used as evidence of like discrimination or racism. Yeah. So if this policy did have a disparate impact, right, and the types of groups that it was affecting minority groups more than white people, for example, do you think it'd be fair to because even if the intention of a rule isn't racist or discriminatory, right? If there is a disparate impact, you can make a claim that that in effect is discriminatory. Right? So why couldn't they make the same arguments about this?
The answer to that question is legally, and then we'll get into broader policy reasons. Legally, it's not enough to show disparate impact. You have to show disparate impact and disparate and discriminatory intent. And so that's why a lot of these laws, which are facially neutral with respect to race, are ultimately maintained because you need to have some significant amount of evidence to show that this was in fact intentionally racist. That's also why a lot of the disparate enforcement claims, a lot of police departments, right, that have huge amounts of enforcement for crimes against black people as opposed to white people for the same crime. Assuming that their usage rates are the same, or assuming that the crime rate is the same, or accounting for those factors, those claims aren't successful because it's really, really hard to prove intentional racism. In the North Carolina case, we have evidence of like legitimately legislatures talking to try to produce racially non-neutral outcomes. And so the answer to your question is, I think that it matters what the intention is of who's passing this law. And in the case of voter ID, it seems pretty clear what those intentions are. In the case of mandatory vaccinations, I don't see this as a policy that targets for negative treatment
So I'm only aware of this specific, like disparate impact discrimination when it comes to employment, right? Because I have to read up on that. I actually just finished my continuing education on like these topics like 2 weeks ago. And the course that I did, right, to brush up on this stuff, it laid out that they actually don't need to prove intention. There doesn't need to be intention if they can prove that
you guys really do understand
impact
that
on
neoliberals
class is a disparate. There's like a disparate impact.
Neoliberals and neoconservatives are the same.
Right, so one is equal protection claims. Which I was talking about equal protection claims, which is what we were talking about for voter ID. So that's what the context I saw. In the context of
the root of that, which comes from
employment discrimination, often there's a burden shifting framework where first the person who's bringing the claim brings forth a prima facie case to establish the elements. Then the employer has an opportunity to rebut that case with another alternative, a non-discriminatory alternative, and then ultimately there's this totality of circumstances test where we're just judging based oftentimes on circumstantial evidence what the intent was. But you're trying to get to intent. You were fired on account of race. You were fired on account of gender. That's what you're getting at. And if you were fired not on account of race, let's say you were fired because you were a bad employee, but you think it's all getting down to intent. What was the basis of your firing? And so no, I would say that what's that?
I think you guys are just going down like a rabbit hole when we're talking about a policy that would whether or not it would negatively affect the African American community. I think
precisely.
I think it's really easy. Wait, Pisco. We could have your policy exactly the same, and we just provide the caveat that the various governments, whether the state government, local government, or federal government, has to also provide a campaign led by Black leaders or the Black Caucus to vaccinate and or just immunize. Yeah, just vaccinate the Black community.
But it's important to address it on the merits because that's not going to be satisfying enough to people who assume that we don't have those extra policies, and it really just is the one policy. You have to explain why. They're different in these cases. Why are you in favor of ID for vaccines, but you're not in favor of ID for voting? Right?
Exactly.
Those are things that you.
That's a horrible extrapolation. There are different reasons why.
That's why I think it's important to have a full-throated.
Okay, yeah, sure.
On the merits and say, well, the reason why ID is required in vaccine context is because it's a high injury threshold, right? With the pandemic is a huge amount of damage for not being vaccinated, and we don't see the same rates of fraudulent votings, which would require the voter ID in the context of voting. And
not only that,
go ahead.
But aren't we also forgetting the history of voter ID laws in the United States, like the famous North Carolina?
Is the purpose, right? And that's what I was getting at with these in the context of these policies that have racially disparate effects. The purpose behind the laws also matters. And the purpose with the vaccine policies is not to discriminate against Black people. The purpose of the voter ID laws, oftentimes, I think, is explicitly to prevent people of color reaching the polling stations. And that's oftentimes their stated or unstated goals. And that would differentiate the policies as well. Even though they're both coming from this facially neutral argument that you think they would be the same, I think they're actually very different.
I know this is a random question, and there are some other people on. So like Lucas, and then Pan, Lucas, and Kobe. But I just have a question: what if there was a law that was intended to be racially disparate,
but wasn't?
Right? Yeah, but wasn't. They utterly failed at it.
I think that oftentimes, if your law is intended to be racist. That typically, from my understanding, I'm not a lawyer. That's a facially non-neutral. That's a facially struck down law. Which is funny because you could argue that a lot of our laws were intended to be racist but failed. I'm thinking of the Immigration Act of 1965, the Hart-Celler Act. Was very much intended to preserve Europeans' bloodlines and immigration patterns, but it just failed epically at that and just encouraged non-European immigration through the family relation things, which builds communities. So it's a hard question to grapple with, but very often the racial intent is enough, even if you don't even have the outcomes yet of the law. The law was never even put into effect, but we just know it was motivated by racist ideology or racist thought. That's going to get struck down sometimes, right? Depending on a lot of other factors as well.
And Lucas, Kobe.
Yeah, so I mean, Lucas. And Lucas. I'm sorry. I thought you said N. I'm sorry.
You're good, man. Let's see. Yeah, I just wanted to say that I don't know why we're talking this as if it's an alternative instead of like a supplement, right? Like if we let businesses choose, which they do, and if some businesses decide, hey, well, you can either have the vaccine card or you can have the or you could have the testing thing. Like I don't see why that's inherently a bad thing. I don't know why we need to talk about these as alternatives rather than supplements. If the data shows that it does help stop spreading the virus, even if it's not as much, if the spreading slows down enough for it to be, to be worthwhile, I don't see a problem with that. So I mean, the guy
we're comparing them because he made the claim.
I know. I mean, he's not here anymore, right? But like, I don't think calling it an alternative. I mean, I think it's a shitty alternative because it'd be super inconvenient, especially for businesses where you go in for a very short period of time. Like if I'm going to go to Walgreens real fast, I don't want to wait 15 minutes. But if someone's really passionate about not taking vaccines and they're willing to wait 15 minutes, I don't see a problem with that. So I don't think this has. I feel like this discussion is, I mean, a little bit just misguided because the original premise that these were alternatives is just silly.
Well, he's not here.
Yeah, I guess, but
Lucas,
I know.
Yeah, so I mean, I just wanted to say, like, I personally don't have a problem with like businesses setting the rules that they want to set for like people to come into their premises. I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I'm honestly like just saying like, is it an alternative? I don't think it's a good alternative. I personally just have a problem with the idea of a vaccine passport and enforced by the government. But if it comes to like businesses or anything like that, I don't have a problem with it.
On that note, folks, tons of fun. This was the itch I wanted. I was telling my friends, like, I really want to be angry at people today, and this was successful.
Yeah,
I'm sorry if I yelled.
I didn't call you. I didn't mean to sound like I was calling you a racist.
No, it's okay.
Pisco, you actually you're like a two-pump debate, bro. Like, what are you doing? It's like early in the panel.
You're coming on, Pisco.
I know. I'm sorry. It's just late. But if I was rude to anyone, I'm sorry. That's my mood right now, and it's late, and so I apologize.
Go fuck yourself.
Okay, racist.
I love you,
lawyer.
Good luck, buddy.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay.
Blood-sucking bastard. I mean,
I have a question. I have a quick question. Maybe not a quick question. So
I have a quick answer.
Okay.
Before you do that, Kobe's waiting. So let's Kobe.
Yeah. I don't think I'm sure we're going to say something that everyone's going to universally agree with, so it won't need to be responded to. I don't know. I feel like this argument gets brought up a lot when there's any kind of like universal anything. Right, requiring we're talking about like IDs or requiring people to vote or requiring people to take vaccines. Is that like obviously yes? Like if we attach a fee to anything, the people that are going to be affected the most by that fee are the poor people. Rich people do not care about fees as much as poor people, and poor people are disproportionately of minorities. That's just how everything. It's just how marginalization works. Like thermodynamics, right? I think that like I maybe I look at this in a bit of a weird way, but like I think that you can look at like we should look at the negative utility that comes from government inaction, not just the negative utility that could come from government action. So we can talk about all day the hypothetical negatives that could come if we require vaccine passports and how it affects the Black community. But what about what's happening now, which is the Black community is dying at exponentially higher rates than other communities of COVID, right? That's the like I would say that's the negative utility of like the government inaction. I would argue that just to compare it to, I can't make as eloquent of a legal defense of like vaccine or not what's it called ID laws for voting. They just it's pretty obvious they're racist, but it seems to be obvious that there's not that much again there's not a lot of voter fraud. If this was a massive problem, if voter fraud was a significant issue, then yes, I would probably be making the similar argument, which would be like, yes, poor people and minority communities would be, at a disadvantage, but we need to fix it. But that doesn't seem to be an issue. It's completely the adverse with COVID. There is a massive problem. It is a massive issue, and it's a massive issue specifically amongst the communities that we're talking about it being negatively affected by. So it seems like it seems like the comparative utility, I don't know what you would call it, is definitely in the favor of just mandating vaccines. It's in some way.
Kobe.
Kobe actually mostly touched on what I was going to get to. Though I totally disagree with Kobe. I don't think voter ID laws by and large are racist. I think it's a silly statement. But I guess what I was going to get to is like, say we did have a vaccine pass, right? And this was required to get into public buildings. I mean, to get into the theaters, maybe to get to government buildings, to get into hospitals to visit your parents or whatever. And we have a community in this country, not just the Black community, a lot of minority communities in this country, that have a lot of trouble going out to Walgreens or whatever to get a vaccine, right? And then they have trouble getting time off from work to drive out to get the other vaccine, right? The second vaccine after that. And you could make a lot of the same arguments that you would for, like, against ID laws, right? Voter ID laws against vaccines. You know, they need to take time out of the day to go do this. Who knows how far away the Walgreens or CVS or the hospital is from them. This policy might impact them disproportionately. Could effectively cut them out of public life in a lot of areas. Right? Like, why wouldn't we? Why would be okay with this? Aside from what Kobe said about, you know, the impact of them not getting the vaccine, right? But so why would we be okay with this and not with something like voter ID laws, which, you know, you can make a lot of the same arguments for. So if they're going to say that the consequences to the community not getting,
don't be like this.
I can answer it easily.
Yeah, well, answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, I actually have always said this, and I always argue that, like, leftists should concede this. If we change the way that we did IDs in this country, where you just got an ID when you're like fucking 12 years old, and then it's updated every couple of years, and it's literally 100% free, I would be 100% fine with voter ID, because everybody gets it. And I would argue it would need to be like a universal. If that was the way we did it, that'd be fine. That's how we do fucking COVID vaccines. You can walk into a fucking CVS, you can get your cheeseburger and get a fucking COVID vaccine, right? That is I think, not only the negative utility to these communities is a big one. I think that's a big second one. If getting an ID was extraordinarily easy, this would be different. The problem is that in a lot of, like, you can see people will post on Twitter where they're like, I moved to Texas and my wife doesn't have the marriage certificate from her last marriage, and so I can't get an ID. Ridiculous shit like that. That doesn't happen with a COVID vaccine. Even if you don't have a fucking ID, if you say, oh, I don't have my insurance card, they'll still give you the jab.
Right. So can we all agree then? So if IDs were free and they're easy to get, we'd all be in favor of voting.
No, it's not about free and easy to get.
It's not. We're not talking about that.
It's also about the history of ID laws within the country. Again, I brought up the North Carolina, and you're just like skimming over the fact that was clearly a racist fucking law. And the history of the United States is voter ID laws seem to be used in order to target minorities, unlike the COVID laws that we're trying to mandate.
So like medical field.
So then you just provide what I provided earlier, where you said, okay, then there needs to be a government campaign to vaccinate the African American community and open up more of these pharmacies in African American communities so that they don't get left behind. This process would be headed by by the Black Caucus or other African American leaders within the community to prevent any other forms of institutional racism. And so on and so forth. I don't see what the issue is here, since I've already addressed this.
I think bringing up the North Carolina law is way to dismiss voter ID or to tar and feather voter ID is akin to bringing up the Tuskegee experiments to dismiss a vaccine. Right? It was one law. It was tossed out by the Supreme Court.
We have a lot of fun in there.
We all agree it was racist. Pictures, that doesn't mean that every law going forward is going to be racist.
Good food, good drinks.
Bring up the history of voter ID laws within the United States and how they were
history doesn't mean that every voter ID law going forward is going to be racist.
Because it's not just one example; it is a continuous.
It doesn't matter if it's not just
here's
one.
A better example.
Wait! It's a literal continuous trend within the United States of various laws to prevent Black people from voting.
Yeah, okay. If we want to look at most of American history, abortions were used to quell poor people, African communities, indigenous communities, disabled communities. Also, getting an abortion is a human right. This argument does not have much gas in the tank. The idea that in America, voter ID laws have been used racistly doesn't mean that the proposed voter
ID argument is we're comparing these two things.
Means that you went and got vaccinated. You can get vaccinated from your doctor. You can get vaccinated from CVS. You can get vaccinated all over the place. This is not hard to get vaccinated. Like, they're spreading it everywhere.
The argument is not that we shouldn't have voter ID laws because of the history of the United States. The argument is these things are not comparable, and why we consider one thing
they aren't. So let's drop it
versus another one.
Okay, I just have a question.
Exactly.
I have a question. Why is it that everybody here thinks that minorities are one of the highest groups that are most hesitant to get vaccines? Why do you guys think that?
Medical experimentation by the United States government on people of color.
You can, I'll look this up if really want me to, but they actually was like I think it was it might have been Pew or something like this. It's not. I think the biggest things are stuff like just like they don't have time. They're worried about being sick. A lot of people are worried. You hear if you're a working class person and you can't take time off one day. Is that's like what is it, 1/8 of your check, right? On top of that, if you had to miss 2 days, again, if you hear one story,
because they've offered them to pay for their for their days off. What are you talking about? That doesn't make sense.
I am a working class person in California. I got both my jobs while I was working on a minimum wage job, and I was only able to get paid time off for half the day on one of them, and he didn't do the other one. And like I don't know, maybe that was an OSHA violation, but I'm gonna go. Yeah, okay. Let me go get my lawyer, and I'll fucking sue.
A lot of people don't actually have that option, so you could say that they've been offered. Yeah, but like, even if it's required by the state to give people what if they don't? They say fuck.
Yeah, there needs to be visibility.
You're not going and appealing to the union or the people.
No,
come
on. What? Jason, you're a socialist, right? You know that like a guy stocking shelves at 4 a.m. at fucking Target is not going to be able to. If his boss says go fuck yourself, he's probably worried you're gonna get fired if he pushes it any further.
Bro, my fiance went to the union because she worked for a grocery store.
There's no Target union.
Well, it depends, Jason.
This is why we shouldn't use anecdotes, because then the opposition can use anecdotes and it becomes
true.
Exactly, it's
true.
Dumb.
And there's also the fact that you can get the injection and then have a reaction afterwards. So it's not just the one day; it might be the next day.
4 days paid vacation, basic minimum requirement nationwide, but our government's run by fucking cowards, so they ain't gonna do it.
Yeah, just speaking of a little bit of
NLRB was degraded under Trump. I will guarantee that they dropped a lot.
The NLRB is degraded under every fucking administration.
Yeah, I just want to say one interesting One interesting point of like class divide that I see that I think is really bad messaging amongst like pro-vaccine people is they like hyper downplay the effects of the vaccine, or like the shitty feeling you get, the vaccine hangover, right? It's not bad. It's not like I was like it didn't even feel like a cold. But like I work a job where I'm on my feet all day. I'm picking up boxes and shit. You do not want to be doing anything. You want to be asleep. You want to be fucking watching Rick and Morty. And I think that like a bunch of like liberals in cities that work pretty, office jobs, being like, "Oh, I just sat all day and I was a little tired." It's like, okay, yeah, well, you're not getting up at 4.
I'll agree with you on that. I felt like utter dog shit after the second shot. I hated my life after the second shot.
That's what I'm saying. 4-day paid vacation, bare minimum.
That's where I kind of wanted to go with this conversation.
Agree, Dr. K.
We stumbled back on where I want to go, and talking about these vaccines and how seriously we should be taking all of this, right? Like calibrating it properly. So before I do that, Dan, you had your hand up previously. I want to make sure you get in, and then I want to maybe push this in that direction.
I have a question there too, Prime.
Okay.
Yeah, I do think that much of this has to be seriously taken to the extent that it's about human lives. If we don't take it seriously, then people will die, specifically as much of the community as we've seen right now, including the African American community taking most of the brunt of it, including other ones, including those, even though that much of the Trump supporters are much against this whole entire problem, I do think it's still important to at least try to do our best, even with the circumstances given. And with what we have, we have to implement it through a mandate system. So even then, if they're like personally against it, they will still have to do it either way for their job or other environments that they want to go to.
Hell, I wish I could tell fucking customers to get the fuck out of my store if they have it on their nose and are like, yeah, bro, it's totally fine. Or this one fucking dumbass with a fucking mesh mask, like, fuck you. Fuck you. That's a great way to say, I hate my community. I want them to die. Come on, dude.
No, sorry. I can respond before
Nova, go ahead.
Thank you. So the thing that I understand in this particular conversation is that we need to understand what businesses are responsible for. And I will bring it back to the idea that if we have a sign on every single business indicating, again, I bring it back to restaurants, indicating that they are pro or anti-masking or any type of thing,
All you guys
then
hanging out with me
the
late night. You
consumer
guys
decides
rock,
on what they
man.
want to
I'm
do
gonna
from
put
that.
on a little background
The point I
because
bring that up, and the reason I bring it back
Let's make
to
this
that
debate
is
the
because capitalism will decide, and then with mask and everything beyond that particular point, you just basically. Yeah, I guess pretty much that's just what I wanted to bring up.
Well, that's a great way to create community spread and get people fucking killed. No, we're not doing that.
Yeah,
Move
not
on.
only that. Well, I mean, not
in
only
the trash. Move on.
No, well, not only that, but it's just like, again, there are two things that every business has to do within this country. Number one is work for the profits of the company, and number two is comply with the government. Those are the two main objectives of every single corporation within the United States. And when it comes down to
I
it,
thought the second was killing the environment.
Well, no, they just don't have to get caught by the government.
That's pursuing profit. Anyway, when it comes to, like, Dr. K is entirely right here. When the government says do X, Y, or Z, these companies need to do X, Y, or Z, or they get the boot right on their throat as they should.
Exactly.
Okay.
Governor Newsom says jump, the company says how high.
So then the company leaves California.
And yet California still makes a third of the GDP. Kind of strange how that works out.
Now.
And also, like, we're also the lowest fucking COVID rate in the nation, so, you know, some of that too, but...
Fuck them.
Like, what? Is there any...
Characters.
Alright, so
That's not nice.
Yeah, no point.
I'm not nice. What about it?
That's true.
Yeah, but you both are Christians. Act like Christians.
Alright, Jesus told me to go fuck yourself. Moving on.
Okay, alright, great.
I'm not Christian.
So I wanted to try, like,
Once upon a time I was a character.
calibrate, oh my god, to calibrate, like,
I agree, Jesus is God.
Should we be taking this, right? Like, because I think Kofi was trying to bring up a good point, and I kind of forgot half of it. But that's
what the Holy Spirit would do to you. I'm sorry.
Kofi,
I know, it's like herding cats, man.
Kofi, yeah, you're like the chief cat.
Yeah,
Holy shit. The chief cat bringer. Like,
I'm fucking old Tom in the fucking Cats musical. What about
Classic Dr. K.
Can I be a tabby?
Okay, great, wonderful. So I'm trying to understand, like, how would you calibrate
The wrath of Christ compels you.
Shut up! Right. Seriously, everyone, shut the fuck up. Thank you. Great. No more. Wonderful. So, like, I'm trying to figure out, like, how seriously we should be taking this. And I think it's a really interesting question. And I saw people's responses when I brought this up previously when I was saying my intro. Because I brought up this example. I'm not sure if most of you aren't here for it, but, like, I brought up the example of, like, a funeral worker who was doing cremation, and basically they quit their job because, like, the work, like, tripled, and just the bodies coming in, and they just got burnt out. Like, the deaths are increasing. That's the thing that's happening. We're absolutely having more deaths. But it is true on the other side, right? Like, if we're doing what Kobe's idea is, right? And just, like, trying to recalibrate ourselves, like, it is true that most people survive. Most people survive, and most people don't have, like, there are people who have long-haul COVID, but most people don't. Most people just, it's fine. So, like, how do we balance those two things? Especially when we're designing policy, right? Because if you put more weight on the deaths and the hospitalizations, well, then a vaccine mandate makes a lot of fucking sense, right? Mm-hmm. But if you put more weight on the fact that most people survive and it's, like, not that big of a deal for them, well, then maybe you take a different policy, just like different route. Just like in Singapore, and just to sum that up for you guys, in Singapore, they are dropping all restrictions. They said they're just going to increase the amount of medical capacity they have, right? They understand they're simply building into their new normal that there's going to be a massive wave of people who get infected and are hospitalized. So
they're going through their worst wave right now.
Can I ask what Singapore's vaccination rates are?
It's like the video said like 83, 84%, something like that.
And there's also very different material conditions present. What with Singapore being, a city state, which obviously completely does not graft to a nation state at any level.
Fair enough.
And I am not a fan of Mr. Newsom, but I will say that when it comes to what seems to be working in the United States, the model that has been implemented here in California seems to be the most effective for, the corralling, let's say, of the American people into something vaguely resembling herd immunity and sort of a safety net present from COVID.
Yeah, but it's because everybody's leaving to Texas.
Shut the fuck up. I didn't ask for your
true.
fucking dumb opinion anyway.
It's literally just not true.
It's kind of true.
So that trend is actually
Okay,
reversed.
I'm not even. No, don't
The
even
trend has
acknowledge
literally
it.
completely reversed.
Jones, don't even
It was
acknowledge it.
literally
It's not
not
worth acknowledging.
Oh
my
God.
Okay, don't acknowledge points that disagree with you.
Why pay taxes? Honestly.
It's not a disagreement. It's a jab.
And I don't care. Okay, let's
Exactly.
go to Kobe. You had your hand up.
My mind is blowing. There's just so much like one of the most cliche class analysis of America is the two Americas. There's the homeless man eating out of the garbage can and the rich man, and he's eating the darn fish, right? That's the whole thing, right? But it's so interesting. Earlier, the RV guy was talking about how what his perception of COVID. He's like, he's in the Bay Area, and he's like, no one masks, and we all just come in and blah blah blah. And I live in the Salinas Valley, which is a working class area of California. 9 out of probably 7 to 8 out of 10 people are wear masks. I know Dr. K lives in a working class area as well because it's serious. We understand the severity of this shit. People can't afford to get sick.
I don't think that's universal. I live in a working class place
Well,
too.
brother, Kobe, brother.
I'm speaking about California at least.
Oh, okay.
Well, Kobe, brother, I was in fucking ground zero because of the big harbor, right? The instant we started seeing cases, in fucking California, it was fucking here first, and it was hitting hard. And fucking dock workers were dropping like flies for a while, and now it's sort of trickled out to the general population where, everyone's sort of done the whole dropping like flies thing, and now we're sort of to a point where most people are vaxxed, most people are masked, and it's somewhat steady, right?
Sure,
but
just to finish on my
state.
To finish on my point, what I was thinking is another interesting idea of this class divide is this narrative of that California is losing people. It is true; they're losing people from certain places, which is that people with college degrees, who are kind of people upper middle class liberal people from cities, are moving to Texas. But there are a lot of working class people that are moving into California to start working all the jobs, right? Or the very few jobs or the shitty jobs there are, so you have to work multiple of them to afford the shitty rent or the incredible rent. But the point I'm making is that I think that one of the biggest hurdles of this COVID or of this COVID pandemic, I think Prime's hitting on this, is that depending on your geographic position and your class position and your all sorts of different social positions, your experience of the pandemic is extremely different. And it seems like the more you're at risk, the inverse of you're affected by it is, right? The working class people are extremely at risk and have been extremely affected by it. They've lost people, they've gone through it, they've had to work through COVID, work through the vaccine hangover, and then rich people have been protecting themselves, buying up the masks while being theoretically, literally immune. Not immune to the virus, but they could have literally put themselves at very minute risk. And I don't know. It's interesting, and I don't know how we get over that. Obviously, the way we get over it is redistributing wealth in this country. But until we
Kobe,
do that,
I got some solid numbers on a beautiful class divide in motion. Right, so right over from where I live is like 2 communities over is at one point the wealthiest community in the United States. Right, the wealthiest neighborhood, just flat out. And early on, when they were rolling out the vaccines, right, there was numbers on this shit that got published. And this community, right, had, and this was very, very early into vaccination, they had just started rolling them out. It had a 34% vaccination rate compared to every fucking neighboring working class town sitting at 8 to 9%. That is absolutely insane.
So, okay. Oh, Captain Jones, I'm not sure is your hand up or is this?
No, that was not my hand up.
Okay. All right. You're just tickling your camera.
My dainty little wrist is just up. Yes.
Okay. So, anyone else?
Defend your position.
How do you balance this? Do you put more emphasis on the people who live or the people who are dying? What do the rest of you think?
I agree with the point that if you are dying from COVID and you decided in your life to not get the vaccination, then you should be pushed out of the things you should be pushed out of ICU care if there are others that need it that are vaccinated.
Damn, see, yeah, I'm so
Okay,
against
so
that.
wait.
The idea of
Jesus
somebody getting
Christ.
fucking kicked out of their bed
Hey,
because
I'm
of
about
any
some-
reason.
I'm
They
about
got
some-
the fucking bed. Like, I can understand,
Jesus.
like saying, like, you know, we're filled up right now, and like maybe some safety precaution. Oh, well, if we put unvaccinated people in here, then we're risking other patients. Maybe in that situation, I can understand it. You know, there's some logical reason behind it. But no, I'm not. Absolutely not. We don't kick people out of their fucking beds.
Wow.
It sounds fucking
Wait, hold on.
horrible.
But so you'd wait 2 weeks for grandma to die before giving a bed to a child?
Well,
Okay, ignore that and actually have
to die anyway.
Let grandma die.
Children can't get
vaccinated right now.
because that would happen anyways. That would
That's
happen
not true.
anyways, whether or not she had COVID.
Grandma
or not.
chose not to get a vaccine.
So this is my qualm
Don't
with it.
fight
I've been asked this question before. This is my qualm with it. I don't think it's a very good one, but this is it. This is it. It seems that the argument that I'm making and the sort of like ethic that I'm appealing to with the whole vaccination thing in general is that we should care about each other as a society, as a community, about our health. And it seems like it is extremely hypocritical, and so much so that I would advocate other people don't even listen to me if I were to say, "Oh no, that doesn't count for you because you made a decision I disagree with." That's why I'm advocating the mandate. I don't think people will make the best decision in their life in and of themselves.
So you
I think
should
many
force them.
people make stupid decisions because their community kind of pressures them to make these decisions. That's why I think the government should
Should
force
they
them.
die in the
And
hospital?
ultimately,
The government should come on, put a
But
gun to
should
their
they
head
die
and
in the
say,
hospital?
get the job or we'll kill you. That's literally.
and
Not
ultimately,
kill
the
you.
reason
No,
that
fine you.
No, what happens if they resist?
We would fine them, and then you.
And if they don't
would
pay the
be
fine, and if they don't pay the
officials
fine,
then.
they
if
would
they don't pay the fine?
they would go to jail.
Yep.
Yeah,
okay, and if they resist arrest,
Oh yeah, wait. At that point, you're committing a
Kill
bunch of
them.
different
That's
other
a slippery
crimes.
slope
Yeah,
fallacy.
wait,
That's a
wait,
slippery
keep
slope
quiet.
fallacy.
Jesus
Wait,
Christ.
gentlemen.
Hey,
That is
Lucas
slippery slope
Basile,
fallacy.
that's a slippery slope fallacy, and you know it. And that's
got
why-
That's what happens. You guys need to understand that every
It's a
time you
slippery
use
slope fallacy.
No, it's not a slippery
my
slope.
God.
It's not a
Oh my
slippery
god.
slope.
Oh my god. Was it
Brian,
Kobe?
can I-
Oh, Sabotage,
Yeah.
you can do this? All right. No,
Yeah,
Sabotage,
this is
Sabotage,
really
can-
fucking stupid. So the reason why you get shot is not because you didn't get the vaccine. The reason you got shot is because you pulled a gun on an officer, dumbass. Yes, at the end of the day, every single law is enforced by the monopoly on violence that the state holds over the people, which is entirely justified because that's what's necessary in order to maintain power. But at the end of the day,
Slippery
yeah,
slope
if you
fallacy.
fight our police
I'm not
officers or
gonna
you're starting to
bullshit with
resist
telling
the
him
state when
law,
it's mandating you to
punk-ass
do something,
motherfucker.
they're
No.
gonna have to use.
That's great. This is great.
Oh, Lucas,
I
you
love
can
this.
respond to that.
Yeah. So I mean, I just love how. I mean, the anarcho-capitalist in this fucking panel is the one that's saying that we shouldn't use state force against minorities and people that are
Not the
hesitant.
crazy person who's an anarchist.
Let me fucking finish.
Hey,
I'm
you
the
gonna
only
get
one
my
here.
attitude
Hey, let Lucas finish, please.
I just love how the anarcho-capitalist in this panel, is the only one saying, listen, we need to be conscious of racial issues that have happened in this country. We need to be conscious of why you can keep mocking me. I don't give a shit. We need to be conscious of what minorities have been through, the reason that they don't want to get the vaccine, the reason that they're going to be the ones that are not going to want to get the vaccine if the government enforces it. Enforcing the vaccine is going to make it even more hesitant for minorities to get the vaccine, because this is proving this is authoritarianism. They're going, just do whatever you guys want. I'm just saying, you guys might start a civil war with this vaccine.
I don't know what the
So
fuck
can I
I'm
respond to
talking
that?
about,
Can I respond to that?
I would like to respond to that one.
What do you
This
mean by a civil war?
neo-feudalist is just bringing up the dumbest points in the world here. Like
not-
one,
yeah,
this is
I mean-
one, this is an authoritarian. Two,
Sabotage, Kobe, Gobestek, and
okay.
Sabotage, you first.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, this neo-feudalist is just bringing up the dumbest points in the world. One, it's not authoritarian. You haven't demonstrated
Oh,
this is
no.
authoritarian.
Well, it's
Two,
objectively
I literally
authoritarian.
It is
No, it's-
authoritarian.
I mean,
Well,
whether or
if you
not
wanna
it,
go into-
no,
wait,
it can
if
be
you wanna go
justified,
into-
right? But it
I'm
is
talking-
authoritarian.
No,
It can
it's
be
not authoritarian.
justified.
By definition, it's not authoritarian. But if we want to go into that, we can. But anyway, like I already brought up, like what we can do about like the different minority groups and why they would be vaccine hesitant. One, you haven't proven that like the 55% of the population of the African American population that is like non-vaccinated is vaccine hesitant. You haven't proven that, number one. Number two, even if that were the case, again, I promoted different policies that would specifically target the African American community or to get them more vaccinated, unlike, the other laws that would be an issue with here. But if you want to go into whether or not this is authoritarian, I want you to, one, prove natural rights to be an objective fact of reality, and then we can go through whether or not, this is authoritarian or not.
It doesn't matter whether an objective fact of reality. That doesn't matter.
So authoritarianism is an unjustified limitation or infringement upon one's liberties. That's the definition of authoritarianism.
No, it's just an infringement.
That's not.
No, it's not. That is what it is.
No, all right, you're getting caught up in the weeds, gentlemen.
Let's go to Kobe and then go past Stack and down.
Sure. The idea of a Mont and Bailey was brought up earlier, so I'll use my own rhetorical Yu-Gi-Oh card. A Mont and Bailey has been performed. Okay, you went from what's it called? What's his name? Lucas, right? Yeah, Lucas. You went from arguing that we should have no laws because, or we should not. I mean, hypothetically, you're saying this whole like that's what you do when you state violence, but arguing that we will put a gun to your head and blow your brains away if you don't get the vaccine. Yeah. Just saying, well, we need to be conscious of the history of racism. This is a Mont and Bailey. Okay, the safe little castle is that we need to be conscious, and the undefendable position is that we need to we need to not have the mandate. Okay, we can have the mandate and be conscious. I'm joking. Okay,
you're not being conscious though. That's the problem.
We can be conscious.
Providing some policies.
Well, you're the only one being conscious.
I will literally personally reach out to Nicki Minaj, and we will have her lead the Black outreach.
I'm not bringing Nicki Minaj. This is not.
We can do whatever we have to do.
I knew you guys were going to bring this up to try to make it into a mean point. I knew you were going to bring up Nicki Minaj. I knew somebody
seriously.
I have a question.
I addressed it seriously.
Fine.
I'll be completely
good at it.
You actually just resorted to Savitar's point.
Lucas, do you believe that we should have speed limits in this country?
No.
I didn't ask you, Savitar, sir. I asked Lucas. Speed limits.
So the government is the one currently controlling the state roads.
Yeah.
So yeah, they should be controlling. They should have a speed limit. The idea that we should. So just something that you keep in mind. The idea of anarcho-capitalism is no laws, pure chaos. The idea is
there's no idea behind anarcho-capitalism. You cannot be anarchist and capitalist at the same time. That doesn't make any fucking sense. So you don't know what you're talking about.
Tangent upon a tangent, whatever.
Shut up. Let him respond.
Okay, I don't know if you're familiar with the idea of anarcho-individualism. This is where the school of anarcho-capitalism comes from. If you want to have a debate on that, we can have a different talk about anarcho-capitalism and the story of anarchism. This is not the debate for that. So my point is, in an anarcho-capitalist society, if we're talking about it, right, there is common property. There's property that's shared in common by communities. There is common in communities. There is worker syndicates. There's all kinds of societies. There's not just a pure chaos, no laws, no anything. It's not just that. Also, there's private roads. There's roads owned by the community. So yeah, of course, the person that's in control of the roads can make rules for those roads. Yeah, of course. Why is that? Like, why are you bringing this?
Speed
limit when we're talking about government authority?
Let's not get to
Does the government not own the territory that it has sovereignty over?
What I was attempting to do. Yeah, but the government doesn't own the people in it.
Boy, we don't have to go down this road. We can just avoid it. We can just not do it, right? So, Kobe, what were you attempting to do?
Yeah.
Let's go to.
Typically, I asked that question to people that are super libertarian or anarchists, just so I can get a marker on the ground of what laws are okay. So it seems like it's okay to have laws if they pertain to like stuff like common property. It seems so like how we act on common property, we can have laws about that. But I'm assuming that you think no laws whatsoever about regulating how one uses their body. I'm assuming, right?
Sure. Yeah, that's one criteria.
Okay. The question I want to ask is a bit of a downer. Do you think that somebody should be able to produce child pornography?
No.
Why? It's a violation of their individual liberty.
No, children can't consent.
What if they're like 14 or 15?
They can't consent either.
Why should the state be allowed to decide when somebody?
It's not about this. It's not about the state.
Who decides it's 16 or 17? God.
No,
the state does that. Why should the state be allowed to tell me that I can't do
this? Society does.
Yeah,
society
does.
Yeah, Jason, society does it. Jason, society does everything.
Wait. I had a long day.
You're resorting to logic with someone with an ideology that is illogical in the first place?
There are plenty of societies, even in the United States, I think the age of majority is and should be 16. So, like, again...
Well, we had a good conversation.
This is the point I'm making.
So again... Sorry, go ahead. Going back to Kobe's point, let's say we have this society, like somewhere in the United States, that believes the age of majority is like 16 or 14 or whatever, and they decide, okay, this is where you're a quote unquote, this is the age of majority. Can they like start making CP now?
Yeah, the same would happen in a government society. They would vote democratically for it.
We're asking what you would want.
I mean, I would want the age of consent to stay where it is. So yeah, why are you asking me that?
What do you think would happen? What do you think would happen?
I feel like this is just some dumb,
I don't know.
ANCAP gotcha. Like, oh, by the way, ANCAP pedo. Like, my point is made.
Hold on. So the reason I do this is because it's holding up a mirror to the type of society you want to create. The type of society you want to create is it makes it permissible for an extraordinary amount of horrible things to happen. When you bring up the idea,
this gentleman's thoughts all night. Can we go somewhere else, though, please?
Do whatever you want.
Can we stop? We say that that's not necessarily true, though. By the way, Kobe, and we can get into why.
If we had Medicare for all, none of this would be a problem.
Great. Go past that, Dan.
Can we talk about Medicare for all and how the fact that if we had Medicare for all, this shit would not be a problem right now? We wouldn't have a COVID issue.
Go past that.
Yeah, so I was on Kobe's point, but Lucas dropped a bomb, which is calling himself an ANCAP, which is hilariously stupid as an ideology. But
yeah, so here we go.
I don't want to delve onto that. It's not because I don't want to get stuck on that part. Like you can start to having debates saying basically the state should not have any right.
We're talking about COVID, not the state.
On COVID.
Yeah, why are you guys switching the topic? I literally didn't bring.
We're talking about the state. We're talking about
Medicare for all.
We're talking about the idea that we're going to kill people.
That's what we should be talking
whatever you
about.
want regarding vaccines. The government will decide to put the guns on your head. There is already a lot of things in between, and on top of that, you're making a weird argument based on the fact that you're an anarcho-capitalist, according to yourself.
I'm not making this argument based. No, I'm not making. Why are this is social? This is an association.
The state is supposed to make norms. That's why we have society in the first place. We have norms to how to live together in order to protect lives and protect ourselves.
These accents are important.
Can we not get into? Let's not get into the anarchist debate. We can get into for example, why a mandate would be considered authoritarian in your guys' perspective. Could you give the definition of authoritarian and then
I mean, you're the one denying it, so I mean, I want to know what
you're the one making the claim.
Because it's not authoritarian. We have vaccines for long.
Policies and libertarian governments because we need them.
Please. What's wrong when we get rid of smallpox before in the past?
Let's let them have a chance to respond.
If you make the claim that something is authoritarian, you need to prove it. That's the burden of proof is on you. So I'm asking what the definition of authoritarian is, and then we can move on from there.
The government using force to restrict people's
I mean. Yeah.
Is that good?
I couldn't hear you.
Is that suitable?
Yeah, all laws are by definition.
Sometimes it's necessary.
Sometimes it's necessary, but by definition, most laws make things sometimes laws can increase the net freedoms, in my opinion, right? Like laws against murder increase your freedom because you don't have to run around getting murdered. But when it comes to laws that restrict your autonomy, generally, it's authoritarian. Now they can be necessary, but doesn't mean they're not authoritarian.
So authoritarian is any law that restricts your autonomy. What do you mean by autonomy?
Authoritarian is like a scale, right?
Two things. So, what do you mean by autonomy? And two, where are you getting this definition?
What do you mean this definition?
Where do you gain this definition of authoritarian? I've studied political science, and no study that I've gone through has this definition of authoritarian.
Stop this. Just accept this definition.
I have a degree in political science. It doesn't. The definition you use doesn't matter.
Pretty equitable.
Where are you getting it from? I'm interested.
Both sides.
I'm curious.
I don't have the exact source I get it from.
No, is this
do you disagree with the definition? How do you define it?
I clearly disagree with the definition.
How do you define it then? This is why I was asking you, because you're the one that started.
I already gave my definition of it.
What's your definition of
justified restriction of one's liberties?
Where are you getting that?
So then let's get back to the point of the actual COVID thing.
Idealisms are unjustified.
How do you feel when you go into an airport and you have to wear a mask? Is that good or bad?
Fine, because airports are. Okay.
I feel like I'm protecting myself. That's the biggest feeling.
Yeah, airports are private.
They are private. So that's not authoritarian.
That's
private. Wait, hold on. Why does being private make it better?
Why does being private make it better? Because the people who
It
Well,
doesn't
it's
matter.
a little bit about
it's
being
okay.
better.
It's an okay authoritarian step. It's a one.
It's
okay
not authoritarian.
It's not
No, I don't think it's authoritarian.
We should be comfortable with saying what it is.
This conversation is off the
Jason.
It's so far off the rails. Like I don't know what to do with this.
I agree with doing it.
Jason, you're mixing authoritarian and overuse of authority. Like authority and authoritarian is not the same thing. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Dan, and then Doobie.
Yeah, I just I want to get past this whole thing because we could go forever about anarcho, like capitalism or what other semantics I could apply to it. The main point that we call to this is, will this be harmful or helpful for a general society, such as like, and now we're generally going to say the United States, or we could talk about France or other European countries. And generally, I say it's good for our country for the sake of the, even though there is some authoritarianism to such matters of mandates, as we could probably argue forever, for the sake of keeping people alive and not dying for the sake of ineptitude to the state, we have to at least have a system like mandates to at least have a sense of health guidance to much of anyone, even and put pressure to much of their society if those who are not willing to go through it. And we do those by simply not having like kids having like literally lists of different diseases or shots they have to do before they go to public school, or other reasons that would probably do for their own work environment. And if they don't do it, the consequences are they probably won't have a job or other benefits that they probably would ever have. And that's what I'm going to say for this whole entire discussion, because this is getting to ridiculous incomes.
Is COVID the exact same as measles? Like that's pretty much.
I think Doobie wanted to speak a little bit, and he owes me a room on his server.
Doobie,
don't take it.
Okay.
Just eat his frog legs.
So, to get to what I think Lucas was attempting to get to. First off, you guys are very snippy tonight. It's really entertaining, but you should calm down a little bit.
Yep.
So, to get to what Lucas was trying to get to, the scenario that he presented, right? Let's just imagine for a second that there's a black woman, a mother maybe, who is very aware of the racist history of medical testing, vaccinations, medical research here in the United States. She does not want to get this vaccine because she doesn't feel comfortable. She doesn't trust the government to give her this vaccine and for her not to end up getting cancer in 10 years or some shit because there's some weird shit in it. The system that you're proposing sounds like, this is mandated. And if she were to show up at a hospital, they would attempt to give her this vaccine. And she would say, no, I don't want the vaccine. And then they would attempt to maybe force her, hold her down. If not that, then maybe they'll give her a fine. Maybe she won't pay the fine.
Just make her leave.
Okay, just make her leave. Okay, but she's at the hospital. She needs help.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought she was like,
bye. You're gonna kick the sick black woman out on the street because she doesn't want to get this vaccine. Because she's very aware of the racist history in the United States. No, please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me.
Shut up, Doobie.
Calm down.
Control your urges.
Control your impulses. Okay.
I know it's hard. Trust me. I know.
Especially when you're drunk.
So.
No, it's just
effectively what Lucas is saying is
that because apparently like you guys are high people are stupid.
Oh my god! Shut up! No, I just want to hear the Doobie. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. What Lucas is presenting is a scenario in which we have this person who's the French guy in the background. God
oh my
damn it.
God!
It's never ending.
Go past next. Okay. Stop being French. Shut up. All right.
Now, the scenario in which this minority person, they're aware of the racist history of the United States, doesn't want to get the vaccine, what you're effectively saying is that you guys would be okay with fining, possibly jailing, maybe shooting this person who just does not want to get this vaccine because they're resisting the authoritarian regime, right? The state that wants to force this vaccine upon them, right? So if that's what you guys are okay with, I agree with you.
Yeah, I'm not okay.
Hold on. I agree with you guys, right? That's great. I'm happy about that. But just to be honest about what that is, I think that's all that Lucas is funny.
I'll be honest. If there's some granny out there that is trying to come into do whatever, is going to resist arrest because you want to get a COVID vaccine, okay, I'm sorry. Send the SWAT ins. If she's going to resist arrest, yes, people in I don't know. I'm an authoritarian. If you live in a country and you get arrested and that you resist arrest, sorry, that sucks because that's gonna be crazy.
So, like, do you want to go down that route though? I mean, Kobe. Black people running away from the cops, resisting an arrest. Is that a reason to be shot?
He's okay with shooting them. Apparently.
Shot? Wait, hold on. Be very clear. We're both using the term resisting arrest, but I use my term inadequately. I brought up the idea of of an old granny with a gun shooting at the police. You're bringing up the idea of somebody simply resisting arrest. No, I do not believe that all resisting arrests are the same. I do not believe they will be responded to the same. I do believe that if a black man shoots at the police have the right to shoot.
No, that's not what we're talking about.
That's not what we're talking about.
So not shooting. So if they resist, right? They resist arrest because they don't want to get the shot. You're okay with putting them in a cage.
But I don't think that we should simply have a law that says that you either go to jail or get the shot. I think that if you wanted to,
why can't we do carrot and stick?
Hold on, there's a fine. They don't pay the fine. Eventually,
they garnish their bank account.
No,
we already have this. If you don't pay credit card debt, you don't go to jail. We don't have debtors.
Wait, hold on. You're going to garnish the bank accounts of the poorest communities in this country because they don't want to get the shot.
If they're so adamant against the shot that all the efforts that like Savitar talked about, we're gonna give the Congressional Black Caucus $1 trillion. We're gonna give them $1 trillion, and then if they're not, we will garnish $50 out of their bank account for a month until they get the vaccine. $50 out of the bank account until they get the vaccine. That's what I think.
Every month.
It would depend. So, like, the policies would change depending on like the vaccination rate.
I think you put it on the states to
Fuck
get the vaccines
done. States shouldn't have as much rights as they currently have anyway.
And if they can't get it done, strip their resources. Fuck.
I know. Okay, put it on
that's really dumb. Anyway, so like the policy would change to. The policy would change depending on the vaccination rate of the given community. Yeah, you can keep crying and drinking your red wine. Anyway, if the African American community didn't get vaccinated after like Kobe's proposed $1 trillion year-long process and stuff like that, one, there'd be something really, really fucking wrong. But two, we would probably try a different policy that would maybe work better. It would, like, we're not just Kobe. I disagree with like a vaccine mandate. Kobe, I disagree on that. Disagree on that.
No law for just getting the vaccine. We should
obviously we're like rational in the sense that we will obviously go for the policy that gets the most people vaccinated. So if that means instead of a mandate, we just have a campaign that promotes it, providing incentives, which is what I actually would do, providing incentives to people to get vaccinated, and make it just easier to get vaccinated, then we would probably go with that. But if like we have a new variant of COVID that has like a 50% death rate and is twice as contagious as the Delta variant, we're going full lockdown. We're going what we need to do in order to keep the United States population alive at that point.
So you're making a trade-off there, right? So in this case, you are not so much leaning on deaths, right? You understand that in that scenario that you drew, we had like a hyper-virulent, hyper-deadly COVID. That would change the equation, right? So that's where we're trying to do. It's like the balance. Like, should we have these mandates? Because again, survival. I mean, that's the whole thing.
Especially with me, because Lions on these panels.
This is more with survival.
I'd be running through this.
Here's the other thing. I think when we design our policy that with the survivability in mind, rather than hospitalization, rather than deaths,
either,
right?
because
That's what
a lot of our beliefs.
It would just be a cost benefit analysis. Again, like, sorry, I'll let Pan go after me. But I've said this before on like a panel like this and many times before. The most I would go to when it comes to this conversation is making like not vaccinating your child abuse. That's what like the most I would go for currently, at least with this variant of COVID. And if you don't vaccinate your child, it's child abuse, and then the state will do what the state must.
How much further can you go?
Okay, hold on.
That seems like about as far as you can go.
No, I
You're
can't.
saying that like there's something
rather than
further.
mandating it for just children.
There's religious reasons why people don't do that, and I respect that. Even
No.
though I don't, even though I am not a religious person, I'm a goddamn atheist.
Fuck that.
Oh my!
I just want to say, I think you guys are vastly.
But they should not be allowed into the public space. They should not be allowed into the public space. They're relegated to where they want to be.
Okay,
That's
so
so much worse.
In their house, and
That's
that's all
so
they
much
can do.
worse.
That's all they
respect
can do. They
religion.
live in their house, and that's where it is.
I think
white
live in their house. Like, no, that's horrible. No.
You gotta fight for it. You
We
just gotta
will
fight for it.
let them choose whether or not they want to be barricaded in their home, or whether they want to engage in civic society. And if they don't want to engage, then
Oh my god. Problematic Pan, and then Doobie. His hand up.
Yeah, I really don't. Sorry.
No, go
Finish.
ahead. Go, Pan. No, Plan.
Okay, yeah, I really don't feel like you guys are giving enough agency to individual actors. And if we're going to deal with this situation as being endemic, as in like it's going forward, I think we need to put more responsibility in the hands of individuals. We're talking about these policies as if, you know, people aren't actors and they don't do like change and stuff. So like, if you're really worried about COVID or you're a vulnerable population, there are measures that you can take to vastly decrease your chances, right? Like you can wear 2 masks, you know, you can social distance, you can make sure, you know, well, first of all, make sure you're vaccinated. Second of all, make sure, you know, there's so much that you can do. You can not go to spaces that are crowded. There's so many things that you can do. And I feel like in order to properly tailor, you know, the level of authority we want society to, you know, impress on us, we have to recognize that individuals need to have some responsibility in determining, you know, what amount of risk they want to accept into their lives. And I don't think a vaccine mandate gives them enough, you know, discretion.
Doobie.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask Kobe actually, because I know Kobe hates religion almost as much as I do. So I think some people here would say, hey, we can have this mandate. There'd be religious exemptions.
Let me.
Would you be okay with those religious exemptions?
Say my piece.
Okay, so you want not only do
you
want
want
mandates
to
for people,
talk
you want fines for people
linear,
who are worried about the racist
programmed
history
by
of
a
this
fucking robot because I don't know how else
find
to
those people,
understand how
put
to
them
speak
maybe put
like
them
a
in a cage
goddamn
eventually if they don't
fucking
pay their
human
fines.
being. That's why I'm a frog, and I
they-
can't
I've
show
already
my
said no to
face
that.
on
We
screen.
do not, but this is what happens eventually. Let's be honest about what happens.
No, stop.
No, it's
That's
not.
true.
Yes,
We
it
find
is.
people. Stop. No, Doobie, this is not fucking true. We find people for things, and we can hold people for different types of debts in ways that do not result in them going to fucking
and this is
prison.
what
You do
I
not go to
like,
prison for having credit card
Kobe.
debt in this country.
No,
We
okay.
used to.
No,
now.
It would depend on the variant of the strain. It would depend on the variant of the strain, though. Like, he's not going to want to kill people for, like, the Delta variant currently.
Why are you talking about killing people?
Okay, it's hyperbole, dude. He doesn't want to imprison people over the fucking Delta variant. If there was, like, the Sigma variant or whatever you want, the Sevitarian variant, then yeah, you would go full authoritarian.
You're going off the rails right now. You're going off the rails. I'm talking to Cope of something very specific, right? So if we start finding these people, right? We know that the way that these fines work, in a lot of states in this country, is eventually start hitting with them administrative fees, and your fine increased by $400 magically, and they just bury these fucking people. And when tax time comes around, if you owe the state money, there goes your state income tax or whatever, right? So they're gonna get the money somehow, and if they don't get the money, they're gonna find some way to get it, right? So that's number one. Number two is if people have a religious exemption, right, in this country where you guys all treasure the First Amendment, right? You're gonna say, hey, sorry, yeah, I know your religion doesn't want. That says you shouldn't be doing this, but hey, fuck you. You have to do it, or we're gonna fine you. Hey, we might even take your kids because we're gonna start considering this child abuse as Savitar mentioned. Right? Like this is like I don't want to call it a slippery slope. It's like a cliff that you guys are going over. Yeah, right. And just
my religion mandates that I shouldn't
wait, to be clear,
Did we finish?
To be very clear, I'm an authoritarian. I'm okay with this cliff. I love the cliff, right? But I just want you guys to know this is where you're going, right? You're coming to my territory. You're finally ascending. I'm proud of all of you.
Shut up, you douchebag.
You guys, don't worry. My religion says that I shouldn't give my children any medical treatment ever, and if you oppress me for that, then you're just being an authoritarian. In fact, my religion says that I can skin virgins alive in front of their family members and cast their hearts down a flight of stairs like it's a soccer ball.
That's true.
Yeah, my religion says I can
can we use it like a real life example? Like
Yeah, sure. If you want a real life example, we have
okay,
yeah, sure.
Okay, let me talk.
Okay,
let me
all
talk,
right, Lucas, and then go past that.
Okay, so Kobe, we have a religion in the United States that's called the Jehovah's Witnesses. Okay, Jehovah's Witnesses, they're not okay with
Jehovah's Witness. Be careful with what you say.
Oh my God!
Let him finish.
Holy shit! Dude.
Okay, so Jehovah's Witnesses, they don't approve of like blood transfusions, right? So let's say there's a guy that he's a Jehovah's Witness and he doesn't want to get a vaccine, a blood transfusion. Are you okay with the government going there and forcing him to get the blood transfusion?
No, the blood transfusion is not connected to a blood virus. Oh, no, I want to answer the fucking question. I got two people answering me, talking to me, and I got a response to fucking one of them. Okay, no. If the blood transfusion was going to stop the fucking Resident Evil virus turning all of America into fucking Resident Evil monsters, then yeah, Jehovah's Witness.
Why are you going for the extremes? Why are you going for the extremes?
Answer your question, you dumb fuck. If that was the case, I would agree, but it is not in a vacuum.
It's not the case with COVID either.
The case with COVID is that it is extremely.
No, it's not.
In the case of COVID, is that it is an extremely fucking dangerous virus compared to any other thing you can get.
Survival. What are you talking about? It's not a 100%. It's not a 100% death virus.
I almost died from COVID.
99%. 99% survival is not a very good indicator of how severe an illness is. My sister got Guillain-Barré syndrome from COVID and had to relearn to walk. There are people that are having significant fucking problems in their lives. There are people that get fucking sick for 2 weeks and and it fucks their life up because they have to take fucking time off. It's a big deal.
COVID is as bad as the Resident Evil virus. Wow.
Yes. You really didn't even listen to me. You actually didn't even listen to me because I literally set up that as a comparison, a straw man, for us both to agree with this ridiculous.
You're fighting strawmen.
Lucas, you actually didn't even listen to me.
Literally fighting strawmen.
Lucas.
So wait. Can I
pause? Shut up. Lucas, come on. I'm sure. I don't know you very well, but I'm sure you're better than this. Come on. He was making comparison.
But he's literally admitting that he's fighting a strawman.
Oh my God, Lucas, shut the fuck up for a second and listen to me. Like, if you actually want to engage with this, then fine. If not, then don't bother, right? Because what he did just there was give two examples. One of them was clearly unreasonable, and he stated this is unreasonable, and this is why this was that, and only in this unreasonable situation is why I would take that unreasonable action. Then he gave you the reasonable situation, being what we're in right now. And then said, these are the actions that I would take. So there's no point equating these things because he's not equating these things. You know that.
I want to make sure because I'm not sure whether he has changed his position or not. Is he okay with the vaccine mandate anymore or not? Because if he is, then he's not using... Okay, so then why are you bringing the crazy hypothetical? Let's talk about the real situation.
You asked me about a blood transfusion. You asked me about a blood transfusion. You do not need to get a blood transfusion to get the fucking vaccine. That's why I brought up the idea of having to get your...
about religious liberties.
That's fine. That's fine, but we're not taught when we're talking about that. When we're talking about religious liberties in relation to the COVID vaccine, we have to talk about the COVID vaccine, not blood transfusions. Jehovah's Witnesses have some weird fucking shit about
they're not okay with vaccines either.
That sucks. Okay, again, like Sevatar brought up, what if there was a religious person that was not okay with not raping their daughter? Should we allow that religious person to rape their daughter because they're not okay with it? No, answer it. That's far less ridiculous.
That exists, by the way.
That exists. There are people that do that right now.
This is the equivalent of when people bring rape to say that
no, shut the fuck up, you actually idiot. There are people that try to marry their daughters at fucking 14 in this country. There are people that... Okay, the point I'm making is that we don't give fucking exemptions. You're authoritarian. Why should we authoritarianly stop me from fucking the person down the street from marrying their fucking 10-year-old daughter? Why should we authoritarianly stop them from religiously doing that? Answer that question. Lucas.
Let's let Lucas
actually answer the fucking question, Lucas.
Let's let Lucas answer the question, then I want to go because there's so much I need to respond
to. What if there was a religious person who their religion told them they had to marry their 10-year-old daughter? Why should they or should they not be allowed to do that, and why or why not?
Children cannot consent. How many times do I have to say that? Do I really have to explain to you that children cannot consent, Kobe? What the fuck, bro?
Wait. So that's nice. Children can't consent. So then, if that's
it, doesn't matter. Their religion is okay. They have the exception. They want the exception.
Why whether the religion says it's okay? It's not okay to rape children. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, sure.
Hold on. Wait, guys, you're missing.
No, if that were the case, If that were the case, then I would just say, sure, children can't consent, then parents parents have an obligation to keep their children relatively healthy. This is the medical consensus about this particular advice, this specific thing. And you know what? If you don't give your child this vaccine, you are clearly abusing your child. I don't care what your Bronze Age mythology says, and you have no right to abuse your child like this, and the state will have to take them as wards in order to protect them from your Bronze Age mythology.
This is really bad for you guys.
You agree with me?
Well, let me. No, I said it's bad for you guys. Let me explain. Okay. So Lucas, I think the actual response that most ANCAPs, most anarchists would give, is that the difference is that the state here is attempting to infringe upon the personal autonomy of the child, whereas what we're talking about in the marriage example is again. Now the parent is attempting to infringe upon the autonomy of the child.
I'm better off.
So in both cases, there's an outside force attempting to infringe upon the autonomy of this person. And that is a bad thing.
Everybody loves
that. Stop.
Yes, it is. It's just fucking
no, it isn't, because the reasoning behind this is what the issue.
Stupid, dude. They don't get it. They're dumb.
This is something you say if you value individual liberty over collective, the collective or whatever the fuck, right? However, the reason what you said, Savitar, is a really bad thing for you is because that line, right? You have a responsibility to keep your child relatively healthy. That could very easily be used. That line of thinking could very easily be used to take away the fat children from parents. Hey, you're abusing your kid by letting them get fat and feeding them fatty foods. We might have to take your kid away. Right? This is a really bad line to go down.
This is just so stupid.
I think obesity is worse than COVID in a lot of places.
I don't think Kobe, that's to me. Kobe, that's to me. So I need to respond. So you want to move past the reasons behind the infringement because you know that's like the major important thing. On one hand, you got some crazy nutjob that believes in a Bronze Age mythology and some sky daddy nonsense. On the other hand, you have the government adhering to medical consensus on what dictates a young person like maintaining their health and keeping them alive. Now moving on from there to whether or not like you want to compare obesity and COVID, we can get into like the deadly nature of obesity and COVID, and I would even argue to a certain extent that we should probably start with different education programs and things like that to reduce obesity in this country. But if that doesn't work, then we can go into more and then we can take
and if that doesn't work, then we can go into parents' house, and if they're feeding their kids too much, we can take it away from them.
We kill them.
This is the brain rot. This is the brain rot of like libertarian thinking. Well, if we have man, if we regulate who can and can't drive cars, what if one day we have an IQ test and you have to have an IQ of 150 to drive a car? Wouldn't that be an awful future?
Kobe, that's not fair. That's literally what's happening.
He's fighting Strummus this whole time.
100% analogous.
Because Kobe,
please,
Savitar said outright that we take their kids away. Right,
he literally said
he's one that made that leap.
Why do you want parents to abuse their children, Doobie?
Oh, again, if you're going to consider this child abuse,
why are you okay? Answer my question. Why are you okay with children? Why are you okay with parents abusing their children?
You gotta understand. I'm actually on the authoritarian side of this argument. I'd be okay with
this. Isn't authoritarianism.
This is not unjustified. Don't call that not authoritarian, please.
It's not authoritarian.
Wait, hold on. Wait, yes, go.
Oh, we got him. No.
Sorry, Doobie, go ahead.
We got to go past that. Go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, I wanted to talk about religious cases first, but I'm already surprised that every time we're talking about politics with like extremists, like ANCAPs or things like that, there always resorts to extreme cases instead of talking about what's actually the city looks like. So going back to religious questions. There is like a point that you're making that is kind of weird because like you can always like put a mandate on social gathering because social gathering improves spreading. What does people who believes in religions? They gather with one another. So you just get them fined for gathering without some types of pass or vaccines or whatever or some types of protections. So later they will not go in church to spread the virus. And that's how you will force them to get mandates. If they don't want to do that, fine with them. They get sick. So their group will get sick and they will get fined in the first place until they realize that they have to come back to life. That's what most societies are doing. You call that, on top of that, you're always mixing authority and authoritarianism. Authoritarianism is an overuse of authority. Of course, there is like a discuss about what is authoritarianism and what is authority, but in your mind so far, you will always trying to say that everything is authoritarian as long as there is an authority there. It makes sense. You consider yourself an anarchist because you don't like authority. But at the same time, anyway,
because they got
so far,
anarchism is not about any kind of authority. Okay, it's about this mentally unjust.
That's the definition of anarchism.
You guys have this in DMs. Have this in DMs.
No rulers. That's what means anarchy.
Please have this
I
in
consider
DMs.
myself an anarcho-communist, so I know what anarchy is.
Please have this shit in DMs.
Oh, you should
So I
admit
don't know what
that.
you're
It's
talking about.
embarrassing.
I feel like no one actually really addressed this. Doobie brought up the idea of a slippery slope surrounding the idea of child abuse. That obviously, that if we say that's okay to take kids, if we say it's okay to take kids away from their parents if they're being unfathomably abusive to them, that what if one day we mandate how much candy we can give a kid? Right?
No bullshit. That's not true. I didn't say
That's a
unfathomably
horribly
abusive.
slippery slope. I agree. That's a stupid slippery slope, Kobe.
That's what
you're right.
You said that if we mandate the vaccine, because if we deem the vaccine abuse, and then we say that because it's abuse, we take the kid away. That we
No,
could
wait, hold on.
hypothetically
No,
do
to be
it
clear,
to
not
obesity.
vaccine. Refusal to give the child
I said the state will do what the state needs to be do. That's what I said.
No,
actually.
you said they could take the kid away. That's what you
They
said.
can in certain cases, sure.
Okay, so Kobe, it's not like
Is that in all cases or
unless-
certain? What's the
unless-
word
unless
certain
Kobe,
means?
Kobe, don't you don't know words well enough to do that. So Kobe,
I do know words well enough. You guys don't understand authoritarianism.
Kobe,
names.
So unless you're saying that not giving a kid the COVID vaccine is unfathomable abuse, right? Which I might agree with you, right? But there, again, this line of thinking, right, where he said that parents have a responsibility to keep their kid relatively healthy, right? And if they don't keep their kid relatively healthy, the government might need to come in and interfere and take the kid away. Well, if that's the line of thinking you're going down, you could very easily take that line of thinking and apply it to a wide range of other issues, like parenting issues.
Right? Relative means
You could, but I also think that is reasonable. I know that you agree with this. We should probably require parents to give their kids like bare minimum of an existence, and if they refuse to do this for whatever their reasons are, Sky Daddy included, they should not have those parents should not be the ones that have custody of those kids. Period.
Okay, so let me ask you. So there are currently vaccine requirements for schools, right? For public schools, it needs to have them to go to public school. So if a parent has a religious reason not to give their kids vaccines, and they choose to homeschool them instead, do you think that those kids should be taken away from their parents?
If an Amish family living on their little Amish village and is completely self-sufficient, and they meet one person, then no, I have always argued that the vaccine mandate, we would mandate it through like if you want to go to school, go to any kind of public gathering over like 2 or 3 people, like a grocery store, et cetera, you would have to have the mandate to participate in civil society, have a job, etc. That's what I've always advocated for. No, if that Amish family wants to segregate themselves from society completely and live in the fucking woods, then no, they're homeschooling their kids and they meet the government agent one time a year and they exchange the scores, then that's fine.
Okay, so
way there, but hey, that's an argument.
Not really. So you're saying that so if it's the COVID vaccine, and the parents are refusing to give to their kids for religious reasons, then that's unfathomable abuse, and we might need to take it away.
Stop. Okay,
that's what you said.
I'm so sorry for using the term unfathomable abuse. I'm so sorry for using that term because I'm talking about significant abuse. Abuse in which, again, going back to my base idea, if a parent is not providing for, like, the basic of their health, the basic of if the parent is beating them or the parent is actively refusing. I don't think that a parent simply not giving their kid the COVID vaccine should have them be taken away from their kid now. I think that they should
disagree with Savitar then.
Be fine. Sure, I disagree with Savitar.
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
that's good.
All right, so
I don't mean to throw anyone off here, but can someone make an argument exactly for why children should be vaccinated when in reality the vaccine doesn't really prevent any infection? It just sort of limits the
shield. If you
the
wear
severity.
a shield and it only
What do you mean?
protects
Because
you
it makes me feel good.
25%, are you gonna wear
I
the
like
shield?
the idea of controlling people.
Yeah, it makes me feel good.
Gets me off.
Yeah.
No, but honestly, I mean,
because I don't like the idea. I don't like because it makes me sad to see videos of little kids on respirators,
Hey,
and it makes me feel good to have them.
And it only protects you 25%. Do you still wear the shield? Hell yeah, I wear the shield. Hell yeah, I want the 25% protection. You know what? If I get 50% protection, hell yeah, that's some shit, dog. Why would you be mad at getting it? Why would you be mad at getting half the virus instead of the whole virus?
More so than we've gotten out of most of that. So let's go to Eucharist and then Captain.
Actually, gotta go. I'll see y'all later. Have a great day. Thanks for having me on Prime.
Okay, listen. July from the CDC unless somebody can update me, okay? July of this year, COVID-19 reduces chance of infection. If somebody can disprove me on this, maybe this number's not as much as it was in whatever the study was, but if somebody can disprove me on this, I do think that that you have a less chance of contracting the virus if you have the COVID vaccine. So yes, I do think that if everybody wasn't vaccinated, including little kids, we would have a much easier time dealing with this virus.
Lord, we enforce the flu vaccine too?
King Prime, is there any possibility we can let my good friend Eucharist go, because I miss his voice and I feel like he has something really intelligent to say?
Yeah, I think he's going to have something very intelligent. Like Eucharist.
He's going to have something.
I mean, on the flu vaccine thing, we already enforce it in various ways. Like my wife is a nurse. She already, like, people are making a big stink about nurses losing their job for not getting the COVID vaccine. She already would have lost her job if she refused to get her flu shot every year. Like, this is a requirement for her job. She has to go in and get her flu shot every flu season. So she refused that this year because she just thought the flu shot was ineffective, which it actually is less effective than the COVID vaccine. If she just had this like big moral stink about it, she'd still lose her fucking job. So yes, we already enforce this in some ways. It's different, obviously, than some things we're talking about now, but we already enforce it in some ways. So I think we're having 20 different conversations, and it's really tough. I don't know that I have anything useful to say, because we're having 20 different conversations, because we're conflating a lot of different medical decisions by a lot of different actors. So the medical decisions that I make for myself, so say like I want to gorge myself on awful food, I want to give myself various diseases and cancers through alcohol and tobacco abuse, or I want to refuse certain treatments for certain cancers that I might have, right? That I think we can distinguish from the kind of medical decisions that parents make for their children, right? Refusing certain treatments, transfusions, whatever, for their children. Those two things can be distinguished. Like decisions I make for myself, decisions I make for my children. We might say one is fine, one is not, or both are fine, depending on where we fall in these things. Okay, and then we can distinguish both of those things, the decisions I make for myself that only impact me theoretically, or the decisions I make for my child, from medical decisions that might have social consequences. So we might want to make arguments about taxes on the healthcare system if I refuse certain treatments, or if I treat my body in certain ways, or if I allow my child to treat their body in certain ways. And then I think we can distinguish that from decisions in both cases that have active harm to other people, which is what I think we're supposed to be talking about when it comes to pandemics and plague and COVID. Is like, we're talking about something that's, it's not just it impacts me, it's not just, well, this might tax the healthcare system. It's that if I fail to do certain things, I could be actively harming other people. But so we came to see, we're having these like intersected and interwoven conversations about all of those different kinds of decisions and not really distinguishing them. And I don't think it's helpful at all, because like, yeah, somebody might legitimately say, I think a parent should have a right to over their child's medical decisions for XYZ, but also the transmissibility and harm of COVID is so bad that I think it's unconscionable. The bubble, you know, somebody could have very complex, nuanced opinions on all these things, because those things are different. I'm mad that Sevatar left, because I was about to throw down on the authoritarianism thing too, because authoritarianism, that's not like, it's not an ideology. Authoritarianism is not an ideology. It's also not, like Sevatar said, like, it's not an unjustified use of authority. That's importing normative content to the word that just doesn't exist. So I mean, I have a dozen citations pulled up if people want them, of just like, it's a complicated word, just like things like liberalism and all these things that are new words that didn't come about until like the 1800s. They're new, the definitions are contested, we have competing definitions, so we can't just sit here and pretend like, oh, I've got an on-high definition that solves all the problems, it's only unjustified use of authority, because it's wrong, because like I can pull down off my shelf and explain to you, Hobbes goes through a long process of explaining why authoritarianism is good and right and necessary and justified, right? He's an open authoritarian, and he thinks it's good and right and necessary and justified. And then you get people like Rousseau and Locke that say, no, that's bad and wrong. But like, you can have a justified authoritarianism. You can have a complex mixed regime of like, you like, it's just, yeah, it's not that simple. So one last thing really quickly on the kids and vaccines thing, I'll just say like my wife is a nurse in the ICU, and she before that she was on the designated COVID floor in her hospital, and it's just a weird disease, right? There have been instances where she's had patients come in that are in their 80s who are testing positive multiple times who get through this just fine, and then there are patients in their 20s and their 30s who end up on ventilators, end up in comas, and end up dying, and it's a weird fucking disease, and it's hard to pin down. So I don't think, like, yes, obviously we can look at the stats and we can see that if you're younger and you're generally healthier, you're going to have a better time kicking this and having fewer long-term consequences. That doesn't mean those long-term consequences don't exist, and that doesn't mean that young people aren't severely impacted by this. So I don't know.
Okay. Again, wonderful. I love how Eucharist does this all the time. I don't know if I have anything to say. 5 minutes later,
it's hard to tie together a bunch of threads of a bunch of bullshit that y'all are chasing down.
I feel really bad.
Okay,
I feel really bad about that. I'm really sorry, you guys. I'm sorry about that.
Sure. No problem. We'll go to Captain A. Jones next. But hey, is neoliberalism, is that word also contested? Would that?
Yes, it is. Neoconservatism and neoliberalism both are like hotly contested.
They're one and the same.
No, it's not. Neoliberal.
Everybody throws them around.
It's really not, though. It's
neoconservatism are a married couple. They fuck each other.
No, it's so simple. Neolib is Hillary Clinton and neocon is George Bush. Get it together, y'all.
Thank you.
So anyway, what I was doing.
Okay, hold on, pause. Before you get to that sweet content. Hello, all. You've been enjoying all of this, and enjoying what we've been doing, or I don't know, tolerating it. Then first of all, hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on, so you know I'm going live. I do 6 nights a week. Don't want you to miss out on all the content, and we'll have more of it after this. But hit that follow button right now if you haven't done so yet, because we have to talk about this and. We'll talk about COVID a lot. Too much, not really. We have conversations on all sorts of subjects, so we don't want to miss out on any of that stuff. Okay. Also, sub to the channel to help out, to assist, to allow me to come back and do this, right? Come back tonight. Honestly, I started a COVID conversation.
Give up to Prime.
I started a COVID conversation, and I honestly didn't think it'd be that contentious. Not where I want to take it. I wanted to take it more of a discussion route, but apparently I was wrong. Any which way, it's September for a little bit left, actually. For like less than 48 hours. It is September, meaning you will have a discount to subbing to the channel, getting all those benefits like our emotes, exclamation emotes in chat. For the subs that you get. Those are the subs that you get. And of course, you get ad-free viewing. I've been playing ads during this. If you want to avoid those ads, right, then consider subbing to the channel. Also, get access to the sub-only parts of our Discord, where you can suggest panel topics and channel updates, all that stuff. So if you are interested in any of that, sub to the channel, or maybe just supporting this community, supporting what we're trying to build. So help us out. We need 3 individuals to get ourselves started on a hype train, which would help pay for all of this good stuff. So how do you do that? How do you support us? How do you make this channel sustainable? Again, subs to the channel, 20% off this month, and this month is ending very, very soon. So 20% off in that direction. Or you can multi-month sub, right? If you multi-month sub, you also get discounts. Or if you have an Amazon Prime/Prime game, you can use that on this channel. Use 1 free sub. Zonia Dead, thank you for the kindness. See, not only do new subs get 20% off, but gift subs get 20% off. That's what Zonia is enjoying. Her dollars go farther, helping out people. Thank you, Zonia, for the kindness. Right? It really is helpful. Thank you, Zonia, for that. Thomas the Promise coming in with a resub, 6 months. Thank you, Thomas, for your continued support. And Zonia, this is your 115th sub. Holy crap. Sonia, I hear you. I see you out there. Thank you, Zonia, and thank you, Jason Society, for 5 subs. Holy, oh wow, this is really great. Josie in Society with 5 subs, 39 subs in total. Thank you for the kindness. Helps out a ton. Captain A. Jones, the captain, a tier 3 sub here, gotta let him know. Helping us out with a sub as well. To Dead Zed, thank you, everyone, for all that. We are already in the hype train. We are level 2 hype train, 62% done. Excuse me, it shifted after that. 75% done. 25% left. 4.5 minutes on the clock. Can we get to a level 3 hype train? So you're dead. Seriously, you're great. I love you. You're amazing.
Come on, man. I'm an old man, and I'm doing that shit. Let these youngins do it. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Get them to a hype train.
Yeah, we're already there. Can we get to level 3 hype train? Help us out. This is how we pay for all this. How it allows me to come back night after night for more of this, to give you more of these individuals. To give you ANCAPs, right?
Shit, man.
I find ANCAPs, or they find me.
I'm clowning kids,
and we thank them for that. But if you appreciate that kind of,
Prime is my homie.
Another
Man.
does.
I love
person
Prime.
does. Bad Synapse, gifting a sub, 11 subs total to the channel.
Like he gave
gifting sub
me
to
a
Currently Nice.
I don't have
to Agent 10.
To
Agent 10, thank you for that. That's awfully kind of you. And he's actually a valued member of the community, so thank you for that. Bad Synapse helps out a ton. We're 80% of a level 2 hype train, almost there to a level 3 hype train. So close, so close, right? So 12% left. 12% left.
You're so
Can we get to a level 3 hype train? Is that a possibility? Help us out. How do you do that? Once again, sub to the channel. If it's a new sub, then you get 20% off. Or continue your sub, right? If you've gotten a sub from one of our kind donors, right, from many kind donors, consider continuing that sub and continue on with those benefits. Or resubbing. If you have a resub, it helps us as well, right? So if you got a resub, one of those messages ready to pop, use that resub right now. Help out the channel. It pushes along the hype train. Or you can donate bits. You can donate bits. Bits helps us out. So thank you for those who use that. Or donating subs, and once again, the money goes farther. If you're donating subs, you get 20% off. 20% off any donated subs, right? So your money goes farther, and you're still helping us out. We still get the full amount.
There's the magic.
Still get the full amount. Thank you, Taking L's. Thank you, Taking L's, for being so kind and gifting a sub to Shrewd God, and giving 17 subs in total. Thank you, Taking L's, for putting us right over the edge there, getting us to a level 3 hype train. Thank you. Taking us for that help. All right, level 3 hype train, 0% down, 100% left. Can we get to a level 4 hype train? 4.5 minutes off the clock. Thank you for that kindness. Taking us helps out a ton. Yeah, and some PrimeCayes emotes in chat for all these kind individuals. Doobie. Doobie striking out with 1,500 bits. The rest of the panel will be better because the French person is gone.
Nerdidity.
I didn't read that before.
I want to give you the homie ham slap. Yeah, homie ham slap.
If you want me to speak French, I'll speak a little bit of French.
No thanks.
I like the homie ham
the
slap.
French person is gone, and we were just happy about that. Why
as a frog, we have a very contentious history with the French. Don't ask about it.
I'm eating those legs. My family's from Louisiana.
It makes sense now. Everything makes sense now.
And thank you, Eucharist, for being so kind. As a gift, high tier 1 sub to the More Perfect Union, who hates everything that comes out of my mouth, but still they're an active chatter and we like them any which way. So thank you, Eucharist, for being for gifting that sub. 33 subs in total. And thank you, More Perfect Union, for being here and constantly complaining about everything that we do. Okay, we'll put us at a 38% of a level 3 hype train. We are moving along. Almost there. To level 4 hype train. We're moving on. We're making it happen. Can we get to level 4? How do you do that? Again, a sub to the channel, or gift bits, or gift subs. And remember, if you give subs, your money goes farther. You're supporting these open panels where we gather these individuals and we yell and we scream. We get more. We get more. We get animated, right? If you enjoyed that, Zonia enjoys it. gifting 2,000 bits. Thank you, Zonia. She says, my people don't eat frogs, but we do love to drink. Zonia, are you French? Are you French? Okay. If Zonia is French, then we got to stop the anti-French talk. Like, at least while she's here. At least while we cannot be doing that in front of her.
That's true.
Zonia has been really kind to the channel, so we'll only talk bad about her behind her back. Thank you, Zonia, for being so kind. That's to give 2,000 bits to the channel for everything else you've always done for this community. It means a lot. You're Irish. Oh, okay, you're Irish. No, we're good. All right, yeah, fuck the French. All right, back to it. So we have 25% left. 25% left before we make it to a level 4 hype train. We're almost there. Almost there. Can we make it? Can we make it? Thank you, Zonia, for that help. But we have
each person that doesn't subscribe to Prime, a puppy dies. Okay, so subscribe to PrimeCayes.
Jesus Christ, subscribe! For fuck's sake, people, subscribe!
Not my puppies. I'm saying a random puppy. Not my puppies.
Okay.
All right, guys, don't take it that way.
Each person that doesn't subscribe to Prime, I give you another book recommendation. Okay, they will pile up. All right.
Okay, look, I haven't made the thread, but I think the thread is real. I think it's serious. I think we should actually keep that in mind. If you care about puppies, then hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button right this moment. Remember, you'll get 20% off, right? And you'll keep a puppy alive, a random puppy, right? But I think that puppy might be in a little danger. Okay, so if that puppy was cute to you, and you want to keep that puppy alive, sub to the channel or gift subs. Gift a sub, save a puppy, right? Give multiple subs, save multiple puppies. We have less than 30 seconds left. 30 seconds left. Can we get to a level 4 hype train? Only 25% left. Almost there. Do you have any more heroes? Again, War Talk is a hero. War Talk just saved the goddamn puppy. War Talk, thank you. You didn't actually sub, but that doesn't matter, right? The money is real. The digital money is real. So thank you, War Talk, for gifting 2,000 bits to the channel, helping us out, saving a life, saving a cute little puppy. Okay, we've completed a level. We've gotten to a level 4 hype train. Level 4 hype train, 10% done, 90% left. 4.5 minutes on the clock. Thank you, War Talk, for actually caring. There's a lot of fucking liberals out here who pretend like they give a shit about animals, right? But here we go.
Are they neoliberals, though?
Are they neoliberals, right? Are they better, or more upgraded, faster, stronger liberals? I don't know. If you're a neoliberal out there, it's up to the channel. God, if you're a neoliberal out there, sub to the channel. And help us out. Help out a puppy, right? Keep them from the vicious hands of Lucas. Okay, so 10% down, 90% left, 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Can we get?
All right, I'm getting back. One of the puppies knocked down the camera.
And so revenge will be taken. Okay, I got it. No problem. So we are at level 4 hype train. Can we get to a level 5 hype train? Is that a possibility? Can we make it there? Subs to the channel, gift bits, give subs, gifting bits like War Talk, like Zonia Dead, like Doobie, right? Thank you for all those kind individuals, always helping out this channel, always keeping us afloat. It's very much appreciated. But we're almost there. We're almost to a level 5. Well, actually, we're a long way away, but we're getting close. There's a puppy. This is literally a threat. This is a threat, is what you're saying here, right? Okay. What are you doing with your support? Other than keeping puppies alive, what else are you doing? Other than doing that, you're supporting all the other content we do here, like the All Black Everything, which we'll have on Thursday, right? Small Council, which we'll have on Saturday. Reverie, which we'll have on Monday and tomorrow. Oh, god damn it.
Tomorrow's gonna be such a good time.
Oh, god damn it. Doobie is having me do an AMA.
I saw
we're going to do an AMA tomorrow on the Positive Discord server, but I'll be streaming it as well, right?
I saw that.
It's an AMA. It doesn't mean you have to answer every question, though.
It's
this loaded. That's going to be loaded.
I don't want to. If you want to support that effort,
I'll be there for you, brother.
I have not done an AMA this entire goddamn time. I've been here like 2 goddamn years, and I haven't done an AMA because I don't want to do an AMA. But like, because DV's asking me to
Look, I'll protect you. Okay, don't worry about it.
All right. Well, if you want to see more content like that, you get to know me, right? Then consider subbing to the channel, or gifting bits, or gifting subs, right? Every little bit helps, right? So from small donors, medium-sized donors to large donors, all that helps move along. So if you can only sub and resub to the channel, means a ton, helps us out a bit. Remember, you'll get our emotes, you'll get ad-free viewing, you'll get access to the sub-only parts of our Discord, and you'll be investing in this community. And you're being allowing me to come back tonight for all this, right? So we have a minute left on the clock. Can we get to level 5 hype train? Is that a possibility? Help us out. Jump on in. Support the community. Support what we're trying to build here. Right?
Get a Roadrunner. Those things are great.
Okay. But we're almost there. So please continue to help us out. Help us out if you value what we're doing, value what we're building night after night. But I do want to thank the people who've helped us out so far, including War Talk, including Zonia Dead, Eucharist. Oh man, what's happening here? Eucharist, DB, Taken L, Bad Synap, Captain A. Jones, Jason Society. I don't know what's going on anymore. On my screen. Zonia Dead for her great kindness. Redolent Thoughts. Was that everyone? Yeah, I'm not sure. But yes, thank you for that kindness, helping us out, getting us this far on the hype train. So thank you all. We will continue with the content. First, of course, we'll thank our top 5 gifters, the ones who are holding all this up on their very kind shoulders, right? Also, a shout out to Boji, because she gifted 10 subs like hours ago. So thank you, Boji. And then she gave like 2 other subs afterwards. I don't know. But thank you, Boji, for that, helping us out. So at the top of the list, we have our friend Leah with 130 subs. 130 subs to the channel. Thank you, Leah, for your ever so kind support of this community. Right. Then number 2. Number 2 is Boji. Yes, Boji has made it to number 2. 75 subs. Rackus Network 70 subs. Dubu 70 subs. Finally been overtaken by Boji. Zonia Dead. Yeah, you've been overtaken by Boji. You're at 70 subs, and she's at 75. She's number 2. But thank you.
You're only number 2 now. You're number 2.
Thank you, Boji, for that. Thank you, dude.
You're just number 2 now. You're just number 2. That's what you
are.
I
knew that was coming. I knew that was coming so hard. Hopped back into the number 2 position.
But not you number 2. You're slightly better. You're slightly less than the best. That's what you are. So you just slightly. Go ahead and pump it up. Go ahead and pump those numbers up for us.
And he did.
Yeah. There you go.
10 hot tier 1 gets up to the channel. Thank you, DB, for the kind, or actually for the spite. That's what that was from. It was spite. And I'll take it one way or the other. DB, thank you, putting us at between 80 subs. Boji now at 75, number 3. Rackus number 70. Zonia Dead 65. Thank you all for that amount of kindness. Leah at the top of the cheer bits with 50,000 bits. Doobie, number 2, there as well with 16,500 bits. Thank you, Doobie, for your kindness, for your generosity, for your help.
Man.
You being the only one with 10,000 bits. Nick B. Bread, 9,000 bits. Mad Latin, 6,916 bits. And then Hans and
the homies come in here,
dude. 5,000
we got
bits.
the all-stars in this
both so much
shit,
for the
dude.
kindness for all those people.
Homies in this shit.
Okay,
You guys are the joint,
that's
man.
more or less
Yeah, but
everything.
you know what?
Just
It's
also
good being
exclamation
on the
social
left.
and chat.
It's a good,
Follow us on social
hard
media.
love
Follow
being
us
on
on
the
Twitter
left, man. Let me
for
tell you
more
something.
of channel
Come
updates. Jump into our Discord where we have all these conversations
do
all
this.
the time in the Discord. Once you be a part of that community, right? If you think any of this is fun, we have this all the time. Offline, online, we have these conversations. So jump in. And then, of course, YouTube, where you'll find the VODs of all this stuff. All right. Back to the content. Got Captain A. Jones and then Kobe.
You know, this is probably not going to surprise anybody. but I almost forgot my point. Almost, motherfuckers. Nice try. Nice fucking try. No, okay, so the reasons that we want to have people, this was in response to something. Somebody said, I have no fucking idea anymore. Okay, somebody said something dumb about vaccines, and now I have to respond to it. So, like, the reason that we want to get everybody vaccinated, and would be great if we could get children vaccinated, is because we want to have the virus, because at this point, we failed at containing it. That's over. So we want to basically have the virus burn itself out. That's the way we get rid of it in a community. The way we do that is we vaccinate everybody so that when it gets through the community, it doesn't kill a lot of people. And then also because the vaccine does make it so that you are more immune to catching COVID. It's not 100%, but it's better, way better than not being vaccinated. So get vaccinated, everyone. I did a poll in chat earlier. I don't think there's a single no on the vaccines.
All right, let's go to Kobe, and then Nasser. Someone else had their hand up. Dan.
Yeah, me and Captain Jones Point are gonna hit off each other well. I also noticed some silly ideas being spread about the idea that like there's like this big like a narrative that the vaccine just protects yourself and everything else is the same. I looked this up. It took me 5 seconds. This is just absolutely not true. This is all from August. Everything I'm pulling is at least from stuff from like literally under a month ago. From January 17th through the August 7th of this year, 96% of COVID cases in New York City were amongst the unvaccinated. Not hospitalizations, not super deaths, not Resident Evil monsters. Just cases amongst the unvaccinated. Cases with, then this is another, I'll put all these links in chat, you can go look at them yourself. There's another study of same October. Cases without vaccinations or with one dose of vaccinations were more likely to transmit their infection to their contacts than those who had received 2 doses of vaccinations. Again, another study that I will link that's from last month, vaccinated individuals cleared their infections more quickly. This is all Delta. It seems as if, even with Delta being more contagious, even with us having to wear masks again in the inside, all that good stuff, it seems as if the vaccine still protects yourself and it protects your community. We can we still have to go back to these libertarian arguments about whether it's ethical to put a gun against grandma's head or whatever, but whether or not the vaccine works, it seems to be medically, at least as right now, indisputable.
Nasser, you can have
I think the overall point of the vaccine is generally because we're never going to get rid of the COVID. That's an unrealistic take. But it's to get it to an R naught that's literally equivalent to the flu. We're going to and then integrate that into like a flu vaccine. So we're trying to lower the R naught overall, and then it becomes a yearly standard similar to the flu shot. So some general mindset of like streamlining, so we're not constantly like locking down or anything like that, and getting it into a state where it's more like just like a yearly thing of a rotation. I worked at a pharmacy. There's always this vaccine hesitancy. It's very hard to educate these people sometimes, especially about other things as well.
Okay.
But
did you? I thought you were done.
Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, Dan.
Yeah, just like we could obviously see that from a lot of these mandates have been put forth since like the beginning of January. We can see that much of these do work compared to other measures of like that we have seen through other states like Florida, Texas, Oklahoma.
But it's not. This isn't about whether it works or not, right? Yeah, I mean, a vaccine mandate would be helpful, right? If everyone was forced to get the vaccine, that would be helpful in all these things. However, it's whether it's balancing the seriousness of this disease rather than like the consequences of putting in a vaccine mandate, because the political consequences would be fucking severe, right? And the legal consequences afterwards, because once you do this once, well, then you can do this again. Is that worth it? Balancing that against the liberty of others who aren't who are vaccinated, and then their lives being interrupted by all these vaccine restrictions. Like, there's a whole bunch of things you got to balance on all these ends. So not just like what does affect. Yeah.
Okay, and normally I would be against like a mandate, for example, of like mandate like IDs or whatnot. But in the case of where if you don't do it, then people die, I would rather do it on the sake of that. And I understand to the consequences that you might set a precedent of other things forward, but in this scenario that we have now, where we have people who are basically just culturally like, I'm resistant to anything changed because of the current government that's in charge, or whoever in authority, I think to the matter is kind of worth it in this matter, in this whole entire scenario. If it's like anything else, probably not.
Let's go to Eucharist, and Bad Synapse jumped in here later on.
Yeah, so this is, I think, why the conversation about authoritarianism was actually, I think, really relevant to this, is because I think most people here who aren't anarchists, are going to think that some forms of what could be called by some competing definitions authoritarianism can be legitimate. This is something that I find very compelling, and I've taught before. It was one of the first things I ever read in like my political theory classes. There's this speech by John Winthrop, who's a Puritan in New England. So you know all sorts of controversy there. But he has a speech when he's kind of accused of some civil crime that's called generally like a little speech on liberty, and he says, well, we have different definitions of liberty that we can employ. We can say, well, there's the liberty to do whatever you want, and that's whatever you feel like doing. That's the liberty that animals have. But there's a better kind of liberty. There's a more important kind of liberty, which he calls like civil liberty or like moral liberty.
Freedom. It was freedoms.
Which is no, it's a little speech on.
Sorry. Keep going.
Yeah. And that's the liberty to do as you ought, to do the thing that you should do. And one of the points that he's making in this is that when you fail to do the thing that you should do, when the thing that you should do is something that, for example, helps your community, makes everything better for everybody, sometimes you end up having to be compelled to do the thing that you should do. So in the case where you're not doing something that you should do, like with your children, sometimes you have to be compelled to do that, or somebody else will do it for you. Like if you're not taking care of them, if you're not feeding them, if you're not clothing them, that sort of thing. So in the case of like the vaccine, like this is obviously more controversial, but yeah, I think you could mount a pretty interesting case that, like, yeah, if you're failing to do what you really should do by all rights, like if you're failing to do the thing that you should be motivated to do by love for your neighbor, that would make your community better, that would make all of our lives better much more quickly, yeah, eventually we're going to have to start having conversations about what the next steps are. Do we just accept the fact that some people are not going to do this, that a lot of people are going to die because of it, or do we start trying to compel people to do this? What are the trade-offs, that sort of thing? I think it's a legitimate conversation to have. Obviously, there's all the trappings that we're running into, but...
Okay. Let's go to Bad Synapse. Doobie, I'm not sure if you had your hand up earlier.
I was waving at my friend Jamie.
Okay, great. And then Matt Latin, if you wanted to add something.
Yeah, well, I think personal freedoms are great, but I don't know if that should be like the main focus.
41.
I think.
Shit.
He didn't mean to do that. Go ahead, keep going.
Okay, no, I just think that like what should be focused on in this case is like public safety, because I get that like COVID isn't smallpox, but if we let it just run rampant and if we just like let people not be vaccinated, I mean the potential for it to mutate and become something crazy, I think it's just not something we should chance.
God damn this shit.
Thank you.
I think that's why we institute the vaccine in general, and hope that people adopt it at some point. Because generally, every year, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to get stronger. It could become more infectious, but
Well, but I mean, like, the more it spreads around, the more it's going to mutate, and the more it's like, who knows what is going to happen because of that. So you never know. And I mean, if we didn't have to do a mandate, that'd be great. If people were just going to willingly accept it, I mean, that'd be preferable. But like, if we had a population of like 50% of like the USA just says fuck it, then like, all right, well, I mean, at some point we got to be like, look, I mean, this is important. I don't think you can just say fuck it in this case. So,
go ahead, Malad.
So, I sort of agree with the idea that the virus is going to mutate if people who are unvaccinated are exposed. I mean, it would mutate either way. Like, the idea is just that basically the more the virus spreads around, the easier it's to mutate. But the thing is, like, the United States is not insular. The whole world is dealing with COVID. So even if we had a mandate here, it doesn't matter for shit because it's just going to mutate overseas. So that's not like a legitimate justification unless we're handing out vaccines to everyone simultaneously. I think
and never traveling internationally.
Right, exactly. Like, we'd actually have to isolate ourselves and do all this other stuff. So like, it's not going to really change, help us in that sense. I think the only reason to have a mandate would be to lower our healthcare costs, like impact on hospitals, that sort of thing. And even then, it's like, I mean, this is a difficult thing because, like, I mean, it should be that everybody should just want to get vaccinated and just get this over with. And that's not the case. And like, trying to force people to do it when they are so paranoid that they feel like someone trying to get something from them in order to do this just kind of creates more civil strife anyway. Like, I don't actually think the costs are going to outweigh the benefits in this case. Also, while I'm here, I just wanted to also mention real quick, and this is for Mr. Jones here. Hold on. I just wanted to do this real quick, and then I just wanted to do this real quick, and I'll let you guys figure out what that means.
I see. Oh. Whoa, watch out, dude! You got people behind you. Bad lad. Back.
No. Please use my new title.
He's a captain.
Title that you lost.
He's a captain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I promoted him to captain after I demoted him.
I don't know if you guys heard this yesterday, but I actually got promoted to field marshal by Tiberius and general. General.
Tiberius might as well be a naked man screaming into the forest, right?
I have a general on my network, baby.
I was also
killer. He's General Frog Killer.
I was also informed yesterday that it's not just captains in the army. You know, there's boat captains and stuff like that, and I don't need anybody to promote me to a fucking boat captain. Yeah. I just need to buy a boat. I don't have a boat. When I get a boat, then you can't promote me for shit.
Before the local crazes drag us off into the sunset, can I just kind of I think what Eucharist was hitting at is extremely interesting. What do you think about that? There's this meme. I think it's like Ron Swanson, the guy from that really shitty show that I didn't watch.
On this
it's like how, America's being able to eat hamburgers every day and get bloating up to 500 pounds and having a heart attack at 30 or something like that, right? And this is like freedom or whatever. But the way that I've seen that characterized by people that prefer more authoritarian lines of thinking is that this is actually a form of slavery to your vices, right? And that freedom, real freedom, comes from doing the right thing, right? Which is what Eucharist was presenting, right? So, like, what do you guys think about that? Because this, you could use that argument to say that, hey, people who are allowing things like gambling, prostitution, alcohol, drugs to be sold in our society is actually, it's not. We're not giving people the freedom to do these things. We're presenting them the opportunity to become slaves to these vices, right? So, I think that's a really interesting line of thinking.
Yeah, it really is, though, isn't it? Like, that's actually... I feel like there's some really important thing that we're overlooking here by saying it in that sense. That there's probably like a... So you're saying like the complete freedom. Like if it was like limited, like if you were starting to... if it was clear that the vice was like taking control on some level, there'd be like some sort of stopgap in like your system. Is that what you're thinking? Or the hypothetical system that would exist?
Well, okay, so things like... I'll use prostitution. Right? People that argue to legalize things like prostitution will say, "Hey, this is personal autonomy. Right? This an adult, they want to do this. we have no right to say that they can't do it. What people on the other side of that argument would say is that, hey, actually, this is a bad thing. This is an unhealthy thing for the person prostituting themselves, an unhealthy thing for the person visiting the prostitute. This affects our society in a negative way. And this isn't a positive thing that's encouraging personal autonomy and personal liberty. This is a negative thing that's encouraging slavery to one's vices. Right? So that's the what's the word I'm looking for? These are the two competing thoughts, I think, when we're dealing with
dichotomy. Yeah. So it's interesting because like these are the vices that are undermining our society argument is like super duper subjective, right? Like,
yeah,
I would sort of. I think like, and I mean, I'm not one of those like freedoms for everyone for any reason folk. So I'm not going to say, I'm going to try to like, what I imagine the argument is, which is that, I'm going to try to express their argument, at least the way I would imagine it, is that since it's subjective and it's so hard to actually decide what is a vice or not, it's better to like have the freedom to let like people choose what is a vice and what's not. So like trusting individuals to like free themselves of vices, so to speak. So it's interesting. I actually am sort of in this camp where maybe we should be careful about our vices, but the thing is, it's going to be hypocritical because like we're going to be deciding what's a vice and what's not a vice, right? And like there's no way to make that objective. So we're just going to have to, like, we're going to have to bite the bullet on that to make this work, I think.
So, and we'll go to Kobe next. And hey, Janie, thank you for joining us. Yeah, I think that's interesting because when it comes to prostitution, it's like the problem is putting it all under one roof, right? We understand, and we've talked about this before, that people who engage in that have different levels of autonomy, have different levels of income. Matt Latin, we got a little feedback from you. Different levels of choice, right? When it comes to all that, but like there simply is a case that's supporting this or allowing. I'm supporting, right? But allowing this to go on means that there are a certain number of people who have the least amount of money, have the least amount of autonomy, have the least amount of choice in all these things, right? And those would be the ones that we would call slaves, right? That's like you might like. I think people on the left like to make the distinction between sex work and sex slavery because those two things are different, right? Sex work is voluntary, any work is more or less voluntary, right? But you get the fruits of your labor in which way. But slavery certainly is not voluntary, and they don't get the fruits of their labor. So we try to make that distinction, but we can also understand that one feeds the other, right? Because one exists, and that people are feeding into that system, even if they don't mean to. They may end up, patronizing, patroning a sex slave, right? Even incidentally, if you're part of doing all this. So, understanding that these two things work off each other, and you can't cleanly separate them, I think is pretty interesting. All right, Kobe.
Okay, I don't overly want to talk about this. I'm a little tired, so I'm going to be going to bed. Oh, this is all I want to say on this whole idea of like vices. Reopen Spud's discount meat barn. No one that went there ever got sick. It was not until the stupid fucking FDA came and shut down Spud's discount meat barn. He had the best discount meat in the whole town, and I should be allowed to have the autonomy to buy a little gray. It's a little gray. The meat's. I'm gonna cook it. It's gonna turn gray anyways. I don't give a darn damn. I'm sorry. I was going to say.
No,
this is all I want to say. This is the last thing.
That's what I feel about Heart
is
Attack
that
Grill. I'm with you.
America is a hub of finance and a hub of industry around the world. Many countries, even countries that don't like America, follow American trends in many ways. The result of legalizing prostitution in most cases in America is probably going to be a lot of very, very, very of the most disprivileged women around the world are going to be trafficked to America and quote unquote, legitimately choosing to autonomously participate in the market of their own free will. And I don't think that's a good idea. But I don't necessarily think that the opposite needs to be true, that we have to just 100% ban it.
By the way, Kobe, as you said about meat, Heart Attack Grill, that's out here in the West Coast, and I feel the same way about Heart Attack Grill. People have died of heart attacks because they ate those triple bypass burgers. But you know what? I ate them triple bypass burgers. I didn't die. Them shits are delicious. I want more of them shits. So I praise you for that.
Alrighty.
So to be
well, I'm going to bed.
So to be clear, we're not just talking about prostitution, right? It's the idea that this is actually what is typically used to counter Lucas's point, right? So like the idea that hey, the state shouldn't come in and force you to do a thing, right? Even if that thing is the best thing for you, right? Even if getting the vaccine is the best thing for you, it's your personal autonomy, it's your liberty, your freedom to choose not to do the good thing for you, right? But is that really freedom? If that leads to these people getting sick, dying, infecting their family members or community, is that really freedom? Is that really liberty?
Yes, it is.
Well, this is the disagreement, right? But Chris, you had your hand up. I wanted to see what you had to say.
I mean, if Prime had other people earlier on the list, I don't want to.
No, I didn't have.
All right, so there were several things. So Prime, you mentioned most of our labor is voluntary. I'm not entirely sure that's true. Kobe and I were both shaking our heads at that. There's.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that, Chris. That's why I hedged my bet there.
Yeah. I just.
About it.
There's a great book if y'all want to read it. It's called The Servile State by Hilaire Belloc, and he deals with this idea. Doobie has heard this before because the last time I yelled at him very drunk about philosophy, like we talked about all of this, and so this is a conversation that we've hit on before. But so I think there's an analogy that Plato uses in his dialogue called the Gorgias that is really useful here. So he says okay, so let's imagine that our appetites, let's analogize our appetites, and let's say our appetites are like jars. Like in ancient Greece, you've got jars in your kitchen. It's where your flour goes. It's where your wine goes, right? So let's imagine that your appetites are like jars, and you're happy when your jars are full, and you're dissatisfied, right, when your jars are empty or on the way to being empty. So he says, imagine that one person has a jar that is whole and not leaking, and it's just full of anything you could want, wine or flour or whatever, right? And then another person has a pantry full of jars that are just cracked and decrepit, and they're constantly leaking, and he constantly has to be refilling them. So who in that analogy is happy? Well, based on the terms that he set up, obviously the person with the whole jars is happy, and he says, well, it's analogous to our desires because the person who's truly happy is not the person who constantly does what they want, because what we find with our appetites generally is that if we are overindulgent, we constantly have to keep indulging. This is true for all sorts of pleasure, he thinks. We constantly have to keep indulging, and we're never satisfied, and we never reach a stasis, versus somebody who has some sort of self-command or self-discipline. And so he says, well, so if we want happiness in our cities, in ourselves, what we need to do is restrain our desires, because otherwise we've condemned ourselves to a life of endlessly trying to satisfy them without end. So that's not really freedom. He says, like as Doobie said, this is like a kind of servility or slavery to an appetite or a desire that you can't ever get away from. So I find that very.
You guys need to control your impulses.
I don't want to be a eunuch. I'm sorry, bro. I don't want to be a eunuch.
I just want to say something real quick, and this is like I'm not exactly how it was. But this is exactly the argument that Plato was using to justify slavery. So I'm not sure if you guys want to.
Plato doesn't justify slavery at all. No.
Plato was okay with slavery, and this was the kind of argument that he was using.
Okay, so
you attacked his master Eucharist.
I thought we agreed never to discuss philosophy again.
Like kingdoms and like having philosopher
didn't last very long.
Yeah, but like on the one hand, no. On the other hand, I think we can take the analogy on its own and say, I think that we can find it compelling to say that somebody who is a slave to an appetite or a desire, or somebody who feels a need to constantly, somebody who has an addiction, as in the modern terminology, who constantly needs to do this thing and is held captive to that, is not free in the way that most of us would want them to be free. So we keep talking about autonomy as well, and I think autonomy is actually a pretty high barrier, right? Because autonomy, like, literally just means like self-legislation, making a rule for yourself, and I don't think most of us are autonomous in the way that we're thinking about it. So I think most of us think that individuals being free is a good thing. I think
I just remember that the way Plato used that argument to justify slavery is because right after that he said that in that way everybody is a slave to something, so slavery is okay. Literally,
yeah, that's not that's
exactly what Plato said. Jesus, if anybody listen, read the Book of Forms. Read the Book of Forms,
please.
Oh my
God! I think you're misconstruing the context there. I understand what he's saying.
It doesn't matter though,
metaphysical level. That's like
but
it doesn't matter. Irrelevant.
So even if let's pretend. No, wait, really quick. No, really quick. Jenny, please.
No more philosophy.
My queen, I'm begging you. 2 seconds.
It's irrelevant. We all live in that space.
I want to give it that 2 seconds,
inherently level, but that doesn't mean that we have to accept that as a species, as a means of equity in our society. Give me a break. Come on, man.
Doobie, what's the 2 seconds?
Okay. So, Lucas, it literally doesn't matter, because even if you did use that argument to justify slavery, you still need to attack the argument. Don't just say, oh, well, he used it to justify slavery, so therefore it's bad. Attack the argument.
Well, if the argument justifies slavery, I don't think I have to dismantle that any further.
That's stupid. Come on.
Unless you guys are okay with slavery. If you guys are okay with slavery, then I can go into debating why is the slavery run. But if you guys are okay with
you're the one validating slavery, though, not us. You are the one validating slavery.
I'm sure that's rhetorical. I'm sure that's a rhetorical fallacy. I'm sure Eucharist can tell us what
please stop.
Very small point. Sorry. I'll stop with the philosophy after this. I will. I promise.
Thank you. I appreciate.
So this is Gorgias. If y'all want to follow along, lines 507E through 508B. Okay. So Plato says, so because of this argument that he's just given about the leaky jars and all this stuff, you can disagree with the analogy. He says, so we shouldn't refuse to restrain our desires, because that condemns us to a life of endlessly trying to satisfy them. So then he goes on in the next paragraph. Now, either we have to prove that this argument is wrong by showing that happiness does not depend on a person having the attributes of justice and self-discipline, and unhappiness on immorality, or we have to accept it as true and see what follows from it. So yeah, you can disagree with the argument. You can say like, no, this is wrong, and here's why. That's fine. You can do that. But so I wanted to pick back up one other thing that somebody said, which is, well, this is a conversation about forcing you to do the best thing for you. This goes back to something I said earlier about like our medical decisions, right? I don't think any of us are saying, well, the government the authority can always force you to do the best thing for you, because that would entail something like that's far more overreaching than most of us are comfortable with. That would entail like a government mandated nutritional program and all of these things. That we can have suggestions and nudges and things that kind of guide us towards the things that are best for us. But yeah, no, I don't think any of us are going to say, yes, we should admit that the government can always force you to do the best thing for you, because that requires us to say the government knows what's best for you, right? I think most of us are on some level uncomfortable with that. But what makes this conversation different, because this is all in the context of COVID, is this isn't just about me. This is a plague. This is something that affects other people. This is something that like I can harm other people by generally being in their presence if I don't take certain precautions, especially if I don't have a vaccine, those sorts of things. Right? So it changes the conversation. It's not just, we're going to make you do what's best for you because we know what's best for you, and we're going to, like, there's all sorts of uncomfortable things that are going on all over the world with COVID, right? There's something else on top of it. Yeah.
Okay, so you can just hold on. I want to actually cut in just for a second. Can I just cut in for just a second? This is like a thing. Life is about refilling jars, whether they're vice jars or like life jars. Like literally, that's all we do. Like we are either saving up to buy a house, or wasting money on a vice, or doing like literally. You can use the jar metaphor for everything we do, and thus kind of like undermine the whole point, which is that why would we want to be slaves to filling in jars? Well, that's all we are, right? Like whatever we end up deciding to do with our lives, we're literally, you could take that metaphor of jars and apply it, right? So like, I don't think it actually necessarily means anything to say that, oh no, the jars of ice that you have on this wall are all necessarily bad, I guess.
So there's an extra step that you need to take there, right? Which is like, if I don't get a bigger, better house, I could still be a content person. I think we see this particularly in like Eastern philosophical traditions of like finding contentment in whatever circumstance, regardless of pain or suffering or lack, right? That's something that's
convenient.
Really
that's a very convenient philosophy for the rich, right? To the poor, right? Like, oh yeah.
Well, yeah. But my point is that like I understand what you're saying. Like life is a cycle of like constantly trying to do other things. But the question is whether or not you are compelled or find yourself dependent on those things in the way that we often find ourselves compelled by our appetites and our desires if we don't learn self-mastery.
I didn't want to talk anymore about philosophy because I feel like someone might not like.
Can I just say something, and that's it, and then we can move on.
Lucas, all right, go ahead.
I've got so many problems here. Lucas, I know you've probably got something important to say.
Please,
why
because
the hell?
This is really dangerous.
But why? But why? Yeah, well, you know what's more dangerous?
Dangerous.
If I hear any more philosophy, then it will be dangerous.
I'm sorry, but you know why this is dangerous?
Lucas.
So, if anybody doesn't believe in me, they can go ahead and read Plato's Republic. It's the book where he argues in favor of slavery. He makes the argument. Let me finish, please. I let you talk for like 5 minutes. Plato says that everybody is a slave to something. Some people are slaves to vices. Some people are slaves to power. Now, Aristotle replies to the argument that Plato submitted. He said, the way that Plato has removed all conditions under which there could be exploitative economy of slavery. Nevertheless, Plato is not an abolitionist. In fact, far from it, because he thinks that almost fundamentally everybody is a slave. In line in his aristocratic dirigism, treats them as such. So he treats everybody as slave, and that's why he's okay with slavery. So this is why I'm saying that this
DMA, you're wrong.
I don't understand why you're so pissed off. Like,
you guys
we're
not
all slaves.
I'm not fucking okay with slavery. God damn it.
Lucas, you're wrong. That's it.
Okay,
Google does agree with Lucas a little bit here.
Nope. Thank you, Gappy V. All right, and even though I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing your name wrong. Thank you for the kind 118 person raid. Hello, Raiders. My name is Prime. We talk about all kinds of stuff. Right now we're talking about COVID/freedom/ whatever. We're talking about a lot here. We have and philosophy, even though it pisses off a number of people on this panel. We talk about all kinds of things here on this channel, right? We have big panel debates. We have 1v1s. We have interviews. We have other stuff I can't remember right now. And we'll have an AMA tomorrow. Oh, God damn it. But we have all kinds of content for you, and we have that content 6 days a week. If any of that interests you, if any of that at all interests you, hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. Don't wish to miss out on all the content that we do. So yes, we do panels, we do interviews, we do 1v1 debates, we do politics, and we do culture. We do everything, right? So if any of that talk, and this is an open panel, so we allow audience members like you to be a part of it. These are all members of my audience who've come on to have the discussion. So if you ever want to join in something, right? Hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. So thank you again, Gappy V, for the kindness. Is it Gappy 5?
Are we back to philosophically damaging each other? Is that what we're doing now, or are we ready?
Is it Gappy 5? I'm okay. I apologize, Gappy, and I feel really bad. But anyway, Gappy, thank you for your kindness. All right, down with that. Go ahead, Doobie.
So Lucas, so before we get on to Jenny, because I know Jenny wanted to talk, but Lucas, that was beautiful, it was passionate, but the reality is you've lost. They're jar-pilled. Security's in the garbage. I'm sorry, security is the hot thing right now. Liberty's in the garbage. You've lost. Fuck off. Jenny, my queen, whenever you're ready.
Yeah. I mean, we can move on from the subject.
The jar pill, it's over.
I literally just want to point out that you guys
the jar
used
pill, it's over. You lost.
An argument that justifies
the
slavery.
actual teacher.
Janie,
DM me and I'll explain. God, fucking drop it. But you're wrong. Oh my
I trust
god.
the teacher more than Lucas. I don't know. That's
in your muscle.
Yeah, that's an appeal to authority. I mean,
Yes.
I literally provided a quote from Aristotle.
Great, we got it. Janie, and then Nasser.
Listen, I think everyone has just proved my point that philosophy does nothing but divide us and cause great harm. And conversations about jars. I mean, look at Eucharist. He looks like he's about to have an aneurysm. I'm slightly concerned. Lucas is yelling at the abyss. I don't know why. And Dewey's so close, I'm actually considering filing charges. We've got 2 fucking captains in chat. Don't know which one's leading the vote. And now Eucharist's gone off chat. He's probably crying. I'm worried about everyone here. I'm worried. I'm the one who's not well. But everyone else is having a bloody breakdown. So ask yourself, people.
I'm just laughing.
Ask yourself. Jason's the only one who looks like he's having a good time. He's having a fucking brilliant time.
Yeah.
Everyone else. Hang on, just take a second. A little bit of mindfulness. Take a minute. Take a breath.
You don't need to party like it's 1999. You're too young to be upset.
Yeah,
I'm 41. You guys need to be jumping the roof, man. Come on. What you smoking? What you drinking? Come on, think about it for a minute. You're up at fucking whatever time it is in your time zone. Why don't you just enjoy your life for a minute?
Okay, Janie, finish up so we go Nasser.
I just want to say, have a great morning, everyone. I'll be listening. I'm going to be here. I'm staying in the chat. I'm staying in this because I'm intrigued just to know where this jar-pilled convo is going. Hi, Doobie. It's nice to see you there. Hi.
Alrighty, so I do want to tread on other things other than the mandate, like our economy system and generally jobs and the sheer lack of those jobs, or just jobs just not being fulfilled overall, because we have a lot of people that, if we did set up a mandate, they would just quit their jobs. They don't really give a shit. They're already in a position to retire, and they're more than willing to retire if forced to take something that they don't agree with. So we have like that element, and then we have just jobs in general that are like totally being in a position of like under like we have nurse staff that are like, because you can only have so much nurse staff in a hospital and so many people covering people and stuff like that. We have doctors pretty much in bad positions because there's a shortage there. We have pilots that have a shortage there. So it's kind of like, what are we doing to like, what issues are we going to, I guess we're just going to have to like streamline training and some level of just incentive to get people into these career fields. We have the entire like retail market probably like falling apart because no one really wants to do those fucking jobs, and the government kind of helped those people stay out of those jobs for a bit. It's just I feel like there's just more than just a mandate. The whole new COVID normal is that we're not going back to the way America was, and we might go back somewhat, but it will never be like before COVID. And that's just things I want to try and get addressed, other than just a myth.
I mean, it's not going to go back to normal at all. Like, I 100% agree with you, but like we shouldn't even be trying to go back to whatever it was pre-COVID, right? Like,
yeah, but some people believe this is the problem. A lot of people are delusional and thinking that they are going to go back to this.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter because we're not.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. Like, we've discovered that we can do all our work at home, so why are we commuting? Why would we even take a job if we can...
On the other end, this has killed all commercial like real estate. So at the other end, so we've found that remote work works. All right. Yeah. Well, now we've killed commercial real estate. So now what do we do with that commercial real estate?
There's
do we convert this into like residential real estate?
Yeah.
Do we? Yeah. So it's
I mean, stuff like that. And also, I don't think anybody's necessarily crying tears of sadness for folks who own all that property and were able to rent it out to businesses anyway, right? Like, they're probably fine. I guess the point is that, like, people are going to be working remotely a lot. Looking for jobs to do that.
A lot of jobs are working with real estate companies to actually throw people back into the,
but the thing that's, I think, probably the greatest challenge that we're going to deal with is actually because everything is remote and we're starting to get into, everything's being shipped. Like, companies that rely, that were pre-positioned to exploit this new market, this new economy, are doing extremely well right now. And not that that's an inherent problem by itself, but the fact that they're going to have a great deal of power as a result of all the wealth they've generated is a bit of a concern. Like, there's there's not very much competition. So I think that, like, we have to figure out what's going on there. I think the other thing that we need to figure out is, like, what about the folks who didn't have the privileges that a lot of folks had to avoid the market altogether, being, like, coerced into service industries, that type of thing. I think we can start off with those two, and that would be probably interesting.
We would indeed do that. But we'll do that some other night. Thank you all for being here. Divi, I think, had a really interesting topic. We can actually, and you guys end up moving away from it any which way. So we can do that some other time. Anyway, to my audience, we are going to come back. We'll be back later tonight. We'll have an AMA type thing. It'll be great, or not. Maybe it'll be the fucking worst. I don't know.
It's gonna be amazing. I'm gonna take care of you. Nobody's gonna hurt you. Don't worry.
Most PrimeCayes, I'm gonna ask you the most intimate questions possible.
! Social in chat.
Okay.
Follow us on Twitter. Get channel updates. Jump to our Discord. Discord is where we have all our conversations. It's the heart and soul of our community. Not part of our Discord. You should be part of our Discord because you're missing out on so much. We have online conversations, as you see here. We have plenty of offline conversations. We have a whole community there talking about all kinds of things, not just politics, but also a lot of politics, right? So jump on there. Be a part of that Discord. We love to have you. YouTube's where you'll find the VODs. VODs live on YouTube. They don't live here, right? So like, comment, and subscribe our YouTube channel. We'd love to have you there. Okay. Also, this is very important. Hit that follow button right now. Hit that follow button on this channel, this Twitch channel, right now. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. I'll be back next week, or not next week, tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow with more of all of this. All right. So we will. All right. So I've been deciding on who we're going to read, as a person now, I don't think I'll be able to get a chance to read them up because they're not usually up. And I'm up, so I'm going to give them a raid. But they're doing not politics now, but they're really good. I'm a big fan of this person. So we're going to raid Sean _Vids, who is Sean on YouTube. And he's great. He produces amazing video essays.
He's been featured
go say hi to him. Be nice and kind and
he's dope.
Stuff like that. And I'll see you.
Like that's
next,
somebody. If you're into politics,
okay.
He's a young kid.
All right. Be right back.
He's dope as shit.
That's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it always is.
I feel bad.
I'm still streaming.
I'm so sorry, Lucas. That
I just try to make that clear.
I'm about
still
to
streaming.
start streaming.
Ooh.
Lucas.
Politics?
I'm sorry, you had to see the jar filling.
Me?
Of these
I never actually saw your stream.
I've
seen your name around.
I think I want to start a stream called The Back Panel, and it's just going to be like the aftermath where people are just laughing about the fact that we had this horrible debate about horrible shit. And just talking about movies and like,
I feel like I always come on when
music and
everyone's
shit like
about
that,
to have a
you
mental
know.
breakdown.
It's like it's all blood sports, but then we're pretty chill with each other, and we don't hate each other. We don't want to kill each other.
Don't speak so.
Speak for yourself.
Except Kobe, I think Jason wants to kill the frog Anita, right?
Well, that's only because my family is from Louisiana and we really like frog legs. Like, it's really,
Jason,
actually,
Jason,
primarily I like Doobie, but otherwise I will eat his frog legs.
If anyone's gonna murder him,
Frog legs are mad.
Okay.
Man, they're not that great.
Jason's just looking for a reason to have part of him in his mouth. It's a whole thing.
It would be a very, very small.
That's how that was gonna go.
Right. It'd be a very small fried part. Yes.
Small fried.
I don't know.
It's really rude.
I cook
fast.
Hold
on.
You should see how quick I can chop some shit up and cook
Who
it.
is the captain? I need that answer. I need the answer. Who the fuck is the real captain?
There's a former captain, and then there's me, who's the captain.
Are you
now.
the new one?
I'm the new captain.
But you know how that film ends, right? It's not good for you. Like,
Let's
you
not
don't
talk
win
about
at the
it, okay?
end.
It's fine.
I mean, chaos is a ladder, so I will be captain as long as it's necessary. You know, whatever.
At least Matt has the abbreviation spelled
No,
correctly.
I'm gonna use the Littlefinger quote like that. That's what it is. Chaos is a ladder. I'm captain.
So
until like
you do
some
realize
splits my throat, I guess.
You do realize you get your throat slit in the end by a little girl.
I mean, the most dangerous woman in Westeros. You mean, like literally?
Yeah,
like it's an honor.
That they just decided not to build.
Yeah,
up
it was kind of also
to,
shitty writing, but yeah,
just not to fucking explore the backstory of, so that when it finally happens, we're all just like.
I mean, yeah, to think that Littlefinger would die in the North by himself, like for no reason at all, was kind of dumb.
Wait, he dies?
Yeah.
Shit.
Of course he dies.
Oh,
okay,
bro.
fine. We shouldn't talk about spoilers for a TV show with.
That was a great show.
Spoilers for the most famous
You know what?
TV
Fuck
show.
everybody that was mad at the last season. Fuck everybody that was mad.
Fuck you! It was
at the
shit.
last season.
It was actual
okay with
shit.
that shit.
It was literally
To think that I spent 6 seasons getting invested for them to fuck up not just the last season, but the last 2 seasons. No, fuck that shit. I am entitled to a good TV show.
Are we really?
Never
Let's be
watched.
honest. Are we really surprised? Are we really surprised that it ended with a woman being upset that she wasn't getting dick and murdering everybody? Let's be honest. This
Right, shut the
happens.
fuck up, Doobie.
That's a perfect Doobie response. You see what I'm saying?
Look, hold on. Do you remember how upset that woman got when she said that I was punishing her by forcing her to like have sex with me without a condom? I didn't even know that woman. Imagine how upset Daenerys is going to be, right? She's being denied dick like right in front of her. Will you do that to a woman? She will murder your entire family.
She will.
She was fucking no, what do you mean?
She will put her dragons upon you.
That doesn't even matter. Okay.
She will.
Right.
She
No,
will hurt you.
It's realistic.
Nope, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Nope.
My lawyer has recommended that no captains on this panel say anything at this time to any of the stuff that has just been said.
That's probably really good legal advice.
I will agree with you. I will agree with you that Daenerys, if she were into males and she decided to get aggressive and sexually aggressive, she would have the militaristic capacity for which to project 3 to 4, depending on the time frame, dragons upon said which inquisitor who would not be favorable to her.
Okay, you're talking too much.
She doesn't have 4 dragons.
This is too long.
She had 2.
Yeah. She had 3.
There's too many big words. Inquisitor didn't need to be there at all.
Well, 3 to 4. I can't remember. Okay.
It was not 4.
Okay.
Please
Get it right. There was 3 dragons.
There was 4, but one died early on.
I can feel the texture of your slimy skin.
Jason.
And it makes me uncomfortable.
One second. Mad lad. Just you look at me.
But do you see what I'm saying?
Let me get close to you.
We know what's going on
have
here.
the ability militaristically to destroy you, like if you resisted. I'm not saying whether or not that's a valid and acceptable response. I'm just saying it's a possible response.
That's what I'm about to start streaming.
Ooh,
I know
British
everyone gives a
politics?
shit about what's going on in the
British
UK.
politics.
Wait, you think politics is divisive, and you want to talk about
Jamie,
British
put it
politics? My
on.
God! Like,
because
we can talk about Brexit. We can talk about petrol. We can talk about
for the stoner panel anyway.
I feel
So
like
you're
I've
stuck.
really pissed him off, and like I feel
No,
bad now. I
had a
mean for it
Queen
to
Jamie.
happen.
How about this? There was an unfortunate intersection of a heated argument and a screaming baby that I had to go take care of. It wasn't you. It's fine.
Okay.
How about this?
Well, I would never mean anything.
I'll care about British politics when you guys get rid of the Queen.
The timing of that exit Eucharist was hilarious.
Yes, you're not the queen.
By the way,
if you were, I would be okay with England having a queen, but you're not.
Yeah, so Lucas is just a simp.
Yes.
Okay,
Did you know that monarchy and slavery are identical arguments? They conflate perfectly.
Okay,
what about the monarchy of democracy, where the people are the king and are tyrannical as the majority?
Have you met these
tyrannical?
people? Have you met these people? Why would you want
reading Rousseau? It sounds like Rousseau.
Good point.
By the way, I just want to say that Squid Games is better than Game of Thrones. Just want to.
I
throw
haven't
that
seen
out
it. No spoilers. I haven't seen it. No spoilers, please.
It's freaking good. You gotta watch it.
Okay, but has anyone watched Takeshi's Castle recently? Because I forgot how good that show was, and oh my god,
That's
it's
amazing.
so good.
I'm watching the Peaky Blinders.
Oh yes.
Fucking good show. Gotta give you guys that. The Peaky Blinders is a good
So
show.
we
I'm
were
watching it
already
right
best
now.
friends.
I've heard good
I'm
things about Peaky
disappointed.
Blinders. I want to do. I want to check that out.
It's
Peaky
super
Blinders
good.
is so good.
It's so good.
I think it's
Are-
on.
are-
What? Sorry.
No, no, it's totally separate. Go for it.
Oh god, I need to start stream, but I feel like absolute fucking shit.
Oh, no.
You're British.
no.
That's normal.
Yeah.
We expect this of your kind. It's fine.
Yeah, that's true. It's very true.
Yeah, we have things in common now. So many times I don't want to. I was chilling, did not want to turn on the fucking camera, did not want to do it, but like, no choice in the matter.
I can feel it every time. It's like 8:50 and I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting. Like, 8:55 rolls around. I'm like,
Captain
maybe-
Jones
maybe-
made such
maybe
a
my
good
notifications
emote
are
of
just-
me last night. I
Maybe
looked
my
so perfect in that picture. The one that you
was
put on
great.
Twitter, I was like, that is so beautiful, just so perfect. I was just sat here like this, like, I'm so fucking sick of everyone's shit, but I've got to get on stream. God
it's
help
amazing
me.
what technology can do nowadays. You know what I mean? I just
perfect.
like that on my phone.
I'm
And
gonna nick that.
go for
I'm
it.
actually
Amazing.
very impressed that people are seeing your Twitter, Captain A. Jones. That's.
So this
I'm
is
a
perfect.
lot-
I mean, not Captain A. Jones. Jones, Mr. Jones. That was a slip.
Me and Mrs. Jones.
I'm impressed that Boji is here. Hey, Boji.
Boji, hey.
Oh hell yeah!
Hey.
Boji's here.
What's up, Mad Laden?
This is exciting. We've never actually done the verbal thing.
I know. Just
This is
DMs.
like, it's crazy. Like I don't. Words hard.
Yeah, it's really weird.
She
To,
likes,
it must be really weird to
likes
follow
my
me the person
cat,
who
so you know.
That's what I mean.
the rank thing.
Shut the fuck up, babe.
Whatever.
Boom. I got 2 cameras.
So weird. It's so
I gotta
weird that
go
you use
check
my
it.
name. It's like it's creepy.
Oh
It's just
shit!
weird.
Whatever.
Yeah, I don't mind. It's strange.
I mean, is that your name though? It could be just whatever name.
Yeah,
you...
Hi, Valencia.
No, my name is Abraham. Most people just call me Abe though.
Really,
Abraham?
That
Like-
is a name. That
How
is
do you
like
guys
a
not
handle.
know this? I don't understand.
I don't
how
feel
you guys
com-
don't know each other's names.
I don't feel
It's
comfortable
weird,
knowing
like,
other people's actual names online. It just doesn't actually. I'm like, no.
If his
no.
name isn't A. Jones,
Look at
I'm
Jade's
really
face.
upset. Like,
Right. Watch it
I
be
wonder
like
what his name
Bradley.
is.
If he's not really
It's
a
like Pierre or
captain,
some
something
shit.
seriously gone
Pierre.
wrong.
No,
Yeah.
Pierre.
And
No
like-
way. He kind of looks like a Zeke.
A Zeke?
Zeke?
That is just rude.
I
Who
could totally
Zeke
see
was like
it.
a milquetoast last name. Like, let me think. Like,
Zeke.
Robinson. Oh
yeah,
my
Zeke
God.
Robinson. That's it.
Synapse, we're
Sorry,
talking about
Captain.
random fucking names is what we're talking about, assigning people's names. But bad Synapse, thanks for coming through. It's nice seeing you.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah,
It was really fun.
Yeah, sure,
Only got
sure.
to say a couple of things, but
We'd love
Yeah.
to have you again in the future. Come back like earlier in the day, and then you can say more things.
you have to be
True.
more
I joined it, like,
assertive.
okay.
Especially if Mr. Jones is speaking, just speak over him. It's fine.
Yeah, that's
So is it
what
Mr. Jones or Captain Jones? Which one is?
No.
You
Mr.
just
Jones.
demoted
Captain
him or something? What the hell, man? Don't demote him like that.
No, he was demoted the other day. He hasn't worked his way back like that.
He's
Oh,
freshman.
next time
He's-
I'll come
he's
back as
freshman
Admiral
Jones.
Synapse.
He's
He
freshman
was
Jones.
severely
Okay.
demoted.
Okay.
You got
Cal-
wrecked.
Cadet Jones.
He went from captain to private to civilian.
Oh, okay.
I don't think people realize though, like, and have really dealt with the reason why. Like, the captain is fun, but like the A. Jones is more interesting, considering that it means Alex Jones.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Alex Jones. Oh,
clever diversion away from that fucking minefield.
Holy shit! How the hell have I just realized this?
Yeah.
Everyone's missed the plot.
He's been outed now.
You've lied.
I mean, not in chat though. This is
time.
yeah.
You didn't tell me this. I've been calling Alex Jones this whole time.
It
Wow.
took me months to admit it in Prime's.
I've been
Prime's
raiding
community.
you on Twitch for so long.
Here it is.
And I did not know that you were.
All right, guys.
Alex
I'm gonna go ahead and get going. It's fucking 4:50 here. I gotta
Lucas, we would love to Lucas. We would love to have you on closed panel. You want to do that?
With
all right. I'm gonna message you right now.
Okay, I just sent you a friend request so we can fight about Plato another time with people.
Okay. That sounds fun.
And I'd like to talk to you about your anarchism as well. So yeah,
That sounds
there's
fun.
a lot of love going around here. Yeah.
All right, that sounds fun. Take care, guys.
Yeah,
For sure.
I'm still confused on how
See
we
you
got
later.
from
Bye-bye.
jars to slavery, personally.
Valencia.
I'm very closely connected to topic.
No, the secret is you
Hey
don't.
Valencia, are you ready for
I-
some more redolent squares?
What?
Are you ready for some more redolent squares?
Ah, sure. You guys are gonna do more.
Gotta stop the
Hell yeah,
stream.
we're gonna do more.
Gotta
We're
stop
doing a
the
lot more of that.
You
That
can
shit's
do it.
blowing
Do it.
up. We're
Something.
doing some crazy shit.
Bar.
Did you guys know I'm doing a
I don't
game
even have
show?
makeup on yet, but I'm going in without makeup.
I managed
I'm
to
not
do this
doing
about
it.
makeup too, so I think you might be able to handle it.
You guys need to check out
Thank you.
Rome.
Also, side note, you look
Though.
lovely. So just putting it out there.
Yeah, you don't need makeup. Like you don't need to wear
Yeah.
that.
Guys, you gotta
Eucharist.
check
You
out
guys,
Redolent
I will
Thought. That
cry.
kid's
Yeah, you don't-
awesome.
you don't need it. You look
He's
just as
got
bad
some
either way,
shit.
so it's
Yeah, you're a
Right
queen.
now.
Damn, Dewey. Calm the fuck down.
what was it? Okay, Eucharist. What was that speech? I remember I read that speech like 5 years ago or some shit. So I kind of remembered what you're talking about, but I'd like to read it again, just like brush it up. I think it was something Winthrop.
Yeah, here I'll put it in the. It's John Winthrop's little speech on liberty. It's on a bunch of
Okay.
different websites. Yeah.
Thank you.
By the way, is that chessboard in the background for show, or do you actually play?
I play, but I'm very bad, so I explain this all the time. I have it there to encourage myself to learn better. It's not that I'm like, I don't have it there because I'm like, I'm so good at chess. It's like when I sit down in my chair to do my work, and then I'm like, oh man,
Just, like,
I'm gonna
reflect on the-
scroll on Twitter for a while. It's like, no, I could stare at a chessboard for a little while and you know
Hey,
figure
you
things
can
out.
Eucharist. That's how
Let
I
me
feel
know if you
about
need
my
a
7
coach.
string. That's how I feel about my 7 string.
It's yeah.
No, we can do this. We can do
Pick up
this.
a-
I
pick
can.
up a ukulele.
For the low price.
My hope is
The
to get
low
my
price.
background to eventually look like Eucharist, because I really just I just have empty walls at this point.
Yeah, dude, this is all IKEA, man. Like,
yeah.
I like the books. I think the books are very, and I like the board too.
Just get the
but,
full pack
the
of
books are all
changing light
real.
bulbs from Amazon. Oh
Yeah.
shit! Don't buy from Amazon. Shit! Oh
You
shit!
can actually
we're all
you
on
can actually
Amazon.
buy
Shit!
you can actually buy books in bulk to put on shelves behind you.
Shit! Don't tell them that, Doobie. They'll know my secret. No.
It's true though. Like you can get like giant bins of books for like fucking cents per book. Because like when
Yeah.
books distribute, well, I don't know what it's like now, but like back in the day when I was at Borders, we used to just send books back, and then we'd buy like these shipments of like bargain books, and it would just be like
Okay,
this
we're
giant
going
fucking
live,
box.
boys.
All right.
Oh no.
Wait, are we going live with us here? What?
Hell
We're here?
yeah, go live,
We're gonna be live?
Jamie.
The
I'm
start
live too.
for like the first 15 minutes, and then I'm gonna leave everybody. Okay.
Okay. All right.
So for the
I need
first
to-
15 minutes, I get to
You
explain my
gotta jump in with me,
philosophy. and-
Janie. I'll
Wait,
go sit with
oh
you.
god, I gotta change my background. Hold on. I gotta. You're in the UK, right?
Yes, I'm in
The Union Jack.
Okay. Damn it! Stop! No,
Loyalty.
don't undermine my shit.
Homeboy up there
I'm
putting
sorry.
his
For.
clothes.
As a
He's
fellow
like changing
captain.
his background, like all these.
As a
God
fellow
damn it.
captain,
I'm like,
I knew
well,
now I need
exactly
to come up
what
with
you were
something
gonna
new.
do.
Original art from my homies. All this art is from my homies outside of my I
was gonna do this.
I got some Funko Pops, but all my art is from my homies.
I do it.
All my homies, all my artwork. All my artwork in my house is from my homies.
Wait, you have Funko Pops?
Hell yeah, I have Funko Pops.
Like, are they yours?
They're communal.
Were they gifted to you? Yeah, okay, so they were gifted to you.
They were gifted to me. They were gifted to me.
Yeah.
And
you didn't throw them
I will handsomely give them off to my other comrades at need or will.
So you.
I mean, all Funko Pops are Beanie Babies, but more popular, unfortunately.
You currently
all
own.
over.
You currently own Funko Pops. Be very clear.
I don't own them. I'm in possession of them. I don't own. I'm in possession.
I see.
I have Funko Pops. Yay! Yeah. No, I don't have Funko Pops.
It's very interesting.
Now that is what you call a great flag. Excellent work. I'm very proud of you. Thank you for the loyalty.
I have bad news. I have bad news about what's about to happen to my background. But yes, I was gonna do this, but then someone undermined my shit, so now I have to do something different. I can't be predictable. I'm really upset right now. I have to like find like George Washington or something like really like. You know how hard it is to go with a
picture of Benedict Arnold.
You know what's going on this morning? It's the final day at the Labour Party conference, and it's Keir Starmer's first big speech towards his audience, well, towards conference. And let me tell you, it's about to go off between the centre and the right. Like, God forbid, this ain't gonna end well. It's gonna be a bit of a bloodbath. Yesterday we saw turf, and
Britain hasn't
today
had
we're
politics
gonna have
since the end of
some
Brexit.
more infighting.
We stopped
Well,
hearing about Britain like when
okay,
Brexit happened.
don't
It's
be a
over. All the
hater.
drama's done. It's done.
Where were
Just
you
wait for
last
it to
night?
get
Same
over.
way when Trump left, okay?
True, actually,
As soon as
politics in the US got
Trump
really
left,
boring
no
after
one
Trump
cared.
left.
It's true.
It did, but like in a
it
good
was really
way.
refreshing.
No, you have to look at politics like Police Academy, because I truly feel like Biden is like the Commandant Lassard of our government.
I don't know. I'm not old enough to know what that means.
Yeah, well, you should watch
Yeah, me
Police
neither.
Academy, because Police Academy will explain who
You sound
Biden is right now.
wavy right now.
Oh, what does that mean? Can you tell me? I feel like you're
Yeah, I
right.
also have no fucking clue what he's talking about right now.
I have no idea.
Look
either.
up Commandant Lassard. Look up Commandant Lassard. Look up Police Academy Commandant Lassard. It's like
Can you
you'll
just
see
explain it to me,
100.
because I'm playing the game right now?
He's
and,
straight up like this.
Just watch the movie. It's a good movie. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, exactly. It's a great movie.
Police Academy is fantastic.
He's totally
God,
absent-minded.
that's
He's totally
Is that-
absent-minded. He's out of
Wait,
his mind. He's
that
like
background.
he's good
Is
intentioned.
that like the Civil War?
He's
Is that
good.
like
Is
the
this the Patriot?
war where you were trying to fight
Is
us?
that what you guys call our freedom?
Oh, come on, it's like the same fucking thing.
Yeah, you
I
mean
don't give a shit.
American
It's the same
Revolutionary,
war for me.
American Revolution War?
Yeah, it's the same
Oh, no,
thing.
when you kicked your ass,
whatever.
that one, yeah.
Yeah, fuck
The
you,
upside down
yeah,
flaggy
okay.
one?
Well, you came from.
Ooh, upside down
from
flag.
America,
Hold on. That might
Anyways,
work, too.
just watch Police Academy. It's funny as shit. Commandant
Hate
Lassard
us.
is like a totally like he's a well-meaning commandant, but he's like an idiot. And this isn't to be ableist, but he seems like he may be in the early onset stages of dementia in the movie, and it's like deliberately they place it that way. But
That's pretty ageist of you. I don't know.
I'm trying to be proper as
pretty
proper as I
ableist,
can, but he
Wow,
very
dude.
much seems like that guy.
Why?
Wow, cancelled, mate.
Hey,
cancelled.
Prime. Do you have contact with like Professor Flowers?
I don't know who that is. I'm sorry.
Oh, I know who Professor Flowers is. You don't know who Professor Flowers is?
Did you just assume that?
I don't know.
Is that like the final boss in Pokemon?
Is he black? Is he black? You were just saying. that, like,
No. It's just a female. She's very, very
Yeah,
popular
that's why
politically. She does
he's assuming.
political
He's
essays.
assuming,
and
that's
she's
why.
I thought he was
really
going to say
good.
she's very, very black.
I don't care
she's
about
black.
her race. She's just awesome.
Do you think we all know? I'm messing
Yeah.
around. Yeah. Go ahead. Dan,
Yeah,
what?
there's like
I
the black shine thing.
If she wants to debate anyone, I really would like to debate her.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
what's her deal?
Her deal is with colonialism.
The black nationalist, right?
No.
She just sympathized one time, guys. Like, come on, you guys are taking it to the extreme.
Yeah.
It was like one time she kind of said something about like, I understand why black people would be okay with having a nation of their own because they were so segregated and basically like subjugated by white people. Like, but she was saying it in a sense of like, I can feel it in my chest. You know what I mean? And I'm kind of like, you know what? I'm not mad at her for feeling that. I don't know this,
but I want to know this woman. If you can. She wants and
she got into a big fight with Ross, and then she got into a big fight with.
Yeah, we'd love to have this woman around. She sounds like
Dr. Heimdall was on that.
I'm actually not mad at her. I think she's dope, dude. Like,
yeah, go ahead. Wait, let Dan talk, please.
Yeah, my issues with her is that she thinks that she's really educated on things such as post-colonialism and the use of saying that people with their what's the term of people.
You can't get close.
No, it's where like self.
Dan.
Yeah, Doobie,
Dan, look at me.
Look at his lips.
Dan,
Doobie, this is your fault.
Dan,
Give Dan
look
a
at
minute.
me.
Come on, man.
Look
Give
at
Dan
me.
a minute. He's trying to put it together.
Yeah, Doobie.
Dan, she would
Seriously,
destroy you. I love you, but she would destroy you.
No,
Okay,
why
it's-
she would destroy me?
Dan, please.
Doobie, shut up for a minute. Let him collect his thoughts because I
Trust
want to
me.
hear what he's saying.
She would destroy you because she's correct. Okay.
You're weird, Doobie. I believe in you, Dan. Don't
This
worry.
is why I didn't take the frog's demotion
I
seriously.
just wanted to hear what Dan had to say as a rebut because I thought it would be an interesting conversation. Like, and he should have a voice. You know, give him a minute.
Well,
I believe in you. Keep going.
I don't know. It might end up going like what happened with Vosh and her, where she ends up getting really frustrated and starts saying a bunch of things that I don't maybe hyperbolically, but I do wish I could talk to her at least as a within her grounds.
I think I could probably get her to come onto a panel
with an air of good faith.
That'd be really cool, actually.
Yeah.
Why would you assume it's bad faith?
If she's a black nationalist, maybe she'd be.
No, she's not.
She's not.
That's
She's
extra
not.
good
There
faith.
was a couple
She's
comments
not-
that she made, bro. Like, she's not black nationalist. She made some comments, and like, she just kind of felt like I can feel that, dude. Like, sometimes you get in a place where like your emotions. Like
sometimes you become a
nationalist.
nationalist. Yeah,
sometimes.
That's what you feel all the time.
That doesn't
all
make
the time. Yeah.
like hey, you know what, man? If I was oppressed my whole life, or my people were oppressed my whole life, and they went through all that shit, I might sometimes feel like I need a place of my own.
Every so often,
life sucks, you know.
I
I
gotta
want
let
them to do that because I want
I
them
gotta
to feel
let
like they can be
Caucasians
here.
know
But,
that they are the devil.
Right.
Yeah. They are the
All us
spiritual
white devils.
humanity,
That's
like-
true.
I mean, I feel
I
that.
am the white devil.
No,
Shit,
seriously,
man.
white people are fucked.
Hello.
It's
fine though.
If there's
Jesus
an opportunity
Christ
to
bless
talk-
you.
If there's an opportunity for Prime to host this, I would love to do it.
The trouble.
Yeah, I'll reach out to her.
The trouble that I see, the only trouble that I see with that is that there's like a lot of people who are actually sympathetic to like the absolutely insane fucking thing that she's prescribing, which is like land back, and like it's a problem in the space.
Yeah, like I've seen her say that with Dr. Heim, and much of that prescriptions I don't think would really matter. My solution to that issue of Native Americans having at least some form of power to at least their own means of their position in their society is to give them representation such as Congress delegates and at least 2 senators.
No, they need more than that. They need to be
Absolute
represented in every country. They need one senator, or I'm sorry, state. They need one senator in every state. Every state that they have a reservation in, they need one senator, and every state that they're in, they need at least one congressman. That's what they need. That's representation for them.
I'm going by their confederation. They have like powwows every year in my city.
No, but that doesn't matter because some of those tribes aren't represented there. You got to understand those tribes are just as divisive as our government is. So you have to understand you got to represent those tribes on a state level. You can't do it on a national level because they have disputes between them.
Why do they need any representation?
They're not a monolith. They're not a monolith. They're not a monolith. Everybody says black people are a monolith. Everybody says Latin people are a monolith. Native people are not a monolith. They have a lot of different cultures in there.
We should disband the reservations. We should dismantle the reservations entirely. Fuck that. That's so stupid. Just assimilate them. They don't need separate representation.
You know what? You need to assimilate to native culture. That's what you need to do.
Native, you fuck. Jesus Christ.
Okay, there's occasions where I want to explain it. There's occasions where they have tried to do certain things similar to this, and I get that too. They're not like a monolith, all of it, but it would at least, I hope, to give some form of like a simulation for them to allow to have their own form of representation and point where they can be.
I agree with you, Dan.
Power.
I agree with you, Dan.
You know that's called.
All I'm saying is that it should be by tribe, not by. It should be by tribe. No. It should be by tribe. No. Fuck that shit, dude. They are considered. They are considered individual like cultures within this government, right? They have their own reservations. They have their own governments within this government, right? So they should be afforded representation. Each one of those governments in our government.
Hey, Jason. Like, here's an example of like that we can work for. The process of even doing putting forth like their representation can be put forth. Like, I understand there could be like at least a congressman per at least certain set of tribe. I'm going by more of like the population per congressman here. If like given the situation there's enough Navajo people to represent like maybe 2 congressmen, sure, for whatnot. But I think in the national level,
each tribe should get a senator.
That's so stupid. Why would we give them a senator?
Why is this stupid?
Why not just let them vote? Why not just let them vote in state elections like everybody else?
They're each an individual state. They're not a monolith. They're an individual state within this country that were forced to be an individual state within this country.
Lost.
They didn't.
Okay, hold on. Let me just shut down the. All right, I'm just gonna bring down the house real quick, and then we can just move on. So, like, basically what we're saying here, like, the premise is, sorry we wiped out your people and took over all your land. Here's a vote that won't do anything ever. Like, that's literally the thing.
Yeah.
And, like, and I'm not saying,
congratulations.
And I'm not saying that it's, like, it's a battle between ethics and practicality. And whenever ethics and practicality, like, run into each other, society always ends up being practical. And like the thing is, I would rather personally actually I don't know what I would rather have. Like, I think what I would rather have is like not plausible anyway. But like this idea that like here's a vote for like, you know, all the cultures that got wiped out. Like, here, you got this one thing and you can like, you know, use this to platform yourself in the government, but nobody's going to actually pay attention to you. It just seems kind of shitty.
You get a whole two congressmen and one senator. Go ahead and fuck yourself.
What's Eucharist? I don't know.
No, keep going. I'm
not modding this.
Keep going.
Interject.
Keep going.
Where everybody is, right? So where did these tribes get their representative? Like what state do they get it in? The state where they're actually from, or the state where the reservation is?
Right.
Like, you know, and how do you do this?
Amount of representation
Come on, man.
And this does nothing to affect the fact that like indigenous Zionism is just like the cringiest idea in the world. It's the last thing we fucking need. And like,
I'm not. This is like a compromise between their Zionism to.
We don't need a compromise.
At least a way for. I think is overdue. Like, we even had like congresswomen who end up becoming congresswomen, and they come from, they represent specifically certain places like in New Mexico or Kansas. And we even had a Native American who represented as the Vice President of the United States to Herbert Hoover, and we.
So what?
They're
Americans.
I get, yeah, and I want to at least now.
No, they're not. They're not Americans. They didn't. They are not native to this country. They are not native to this country. Shut up, doobie.
Yes, they are native. They're born here.
No, they're not.
They're
not
native to this country.
They are
just
not
like
native
me.
to this country.
Just
they came
like
over
you.
here from the European continent.
They don't
They're
fucking
not
like it.
native
They can
to
leave.
this country, doobie.
Right.
Shut up. You're lying.
They don't like it. They can go back to Russia where they came from. Okay, no one cares.
What the
Fuck
fuck
me.
is
Holy
going on?
shit.
You're a
God damn it,
perpetuating
dude.
I have a
bullshit.
mic, so we should all just try and be
damn
nice to each other.
What? Ooh, you
He
said
means
this
they
word.
came over. He means they came over the land bridge. So Russia.
Yeah, I came over the land bridge. That's how I got here.
The land bridge is
Just kidding. I'm
actually-
staying where I am. I'm good.
You see all
Quasi
these white
debunked
people that came over the land bridge?
Yes, that's what we're talking about. It's kind of debunked anyway. There's a book called The Peopling of America that's actually pretty interesting. You should read it.
Fucking land bridge.
I like the
back to
land bridge
Russia.
story more because it's funnier.
Wait, are they talking about?
Revolt, you're gonna want to revolt. You are gonna want to stay up this morning because Thomas features it 5 to 12, I believe. And let me tell you, your side of the aisle ain't gonna like.
It's gonna be.
Ain't gonna like it too much,
All right.
so it's gonna be a little bit spicy.
It's good.
Jamie,
A
I
little
want
bit
to
of
see the
spice.
spice. I'm for it. Hell yes.
And I'm just saying
You're all
this
welcome,
I'm
obviously.
just saying this
Of
to
course.
you.
And you should all subscribe to me because you love me all so much. I know you do.
I thought I
Billy
already
gets-
just followed and subscribed to you. You're awesome. You're one of my favorite people, just like Prime.
You're one of my favorite people too. Thank you. I would cry, but I've
Remember,
just put
he's drunk, so
foundation
none of
on
this
and I'm
means
not gonna
anything. He
ruin my
can't
makeup
consent
like
right now.
Well, I like you too, Doobie. So fuck you.
Doobie, I thought you were one of my.
These are
I thought I was one of your favorite people too. So
Of course
is
you
that
are. You're my
true?
favorite
Oh.
British person.
I don't like Doobie at all.
Thank you.
That's a really low
I
standard,
like you,
though.
Bush.
It is
Doobie,
less.
you know I'm your favorite stoner from the West Coast.
I have to say
you
though,
from
I
California?
genuinely like
from
everyone on
Arizona.
the show.
Me and
like
you have a
everybody
long
that's on
rapport.
here.
Jason
you
lives
have
in the
known each
same
other.
town that I live in.
Oh wow.
That's creepy.
Are you best friends?
Not sending their best, huh?
You're near Boj. I'd be afraid.
Who just said that?
Holy
That scared
shit.
the shit out of me.
True.
Holy shit.
Who said they lived in the same
She
town
knows
as me?
exactly where you live.
I do. You live in Chandler, right?
Oh
Who
shit!
are you?
She's your neighbor.
Me.
She's your neighbor.
Gosh. Oh,
She's been
I'm
watching
scared
you.
now.
Is she secretly your
I
wife?
actually don't live in Chandler. By the way,
No, you know what?
Oh,
She's
yeah.
always she's always on her
You
phone.
might have led with that.
I
though.
went to high school. I went to high school. I graduated from high school in Chandler.
She's outside your window right now.
Yeah, that's
She
why she's
loves-
always on her phone. She's literally under your floor as we speak.
True.
It's
Alright,
I'm going to bed.
being streamed though, so I
Flits in
feel
and
very
out, but you're
safe.
just hiding.
I
and
love you.
trying
You're
to-
great.
Bye, buddy.
Rock and roll,
Jason,
guys.
Jason, I knew you were pretty bad, right? Like with your lefty shit, but you're like unironically one of these land back people. Like, really?
I'm one of these what?
Land back people?
Land back? That's, in wait, no.
In that, though?
Not
'Cause,
in the
like,
way
to what
that-
extent does
not
that
in the way,
go?
Not in the way that Professor Flowers is. But yes, I do agree that a certain amount of land should be proportioned back to the native people.
Oh,
We have a
And
lot
what
of open
proportion?
land. We have a lot of open land. We have a
These cultures
lot of
are
open
freely
land that
owned
has
land.
nothing on it. And,
Yeah, but
and
you're
it's
just gonna
fertile
take
land,
coastal
and we
cultures and you're gonna
we
fucking
deprive
farmland back?
them.
That doesn't make sense.
Hold on. We deprived them of fertile land. We deprived
Yeah, on the
native
coast.
people of fertile land. So I think that we owe fertile land back to the native people.
God.
At
But
the
you know
very root level, that's a base level. But,
Yeah, but
you
no,
know,
I mean,
I'm not saying
hold on.
that-
Like that doesn't. Okay, hold on. There's like a huge problem with this concept, and the reason why I don't like have any like solutions here is like the idea that you can like take something away generations ago and then give that exact same thing back
It's
after
not the exact same
technology
thing.
and the economy has changed, and then being like, ah, yes, now everything's even.
No, it's
not even at all.
We need to get back more than that. Okay, you gotta understand.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't believe in it just that. Okay, like he asked a simplistic question, right? Like, if you're going to talk to me about
I have an even
real
more simple
reforms,
question.
if you're going to talk about real reforms on the reservations and how we should re-envelop that shit, oh, it's a whole different story, man.
I have an even more simple question.
On that level, we should be funding every fucking thing from stem to sternum, man. Like every goddamn thing, they should get everything they want. We fucked over their whole entire life. They should have whatever they want. We
fought a war and we won territory.
Absolutely do whatever
Let's
they
not be
want.
dramatic here,
No, I'm not kidding about that. To a degree,
yeah, and that's
however
what's
much
so
land
sad.
mass they need in order to facilitate their population, they should have that.
They broke treaties as much as to the United States too. So I mean, like,
yeah, but fuck them because fuck the United States, Dan, because they came here. They came here.
And also,
So
we have
what?
won land by conquest. There has been wars. that the
Land
Native
by
Americans have
conquest
done
is
where it was a
bullshit.
war
That just means you won it by beating up a bunch of
Yes. Well, I mean,
I think that's the way the world works.
the one thing that I picked up, so there's like the all white everything panel, and like there's like this talk about like what is white culture, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you. Please.
And the one thing that I picked up
tuna
from
casserole
that,
and Mormonism.
Huh?
White culture is tuna casserole and Mormonism. That's it.
Right. No.
I don't like tuna
Are you from
casserole.
Arizona?
I don't like Mormon.
No, hold on. Let me get my point. So my thought here was the thing that I learned from it is that, in a sense, every culture that exists today had some form of conqueror's culture syndrome, I guess. I don't know what to call it yet. But it's this idea that, like, historically speaking, like if you look at, like, say, the tribes of Israel, for example, there was one warrior tribe that conquered all the other Jewish tribes and then proceeded to present as one universal culture. And this happens repeatedly throughout history. If you look at, like, different cultures, you'll notice that the most warlike group takes over and then adopts the cultures that they've
The
conquered.
problem is, if you say conquest, it gets very complicated when you say...
we see this with the Armenians.
Hold on! One at a time. Go ahead, what were you saying, Jeannie?
Are we going to talk about that?
It gets very complicated. Somebody said in my chat, conquest is valid. The thing is, if you go back in time and you go and try and resolve all of the different conquests that have happened, like how far back do you have to go, and how do you divide things up, like, from what you think... How do you think things should have gone? That's the problem.
So
I
I
understand. Obviously, I do understand.
Give me a moment on that. Give me a moment on that, okay? Okay, so I don't believe that, like, okay, you got to go back for centuries and centuries on this shit, okay? It doesn't mean that. But if you have people that are still surviving from that culture that were victims of that, then you need to take care of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm talking about. Because oftentimes those cultures are eviscerated. And I don't mean that in a positive way. That's horrible. It's reprehensible. But that's what happens. There's a lot of tribes in the United States that have been eviscerated. They don't exist anymore. They were starved out of existence. They were murdered out of existence. And you know what? That's a point of contention, right? But you know what? There are still a lot of them that are alive. And you know what? They should have some kind of retribution.
Why?
I guess this is their land. Okay, Jason, I understand what you're saying, but then what do you take from that? Do you think that we need to divide the land, like America, up by where these tribes would be, and then what do we do about all the people that came over from Europe?
I don't agree. I'm not a fan of the idea of, like, completely eviscerating the United States. Okay, what I'm saying is that we need to give them equitable land, right? Like, they were afforded land on those reservations that was not fertile. Okay, so instead of that, because we're in a modern time, we need to afford them opportunities in which they can advance their
They should get
monetary
access-
gain. So they should get access to things like Intel plants. You know, they should get like shit like that. They should get access to.
They should get access to the same that every other American is entitled to.
Just like
nothing
we
else.
did, just like we did for Nagasaki.
I think it's important.
Just
Okay,
like we did
so-
for Nagasaki, we give them all our most intelligent technology. That's what we should do on these reservations. We should pump them
I
up.
understand what you're saying, right? But I don't know how it's possible to say how things would have worked out had there not been, you know, that kind of conquest that happened. Like, would they have survived? Like, would there have been somebody else that came along?
It's not one tribe, though. It's not one tribe. It's not one tribe, and that's the problem. Is some of them would have survived, right? Not all of them would have failed.
No, it's
or fallen
impossible.
away.
Yeah, I
You
think
know,
the best thing you could have done.
Some of those tribes would have survived. And that's the thing. You have to count for the ones
like,
that survived.
I think it's very culturally important to learn about the past and learn about these different tribes and understand, you know, what those tribes were like before everything that happened. But going forward with the idea that they would have existed henceforth and they would have been, you know, as developed as we are now, had that, you know, conquest not happened, it's very difficult to know that. And because of that, I don't know how reasonable it is to kind of chase that to its eventuality.
Why does it even
I
matter?
don't know. I feel a bit in two minds about this.
They were
Well,
fighting
it's
each other.
important to know about these cultures. Like, it is important to know about that because it was
They were
wiped
on the
out. Like, we
same
did wipe
level
them out.
playing
So what?
field when they
Plenty of
fought each
cultures.
other. They were they were on the
oh,
same
God.
level playing field when they
So
fought each other.
fucking what?
Fuck
So
off,
fucking
dude. You
what?
don't even understand, man.
Well, it's important we don't forget,
they were
like big
destroying people's
swaths of the
cultures.
U.S.
Right,
but
the U.S. was destroying people's cultures. They were destroying
fine.
cultures.
Yes,
no,
they
it's
were.
not
Yes,
fine.
it's-
There's
it's
nothing
beautiful.
fine about
They
it.
were, and
now they're
Because
Americans.
You know what?
That's great.
That's part of
had
people's
one
cultures
civil war.
that still exist today.
Listen,
That's
let's
part
look at
of
some other
Mexican
places in the world
culture,
where
that's
what
part
you
of-
have
that's
you're
part
describing
of-
worked
that's
out.
part of
Okay? Look at
indigenous
Baltic-
culture.
how's
That's
it
part
going
of a
there?
lot of people that are still on this planet and
Oh my
live
God.
here right now.
I fucking hate drunk people so much. You can't
you're
stop
stupid?
swearing and
'Cause
talking.
you're
And, like,
stupid?
either one is working out for you. Like, listen, like, look at other places in the world where we've allowed these cultures to like continue to survive on
we
their
should
own.
just
Like the
kill them
Balkans,
off.
and they
That's
have a civil
cool.
war every
Whatever,
fucking
bro.
5 or 10 years.
What are you, a fascist?
No, I
What
just
are you
think that like, drunk people are so
I
soft
just
of
think we
brain.
should kill natives, and that's cool. And we
Yes,
shouldn't
yes,
we shouldn't
yes, we
provide
should.
any
No
I don't
Reparations
think
reparations
for
to
that.
anyone
them.
Exactly what I
was
said.
saying that, though. Yeah, like,
Exactly
even
what I
Dewey
said.
No, I mean,
wasn't saying
the
that.
thing
He
is-
hates everyone.
So we're like the heirs of conquest, right? Like what ended up happening, the United States government intentionally wiped out a large number of native cultures, and even before that, like the predecessor to the United States government, just like European colonizers, like engaged in intention. Like this was all
It wasn't
intentional.
me.
Right? Like
Yeah,
So,
it's fine. They wanted the territory.
pieces
So
of
they
shit.
wanted the territory.
So like
Yeah,
the point is, so like
and declared war on us at one point, right? Like this really happened. There was an French-Indian War, and during the course of
very
which, like,
true.
they literally declared war on us.
Well, all right, the French and Indian. Okay, so the
Yeah,
French
I had no
Indian War
place
was
here.
pre-United States. First of all, second of all, that was still like after the
Right, but
entire
they lost
continent
the
had
war.
been like. I mean, the entire continent was like already wiped out, like in a sense, right? Because like smallpox came in and did its thing. Like the population lost
This
like
thing.
it was like 10% of the population was all that was left behind after the initial like outbreak of the disease, right? So like pre 1492 or whatever, you had a very, very populated North and South America, and then the North and South America that was visited by European colonizers was just in the process of recovering from like a massive die-off, right?
Yeah, I think it was like 90% or something like
It
that.
was like it's insane.
Yeah.
So so the end, like the cultures that existed were in the process of ending in some way just because of the accidental exposure. But then European colonizers and American colonizers then exacerbated the situation and then really, really focused on trying to
Kill native people.
like there was actual bounties, right?
He said it. Kill native
And
people.
So like the fact that it's very clear that ethically speaking, we our predecessors engaged in genocide. So the question is, how do we fix it? Is it fixable? I don't think it's actually fixable.
Why is there a reason?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like there is no difference, right? Like literally, we're the heirs
Why
to.
is there a reason to fix it? Because just like us, these tribes are also the descendants of people.
That's not fair. That's not equitable. That's a bullshit.
Technically
that's
true.
A bad faith argument.
Oh my God,
Jason,
Jason, chill.
Stop. The Iroquois used to cannibalize other tribes. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Of course they did.
They also conquered each other, took each other's territory, and forced the leftovers to assimilate or die. Right. So they're also the descendants of this.
Right. So humans. So it's true that humans just do that. All right. So let's pause. So it's true that humans we wipe each other out, right?
And don't dismiss
that's
me
fair.
because I drink.
However, and this is the important part, I think this is actually very, very critical, is that just because that's how it's always been done does not mean that we have to continue. Like, we can justify what happened 100, 200 years ago. We can justify it by saying, oh yes, well they did this to themselves as well, and we can say, oh yeah, it's totally fine, we should continue this sort of trend of
so Matt, what I'm getting at with that, right?
Yeah.
So that wasn't like the next part of that is, if we're meant to feel bad and make amends for, or atone for what our ancestors did in conquering this land, why? So do we hand it over to the people who were the descendants of other people who conquered the land? Like, what was their land like before they conquered each other? We're cannibalizing each other.
Should the Palestinians hand over the land to Israelis and not fight for their own homes?
Yeah,
well actually, yes.
You know the Palestinians their origins come from actual Greece.
Yeah, that's true.
So would then the Palestinians have the right to conquer Greece?
Oh no, shut up, please, shut the fuck up, please, no, don't, stop it.
It's
me,
Valencia.
I love your accent so much, and I love the background, like you're really fucking serving right now.
Valencia, preach, please. I'm gonna sit back while you just school people right now.
No, I don't want to school right now. I just want to say that Dubi is very beautiful today. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Valencia. I appreciate you. Very beautiful.
So,
you are also beautiful, but not as beautiful as Dubi. Okay.
True.
That's
fair enough.
When did you start writing
Valencia?
So even if this were I can agree that we're the benefactors of genocide, right? I guess you'd call it. But so is everybody else. Realistically, right? This is what human civilizations have done. This is how they formed, right? Tribes fighting over resources, killing each other, and then forcing the remnants to assimilate or die. Right? This is human civilization.
So I mean, that's what we have done previously.
Yeah. So we're not doing that now. So why not to say, hey, you can keep your culture. Nobody's saying they can't worship their gods or have their languages or all this sort of stuff. All I want is for them to become Americans, just like everybody else. You get all the benefits that are entitled to them because they're Americans. Get all the support they're entitled to because they're Americans, and stop being like these basically perpetually aggrieved group of people within our country that are somehow separate from us, even though they're as American as everybody else.
I'm gonna resist that because I don't think they're just as American as the way that the people have been treated, just generally speaking, has not been very American. Like, there's a Bureau of Indian Affairs still, right?
Yeah. So would you consider African Americans American?
There's no more because there's no Bureau of African American Affairs, right?
Wait, but the reason the Bureau of Indian Affairs exists is to oversee the reservation system, if I remember correctly. It's not
partially, but it also took away the rights of natives to do things.
It's run by the Department of the Interior, which is run by Sharice Davids, and she is a Native American woman that is fighting very hard for Native American rights. So yes,
literally. But historically speaking, the Bureau of Indian Affairs did nothing but further suppress the native population.
Well, historically speaking, the federal government of the United States.
You're right.
Historically speaking, the federal government of the United States did the same to black people and to Hispanics and to Asians and all these people.
There's,
in a variety of ways.
Has incredible flaws in it, and you're correct. But that doesn't mean that we should stop fighting for equal rights amongst.
You don't want equal rights.
People of color.
Well, hold on. So let's pause.
Jason, you don't want equal rights. You want more rights.
Okay, hold on. Before we get into this, I want to actually explore this just a little bit more.
I want equitable distribution of the spoils, which means I do want equal rights.
All right, cool. The point is that you can actually look at. You can compare the reservation system that exists under the Bureau of Indian Affairs to what redlining was in the urban areas, right? And you can actually do a direct comparison and just sort of see how Americanized or how American the folks who would be in these systems are. And the fact of the matter is, even with redlining, you still had a situation where minorities were still being assimilated by actively living in the city, and the city life modeled majority culture, right? Versus what happened in the reservation system, which is sparse, crappy land that you're supposed to farm and get guidance on, and you can't manage the government wealth that's being sent your way. It's being managed by an outsider. So it's two completely different life circumstances. And I think it's important to note that. So, I don't think Native Americans actually have been Americanized. I think that Native Americans probably have been just more suppressed this entire time, right? So the question is, what do we do about it?
Wait, hold on. I don't think it makes any sense because they're not required to live on the reservation.
No.
And most of them do leave the reservation.
That's how they get their benefits, okay? And that's the only benefits they're going to get, okay?
Yeah, so they shouldn't be getting benefits.
Yes, they should get more than benefits.
They should be getting benefits than everybody else.
They should get
this is right? We're talking about what is right now, not what should.
Equitable distribution of wealth is what they should get. That's what they should get.
Okay, but before we get to the should, let's talk about what is first and define what is, and then we can move on to the should. So, what is the fact that the fact of the matter is, people who live on reservations get aid for living on the reservation, and
it sucks.
But without the agency to actually do much with the aid specifically, there's set
they're in the
limiters that are in place.
Come on, tell it like it is. They're in the middle of fucking
nowhere.
Well,
it's true. It's absolutely true.
Fucking nowhere, dude.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Not all of them.
A lot of times they are. A lot of times
they are. Enough. I mean, it's enough that I think you could say that, and it's probably mostly true, right?
Listen, I grew up on a reservation, and we weren't in the middle of nowhere. We're in fucking on the beach in Rhode Island, and it's fucking really not that bad.
I've been
how many East Coast reservations are there though?
There's not very many. West Coast reservations. Out in the middle of the desert where there's no ground in which you can grow crops. There's no ground in which you can perpetuate life. You can't even have cattle because there's no way to grow alfalfa to feed those cattle. There's nothing out there. They're left in desolate lands that don't perpetuate any life.
So they should leave.
Damn it. God damn it.
They should leave.
No, they're stuck on those reservations because
no, they're not.
If they don't leave, then they don't get any of the benefits. If they do leave,
they should give up the benefits, leave, and have a better life.
I mean, no, so I don't think there's actual.
You don't understand the cultural propensity of where they are in life. Right. You don't understand that they have their own culture. They have their own beliefs in life.
I know, but that's what you're advocating
from
for.
America, and they shouldn't be bound by the contracts of what the American society wants to perpetuate as normal, while they are living here in a land that they have been on the times that they've
Jason, I know this is important to you, but I have a migraine, okay? And I really don't want to know. I don't need it. So please, just a little bit quiet. A little bit. I will beg you. Thank you.
Laying back.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You know, everyone else, very nice noise level. I hope everyone's
Jason,
good.
fuck the natives, okay?
Fuck
I'm not
you,
saying
that's
that.
my family, bitch.
Don't bait. Stop, Doobie! Stop baiting!
So, I'm looking at this is a map of all the reservations in the U.S., right? So there's the East Coast ones that are a few dots,
I didn't know
and then you look at the West.
Are we going to statisticalize the significance of their pain? Is that what we're doing?
No, it's not that important. They should just leave the reservations and move to society.
Easier said than
They should just all go off and die somewhere, right? They should just slit
That's not what I said.
and fucking be happy.
I don't understand this logic where you think that they still can't have their culture and still assimilate to American culture. I just kind of I understand.
Yeah, you can do both.
Yeah, you can do both.
Do you see that assimilates? That has their own culture.
There are plenty of like ethnic enclaves in this country that hold on to their culture just fine, right? And they live in the city with everybody else. They do just fine.
Live in central areas.
There's no reason they need to live out in the desert.
Land hijacked from them by a bunch of fucking goons.
They fucking lost. Not even them.
And you know what? In reality, it's too late for a lot of those people because unfortunately, tech and life has changed so much and so drastically that literally, like giving those people that land is not going to be the equivalent of what you think it is. So I just don't see.
I want to give them technology. I want them to develop.
They can do that. They can do that by assimilating. They don't have to necessarily.
I don't want to give them just the land.
They have the free. They have. Luckily, I mean, they do get more because generally they do. I think don't they get like educational stuff and don't they get a lot of other things that normal people wouldn't normally get if they didn't.
There's a lot of grants available.
There's a lot of grants that are bullshit.
What's ending up happening is that they're suffocating within their own community. They're suffocating within their own communities.
I don't think we should go down.
All right, hey guys, one at a time. Let's just do one at a time.
Hold on.
I've been there, bro. I've been to more reservations.
All right, guys.
Where's Sam?
Thank you. Right.
All right.
Everybody, fucking listen up. I've got a fucking migraine, right?
Moderating.
I'm sick of you going on like kids shouting at each other. So you're gonna listen to me now, the Brit, the original colonizer. I'm gonna come over there and tell all you Americans what you need to hear. Jesus Christ. I understand why everyone. This is a very emotive topic, and I don't want to fall down the path of they get everything. They get everything handed at them because you could say that about the black community getting, scholarships to university. That's fucking stupid.
That is racist.
I don't think that's true. How is that racist?
No, hold on. Before we go
okay. Well, yes, because I'm a colonizer, I'm automatically racist.
You guys will never understand genocide. You guys don't understand the word genocide for Native Americans.
I understand the word genocide.
I should understand what the word genocide means.
For Native Americans. That's what happened.
Ben start talking and it all goes up once again. Jesus Christ, let the bitch talk.
This is why you can't talk to libs.
I just want to say you can integrate more into the more American society or whatever the fuck that means anymore, without it having to be an erasure of your culture.
More into the German society.
Oh my God! All right,
no.
Okay, we're not living in the 1930s or the 1940s,
and
though.
we gave them a
living in
reservation
2021.
too, right? Like they ended up.
And it makes sense. Yeah, and Revolt, didn't you say you lived on a reservation? Like you can live, you can do these things, you can befriend these communities, and also integrate into American life more. Like there is no harm in doing that. That doesn't need to come at the expense of the erasure of your culture. All that we're saying is that, like, all this fucking fucked up shit that's happened in the past. Like, we need to pay reparations for that to some degree. We need to make sure these people get as much equal opportunity to, like, those who come over and so-called colonized or whatever.
Jenny, I want to talk to you on an individual level. I want to talk to you on an individual
level. Okay, maybe we can have that
Let's
combo. Like, I understand. Like, this is clearly, like,
because I've seen the ramifications of what happens to Native people in this country that live on reservations and what their life is like, and it's horrible. Like,
they should leave the reservation.
Like, you have no idea what the fuck these people go through.
Yeah, it is horrible. And like in out west,
I understand that. And like, look,
no running water.
It's
like
fucked. I agree. What happened was fucked. However, I don't think that's a good enough solution is to just say, well, we should just not like integrate more, because I think what's going to be best for everyone in the long term and the best to like how people get along with each other as well is better integration. And yet the American government need to facilitate this by providing grants to universities and so forth. But like, and also for, you know, recuperating these lands as well, like when shit's been going on. Did you just put shut up in my chat, fucking
But we
Joe?
also
You are
need
just
to
being
No,
bullshit
it's
from
a
the top.
command. It's a command. It's a shut up command.
It's not working.
It's a
It didn't
command.
work. It didn't do anything.
Hold on,
It
hold
did not
on.
work.
Hold
So
on,
shut up to you.
Miss Janie, I 100%
Queen
love
Janie,
you.
actually.
Queen Janie, I would call you the queen because I think you're awesome. I
that's your
absolutely
name.
adore you. But like these people went through some real tragedies, okay? Their experiences are not experiences that were known by many people ever in the history of the world. Okay, like they are equivalent to
That's a little
they're
dramatic. That is very dramatic.
Hold on. No. You didn't go through that shit. Okay, you didn't go through losing.
Neither did the
all
ones
your
still
food
living, okay?
sources. You
Neither
didn't go
did- yeah.
through. You didn't go through smallpox being placed
Neither
upon
did the people you're talking about on these
intentionally to
reservations.
kill you.
You're right. No, but
You know,
there's actually no evidence that's like substantial evidence that there was a significant amount of intentional spread of the disease. Like a lot of people
Right.
didn't understand it at the time.
Yeah, I mean, so they totally did that on purpose,
Okay, so why
and there's
did-
other things that were done,
listen
but
to
like,
these guys apologizing. Listen
No,
to
no,
these
no,
guys
there's
apologizing for people's struggles.
there's no apologizing for
There's no apologizing. It's just like we're gonna talk in facts.
Like,
Like the Trail of Tears was like a horrible circumstance. We've already way moved past that generationally to actually have to bring that up now. I just feel like it's very misleading.
The point of the Trail of Tears gets to the heart of why I'm against the land back thing. Is because these are coastal tribes that were marched into the middle of the country and then given a bunch of fertile farmland, and they weren't farming tribes. They were
weren't
fucking
given fertile farmland, motherfucker. They were left out into the middle of fucking nowhere. Go
Dude,
out to the Arizona fucking reservations
entire-
and see
the entire
land that
state
they
of
live
Oklahoma.
on.
If you look at the map, there's plenty of land over locations that have fertile land. This is not necessarily a truth. Just because you see one type of Indian doesn't necessarily mean that you get a very good state of what all Indians are experiencing. It's just really weird.
I know from different
and don't get me wrong. Americans slighted Indians. I'm not gonna like fucking undermine this shit. Like
you don't know my experience, do you? You don't know my experience, do you? No,
I don't. Hold on. Like, obviously, I'm not going to know your experience, but there's other Indians' experiences. And Revolt says he's lived on Indian land.
No, you don't.
Jason,
what tribe?
one at a time, dude.
What tribe
It's
of
not
lands have
relevant
been
for
on?
conversation.
Do you? No, you don't.
Okay, but what is the point of you saying?
I don't care about your experience. That's the problem. Like, your experience is a one-person unique experience. There are thousands of fucking Indians, probably maybe hundreds of thousands of Indians. I don't know how many Indians there are that have different fucking experiences, and some of them have.
I don't know what the fuck you're saying, but anyways, here's what I'm going to say because I muted him. So what I'm going to say is that he doesn't understand the fact that there are many different tribes that have experienced many different issues, and that's problematic. And you know what we need to do about that?
Some of the tribes are really, really.
I think
he actually. What do you want to do?
do something
really,
about
really
that.
wealthy.
That
What do you want to do
cares
for really, really
these
wealthy
people, and you aren't recognizing that these people suffered a strike. You're treating them like they're dumbasses and they don't matter.
They make $10 million a day, the Mashantucket Pequots, for the casino.
Now talk
what do you
all
think we
you
do
want,
with them?
bro.
I'm just saying, like, what do we do with the rich tribes? We take all their stuff away too?
It's kind of funny because, like, Nasser was literally saying that there's millions of different native experiences, and he wanted to talk about it in a variety of ways, and you, Jason, muted him and then proceeded to say that natives are all very, very different, and then came up with a universal solution to solve everyone's problems, which
There
doesn't...
isn't a universal solution. I came up with one solution. There's several solutions. Jesus
well, right.
Christ.
I'm just saying that like it's kind of like
there's a perpetuation.
Maybe
there's a problem though that people discount their issues, and that's what my issue is. We keep saying
right. I agree with that, but like,
and that's the problem that I have.
I'm not going to speak for anyone, but let me just say that I think that you have done more of the discounting of issues than anybody else here. Because if you actually talk to the tribes, like, and I've heard from a number of them, like I know a number of people who are either in tribal representation or they are like, tribe members themselves, right? That like the issues that they have are not the issues that you're claiming that they have.
They're
poor. But, I mean, besides that,
go out there.
I think this is actually like I don't think it's a situation.
Go ahead and perpetuate your statement.
Okay. So whatever. The point is that if anybody is getting heated because they want their one solution to work in this scenario, like any solution right now,
hate me.
I feel like it's just the wrong approach because this is a very difficult situation with like a lot of nuance. And you need to be open-minded to like trying to figure out like what's the best methodology rather than just saying, yes, we need to do this. This is the only way to fix this problem. This is a really complicated problem. If there was an actual solution that would actually work, then people would have, done it, right?
Okay, they're mad that most generic answer. They're mad that. All right.
I'm trying to get your name. But like the guy with the map, I appreciate your perspective because you understand the fact that there's a nuance to it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And honestly,
poor Nasser, look at him.
Nasser Games, I know you're mad at me. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have shut you up.
No, because he was trying to say the same thing.
And I'm
dumb. He was trying to say the same thing, though.
Hey, I'm dumb. I'm an asshole. I'm sorry. I'm admitting it right now. Look,
that's what I was saying.
My whole stream is hearing that I said I'm an asshole. Okay, and you know what the thing is? A good streamer shows that they're an asshole and appreciates that. Bask in it, okay? But no, I agree that there is dynamics. There is dynamics. There is dynamics. Well, no, Doobie's imperfect.
Yeah.
He's perfect.
Well, I mean,
yes, Doobie is perfect.
Well,
okay, Doobie is very perfect.
Claim here,
but yes, we need to treat them each differently, and the tribes need to be treated differently. They're not equitable. They all have different needs, and they all have different understandings of how economies and how the world should work, and we need to approach those individually in that capacity. But we need to not discount them and treat them like they're just these victims of conquest. Like they're more than that. These people have substantial reasons to bring forth interesting and dynamic perspectives to the... Somebody's laughing.
I'm sorry.
They bring forth interesting and dynamic perspectives on our society. Okay, and they are intrinsic to our society. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so I think we need to individually tell these tribes that they shouldn't have the reservations and they need to assimilate.
I mean, well, I don't fully agree with that. I feel like the reservations are fine up until we start encroaching on those lands. I think that's an issue of whether the population is growing like into a reservation. Maybe those reservations should probably get addressed. But if there's just a reservation on its own, I don't feel like a reservation needs to necessarily be taken over or removed or whatever to necessarily address an issue. I do believe eventually they do need to assimilate. It's very important because unfortunately America is a melting pot. And but that doesn't mean that we get rid of that culture either. So we should probably do things to celebrate those cultures in ways, and we do that for every other fucking culture. So we should do that for Indians as well.
Wait, what would you call them?
So there's a lot. I mean, the sentiment is nice and all, but the reservation system as it is kind of scuffed, right?
No, I totally agree. It's scuffed. Okay, but I don't know if it's. I don't know if additional funding in the reservations is going to help reservations get better.
I don't think we were talking about additional funding. We were talking about additional funding.
Into this black hole of
well, I mean, I think the first step in resolving the reservation system would be to remove the oversight that the Bureau of Indian Affairs actually has over it. Like, allow the money to go to the reservations without like actually trying to control the reservations, right? So like you do that at least, right? That's like the bare minimum that should happen. And then maybe as a direct result of that, you might end up in a situation where assimilation just naturally happens. I don't know. Like, this is all very unpredictable stuff. And I wouldn't say that there's any, like, I wouldn't even start planning what the next step is after this until we saw the results of just removing the Bureau of Indian Affairs from actual direct control of the reservations. Like, anything past that is like completely unknown territory, and we shouldn't like
reservations.
Well, I mean, sure, absolutely. I think the people who live on the reservation should have all the agency in the universe, right? Like
autonomy, 100% autonomy.
Like being able to choose what your future is
100% to kill people on the reservation when they feel pleasant to do so, especially like people who kill them, right?
Wait, what? you things were making sense from your direction.
Are we doing
at first.
another genocide? Are we doing another one?
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, we can address the past without actually having to address the past. Like, nothing of those things aren't happening.
Well,
now.
I think Jason was just making a joke about.
I'm just joking, guys. I'm joking.
Right,
I'm joking.
But I mean, like, it actually presents an interesting issue, though, which is like if you give complete autonomy on a reservation system, that means that, or in the reservations, that means that you can have legal precedents on the reservations that don't apply anywhere else in the country. Wait, what?
Have you heard about the problem with the
I didn't realize. I thought my mom.
Oh, I
was
see.
I was
You're
talking
just-
to my cat.
Uh-huh.
Have you guys heard about the missing white girl syndrome, right? You heard about that shit, right?
That was a panel topic like 2 days ago.
Yeah, okay, so you gotta understand Native women are murdered and missing at like 20 times the rate or some shit like that. Like there's over 5,000.
Isn't there like a native?
There's over 5,000
like
native
serial
women
killer
missing.
on like the northern border. I don't know if it's in Canada or if it's just on the border of Canada and America.
There was like 17 missing. There's
Why
17 missing native
Why shouldn't we?
women.
You know, I
in
mean,
South
if we
Dakota.
care about women in
There
this
was-
country,
yeah.
like why shouldn't we care about women in this country?
So
So do you think that because I think a lot of those things are handled.
You're acting like there's not some big case on this
Wait, hold
matter
on.
already addressing it.
Hold on. So, because don't the tribal police handle those cases? Not like
They
do.
Yeah,
So
to an extent.
are you
but they're
saying?
very
So
limited
you're saying
in
that
their
so you're saying the
resources.
federal? So
That's
you're saying
a
the
bad
federal
faith
government?
argument. That's a
The
bad
federal
faith
government, the thing
argument.
that you're saying they don't want to be part of, should come in and
That's a
help them
bad
solve these
faith
cases.
argument,
Why don't they
DB,
just become part of the
because
country?
they don't have the funding, and the government doesn't provide the funding for them.
Why should
And
we
they're
provide
on a
funding?
reservation?
We
and that's
do
where they
provide
get
their funding, though.
from, and they
We
should
do.
get their
They do
funding
get
from the
funding.
reservation.
They absolutely do. They get
but
federal
not
funding.
enough. They get a very limited
Okay.
amount.
Well,
they're
that's like, I mean,
squeezed.
Sure.
I there might be. I feel like there's a lot that we don't know to make any claims here. I mean, I just like there's I'm doing the research here right now, and I'm like going through like papers and whatnot.
Federal funding
and there's
for
like
tribal police.
there's
right?
yeah right. So like there's also like 90 pages of like how native policing works and like crime trends and stuff that I'm like trying to work my way through so I can we can talk about this real quick. And this is like a lot of data to make
It depends on the tribe, and it depends on where you're at. Okay, like,
Right,
there's all
exactly.
different
Exactly.
tribes.
It looks like-
you
And that's what I mean.
can't
Like,
set a
there's,
blanket.
I have 90
That's
pages
my
of content.
point. That's
We have
my
90 pages
point
of
all
right.
along. It's not a monolith, man. Like
Right,
there are
exactly. Well,
tribes
but
all
right,
over this country.
well, right. So, Jason, so reflect on the claim you just made prior to saying it's not a monolith, which is that something needs to happen to help X, Y, or Z, and your solution often is a monolith in and of itself. That's my point.
There are blanketed ways that you can allow them to individualize themselves. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a very contextual person, so like I understand that we don't need necessarily. We can take a prescriptive solution and allow with that prescriptive solution on a base level to apply to several people on an individual level, which affects them differently. Is that a normal proposal?
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry. I missed. There's something I missed in what you just expressed here. I apologize.
So you can make a grand prescriptive proposal that affects people on an individual basis and allows them to manipulate and maneuver on an individual basis. Is that correct?
Right. I'm with you so far,
so
I think.
Why can't we do that tribally?
I mean, on some level we do. I just don't know how much or what. Like, I'm literally like looking through it right now.
So why can't we extend that? Do you see what I'm saying? It's not. All right, you're already agreeing with me. You're halfway there.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't know to what extent. I don't know what extent.
Can we extend the funding to make those things more viable for those people?
Well, I mean, I might be with you if I actually have like context, right? Like, I don't know how not individualized the tribal police are, right? Like, if we're talking about the specific issue with like the missing women, like, I literally have no context for what needs to happen. Like, ideally, it would be nice for the police on a reservation to function like what you would expect, which would be like, you know, you've got detectives to do investigations, you've got a police force that maintain.
But they do, but they're sorely underfunded, right? And couldn't the government?
Well, I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out how underfunded tribal police are actually.
Tribal police,
and then comparing that to regular police, right?
Underfunded, like ridiculously. But go ahead.
Well, like, wait, what is? Do you have, like? Can you show me where the underfunding is so I can? Because I'm like looking at all these different
underfunding. That's like trying to demonstrate a negative.
Well, it's actually very easy. You can't
demonstrate
give me a
negative, bro. Like, you're asking me to demonstrate a negative. That's a bullshit argument.
No, I'm not arguing. I'm literally asking you to explain. I'm literally asking you to like just demonstrate that there's a problem. There's no negative here.
There's no way that you can do that. What you're asking, like,
wait, but yeah, there would be
because you could always curb the argument.
Yeah, but all you'd have to do is kind of define what your goal would be as far as the funding goes, and then see what the funding is and determine if that's like meeting that goal or not, right?
We're in a drunken 2:50 a.m. debate.
Yeah, but no one's saying that you have to have an exact number. Like, no one's saying, like, hey, what's the exact number that this budget needs to be increased by? No one's asking for that, right? At best, like a guesstimate of like how much you think. Like, just as a general number.
Can one of you guys let RV in?
Oh, RV. Hello, RV. Wait, where's RV?
Right above us.
Oh, hold on.
I don't know. I got server muted by one of you motherfuckers. Probably do.
I don't know who the fuck you're talking about. I have no idea.
I'm not a mod.
Who's let me in?
I can't meet people.
Yeah, it was definitely not me. I would never ever mute anyone for talking excessively or anything like that. It's a bullshit thing to do. Total bullshit thing to do. I would never. Anyway.
Folks, I'm a head off, okay? It was really nice speaking to everyone, but look, I feel
Jay, we're gonna have the stoner chat later.
And I'm ready to stream the conference, and you should go check it out. The Labour Party conference is day 5, and Tom is about to give a speech. And let me tell you, it ain't gonna go down well, so get ready for the tea.
Wait, hold on. Can you clarify which part? Wait, can you clarify?
Stoner chat. Hell yeah.
All right, wait. I need clarification on who's what. So the Labour Party is. So the Labour Party is.
I like the Dems, okay?
Okay, so they're the Dems. And then the Tories are the Conservatives. Yeah. And then you were saying something about a centrist. Was the Tories just centrist and right combined?
Well, no, Starmer is like a centrist leader, okay? So think about like Benny used to be like the leader, Jeremy Corbyn. But now Benny's gone. No, so sad. So now we have Starmer, who's like the Joe Biden of the leader, except like Joe Biden at least have a bit more support. So like no one likes Starmer, and Starmer has to give his first conference speech because last year the conference was cancelled. So it's about to be a whole fucking mess. And let me tell you, the lefties at this conference are gonna eat that man alive. And like, if you like Starmer or if you don't, like, it's worth tuning in. I think he's due to talk. I want to say 11:45. My time. So with tuning in anyway, or you can just watch on my stream, support, you can follow me at Queen Janie, link in bio, guys, if you haven't already followed me. Please subscribe if you can afford to. A bitch is broke, and it would mean a lot, okay? Thank you. Anyway, I hope you have all of
peace and
love.
Shout out. Yes, Queen Johnny, give Queen Janie a shout out on my
Johnny,
channel.
I don't know who Johnny is, but it's Janie.
I said Janie.
See you later.
I said
Have a nice day, okay?
Jane.
Take care.
Queen
Janie. Thank you.
She's bomb
right.
ass. Hell yes.
So we were about to get into it real thick, I believe, or something. Like, what was I forgot where we were at.
I was just telling Jason that he can give us an estimate number of like how under budget that he thinks like these systems are.
Yeah, I would actually like to see that because like I'm looking through these different.
Again, though, like I emphasize this giving an estimate, like to not gonna jump on it. Like, oh, what's $2,000?
You guys like to measure people's pain by their by the dollar amount. It's so fucking funny.
We don't. I mean, like,
you said it's underfunded.
That's kind of like poor faith, though, yeah? Like, that's like a really poor faith thing to say.
You equate it to like a statistic.
That is a really poor faith thing to say.
Like, you are literally saying that natives need more money, and then you're refusing to actually. You're literally
vilifying all of us for actually addressing actual money issues.
Right. Well, I mean, no. Like the thing is, you're the one who said give natives more money. And now I'm asking, like,
why? How much more? Figure it out. What do you want me to do? I'm sitting here at 3 a.m. talking to you.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, so if it's unsubstantiated, that's fine. You can say I have no fucking clue.
Let me fit. You know what? $5 trillion is what they do.
You can right. So like
the assets that they lost. From fucking American imperialism. There you go.
So you can say I have no idea, and that would be fine. However, if you have no idea, then you can't necessarily push for whatever it is that you want because like you don't know whether it's good or not.
Do you have a number, Cat?
Do
you have a counter?
Either way, though, Jason, your premise up because
I mean, yeah,
you're saying the baseline is fucked up. You don't even know the baseline.
Your counter is fucked.
No, that's not the counter. The counter is I would like to accurately help, and accurate help does not mean throw money at things. You might recall that we spent trillions of dollars in Afghanistan, for example, and nothing came of it. So my point is that you need to know whatever it is the fuck you need to do before you do it. That's it. And you don't know, and because you don't know, you're not able to push your argument. You need to present to us what the precise problems are with the tribal policing, and then proceed to tell us what we can do about it, so we can assess and say, yes, you are based, and or what about this?
Don't they deserve the money? Like the American state pays off the Native American state.
You're a shitbag.
It's your result, and then they.
But there's no Native American state, right? Like there's the Bureau of Indian Affairs. The government already pays reservations through it, and the Bureau of Indian Affairs is an oppressive agency.
And you're trying to say that you need to quantify an amount of dollars that we need to give them. You fucking douchebag.
You're trying to say
don't these Native Americans have their own?
Muted.
These Native Americans, they have their own.
Wait a minute. There's no way we can. There's no way we can address like the pain and the fucking other issues that have dealt with in the past.
How do we address a genocide? You gave them.
You don't address a genocide. You don't address it. You don't address it.
Fucking country, and you won't.
Hey, it's in the history book for a reason. It stays in the history books. It stays in the history books. We throw money at it because generally we don't know how to address it. Unfortunately, that's how we treat things.
You don't have to. You just pay off the nations, and if they spend it all on hookers and cocaine, that's their problem. You wash your hands in innocence. You've paid them off. Right? Done.
I mean, there's no other way. There's no other way to handle it. Honestly, there's no way. There's literally no other way other than being like, "Oh yeah, here's America back." But that's not going to happen. You know that's not going to happen.
Because they're throwing money at Afghanistan.
Genocide.
But, like the land.
Throwing money at Afghanistan. It was not paying off at Afghanistan. It was like
no one is saying that they didn't think it was a genocide. We obviously know we all know it was a genocide in some form or fashion. The problem is, how do you address that? And
You're more inclined to fight about how the Jewish should be able to control Israel. Well, fucking Palestinians are dying.
You're reaching for things that aren't there. I don't know what you're arguing about because you're like reaching for like crazy ass shit and projecting.
You want to equate. You want to false equate. You want to false equate. You want to say that the Native Americans don't matter. And then the same token, as soon as I bring up the Israelis, that matters. And that's the problem. The Native Americans are in our country, and you don't give a fuck about them.
Right.
No, that is not fucking true, because a lot of us care about them. But the problem is we don't know how to address the particular issues without them just fully assimilating into like society as a norm. It seems like a lot of Indians within their own community.
Their society.
No, that's not how things work. That's not how things work. I'm not fucking white. I'm a Puerto Rican. Literally, I'm not going to assimilate to Indian culture. I'm going to assimilate to Puerto Rican culture, jackass.
Puerto Rico, bro. Like, I'm cool with that. Like, whatever makes you happy.
Go back where you came from is not the argument you take.
This is not a good argument. This is a very weak argument for you.
There's a bunch of white people here that ain't even assimilated even a marginal amount to the native culture.
Why would we
shit on the native culture?
We don't shit on the native culture. We can only experience what we experience with the native culture. But what we would want to do is embrace that native culture, help them assimilate into America, celebrate their difference, obviously, and then fund it.
Hasn't happened.
It hasn't been the tradition. You know what? You know what? There's a level of personal responsibility that comes within their own culture to want to adapt to American culture. And unfortunately, if they don't want to do that, then I can't make them, and you can't make them, and he can't make them. So it just seems like well, it's pretty much the same issue as like for black people. If they don't want to assimilate to American culture and they just want to give up because the past is the past.